Hello everyone, greetings, welcome, and happy new year, and happy 2026 thus far, and whatever. I hope your year of 2025 was very fruitful, both in a gay sense and in a bountiful way, and also your 2026 thus far. So, another year has come and gone, and with the never-ending march of time passing over Anno Domini 2025, I do what I always try to do, at least at the end of the year, and reflect over the year that has passed. More specifically, the video games that this is a tradition that I try to do on the channel every year. At least it comes in my mind, where I go over and review games that I have played this year. It's something that I try to do. I end up coming up with a lot of thoughts about video games. The last video I made of this was in 2021, and, well, there were a lot of circumstances that caused the videos to never come to fruition, which is a big shame, because I had a lot to say about the games that I played through these years, and I ended up writing up a lot of notes about it, a couple scripts. I might actually release the scripts or something if anybody would be interested in that. But the format of these videos is very clear. I go over every single game that I have seen, mainly just seen to the credits, and end up sharing my thoughts and experiences, anecdotes on a game in chronological order. Then maybe I crap like a shitty joke at the end, near the end. 2025 materializes many different things to many different sorts of people. Despite everything, for me, I actually found the year of 2025 to be ripe with many opportunities to grow as a person and express myself and enjoy myself because of that. I believe I will look back on 2025 very favorably and very candidly. But besides all of that, I acknowledge that what 2025 actually ended up being is the year of the traveling Woolburys. A bunch of coincidental circumstances led to this being the case. First off, it started with me seeing a complete unknown, the Bob Dylan biopic starring Timothée Chalamet as Bob Dylan, in theaters with my dad earlier this year. But admittedly, I did not listen to much of Dylan before. When I went to see the movie, I didn't want to get into Bob Dylan just yet. I didn't want to give into the potential increased interest in his music the movie would give him, But I did see him live 3 years ago when he was in town. That was good. Then I ended up getting back into the Beatles, and George Harrison is probably my favorite Beatle. He has my favorite solo career. Then I started listening to a lot of Electric Light Orchestra, starting with Twilight from their 1981 album Time, and Twilight is probably my favorite song of all time. Then I either forgot about them or I found out that they were all in a group together. I don't really know. I don't remember. I think I just forgot about the Traveling Woolburys. But then Roy Orbison ended up entering my orbital vision, the Big O. Unfortunately, I could never really get into Tom Petty, however. Not that I hate Tom Petty, it just never really came up. And now that 2025 is over, a profound sadness wanes over me. Whatever comes in the coming year, I know it won't be the same. I won't be able to capture the same magic that seeing a complete unknown with my dad. I won't come to the realization that Roy Orbison was actually a big part of David Lynch's filmography. To me, he's like the David Lynch musician that wasn't directly involved with his projects. And I won't get into Electric Light Orchestra because of an influential anime short film about a copyright-defying bunny girl. And, most importantly, there won't be another Sonic the Hedgehog movie where a Traveling Woolbury song plays during a Shadow the Hedgehog flashback sequence. It's something that can only really happen once in a lifetime. But regardless of that, once a Woolbury, always a Woolbury. But this year, I thought I would change things up a bit as a bit of a reboot. At the end of this video, as an added bonus, I am going to host my very own awards ceremony, giving out nominations and awards to stand out and defining moments and notable things from this year's selections of games. So I'm very excited to see what this video will have in store. And one final thing before we begin. I admit I am recording this part very late into the video's production. I wish to state, I want to make it very clear, my intentions while making a video of this caliber were very pure. I just wanted to share my thoughts on video games. I did not expect this video to be so long and take so long to make. I ended up putting this video together, and then I just realized how long it may possibly be. I don't actually know how long this video would be, and I knew this video would be long, but not this long. My last year in review, the 2021, was an hour 40, and I apologize for the fact that it is so long. This might actually be like the most unwatchable video of all time. And to anybody who may complain that it is too long, sit back, relax, take your time with it, take it piece by piece, and let's get into it. Now, we kick off the year right with a bang, or a pop, with none other than Peggle Deluxe. I don't really know what to say actually, other than the fact that it's Peggle. What is there to say, really, about Peggle? What do you even want me to say about Peggle? You shoot the ball and you watch it hit pegs on the board. That's Peggle. I actually played Peggle Extreme around the tail end of 2024. It's actually the last game I played of 2024. And Peggle Extreme is it's a very short, promotional, free version of Peggle that was made to promote Valve's The Orange Box. And it's a really insane game. It's kind of fucking crazy that something like that exists. One could say it's even extreme. That's what they call Peggle Extreme. Shortly after playing that game, my taste, my needs for Peggles were not satiated. They were not satiated enough, and thus I ended up playing Peggle Deluxe. And Peggle is a very hypnotizing game. For a short bit at the beginning of 2025, I found myself instinctually booting up Peggle on Steam as a habit. It is a very easy game to boot up and play, and it's almost kind of heinous in a way, with the way that it is somewhat very addicting. I really enjoy the surprising amount of depth in Peggle. There is a very insanely limitless amount of possibilities in your mastery and optimization in Peggle. Just the amount of combinations of what you can play with the masters and everything in free mode, and you know, the challenge modes, which admittedly I didn't do most of the challenge boards or maps, and there's just a lot of skill ceiling. Some may say that it is easy to pick up, hard to master. If you ask me, my favorite masters to play in this game are Renfield the Pumpkin and Lord Cinderbottom the Dragon. Now, PopCap really were masters of that craft, and it shows in a game like Peggle. But if you ask me, Insaniquarium will always be my personal favorite PopCap game. I fucking love Insaniquarium. But yeah, Peggle. I can't really say much other than the fact that I really enjoy the act of pegging sessions. Next is another game I just so happen to play on a computer book. It's a visual novel. We Know the Devil by Date Naito. So, We Know the Devil is a visual novel from 2015 revolving around 3 teens. It's stuck begrudgingly in a Christian Jesus camp, I guess. It's a queer story, and it's quite short, but there are a lot of endings that you sort of need to experience them all, as they all sort of serve to fit the narrative and all that. I guess it's hard to not talk about the game like this and not fill in with your own personal experiences and biases, right? I am trans, I am a queer, and I played this game because it seemed to align with my experiences. It strikes my niches. And I wanted to play this game to figure out if I truly have religious trauma or whatever. So, this game came out in 2015, and around this time, I found out I was gay and I learned about the LGBT community. And I feel like I started to, I guess, form my own opinions on things and be involved in that and just sort of, I guess, think for yourself about the world and stuff like that. I don't really know how to describe it. Gain a consciousness, I guess. I mean, historically, 2015 was the year that the gay marriage was officially legalized for everyone in the United States. But around this time, I sort of ended up materializing my own opinions on Christian faith. And a lot of my opinions on Christian faith were divined by a very evangelical family I used to hang out with a lot. And I ended up, even as a kid, I ended up really disliking the moralizing and Puritanism. They were one of those families that wouldn't let their kids watch certain things if they thought it wasn't, it didn't align with the teachings of Christ. And to be honest, I never really liked summer camp. I went to summer camp around 2015 and 2016, and it's not something I really want to return to be honest. It's just, of course, even then, if I don't really have the most favorable opinion of Christianity, of course, no one discriminate hate to the big J. I'm actually quite fond of the Bible and the stories that are told and the culture that is defined it all. But it's just that I often find myself feeling truly not welcome in those spaces. Just as much as I know how hard people try and how... sorry, this was about We Know the Devil, correct? That brings us back to We Know the Devil. While a lot of people may find its writing and prose simplistic, juvenile, and find that the scenes with a lot of the three characters just talking about random stuff pointless, I believe it does a lot in service of the game's themes. It's a very simplistic game with a lot of very strong themes, and I think it all just comes together. My favorite part about this game was actually but my favorite part about this visual novel was not less of the writing, but more the presentation. I just really love... My favorite part about We Know the Devil is the art, the backgrounds, the music. The backgrounds in We Know the Devil are these really washed out, overexposed pictures of the woods taken from a disposable camera. And I know this is not the only visual novel to use real pictures in a game, but admittedly this was the first time I ended up seeing something like that, and I found it really, really cool. And it's kind of something I wish to emulate in my own work. And also the music is really good. Did I mention the music? I really like the soundtrack here. But We Know the Devil, it may show its age a little. This is a nearly 10-year-old game, and I don't really say this to knock it down. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's also kind of a nostalgia piece for, I guess, the creator's childhood and adolescence, which I assume is like the late 90s, early 2000s and all of that. It's, like I said, it's not bad. I don't think it's a big deal. It's mainly it's mainly very notable in the fact that there was a section of the game's writing dedicated to the characters figuring out which Harry Potter house they would be in, and it's quite damning and kind of funny, you know, given the eventual suitor circumstances. But I would say its writing holds up and all of that, so... I mean, not that it really wouldn't. But before playing this game, I did play the team's other game, Heaven Will Be Mine, and as much as I like Mecha, Lunaterra, and the funny Halimide posts, We Know the Devil is astronomically, no pun intended, way better. If I ever end up finishing Heaven Will Be Mine in its entirety and I get the excuse to talk about it, I will talk about it way more in detail, but We Know the Devil is just way better. I'm sorry. We Know the Devil. Obviously, not for everyone. I would recommend checking it out if you are interested in that sort of coming-of-age queer story. It's $6.66 on itch.io normally, and even though it goes on sale very regularly on multiple storefronts, the price it's a very novel one. So I would recommend paying that much for We Know the Devil for the true experience. I think the only problem I had about We Know the Devil is that I played this game at the beginning of the year, and not summer when it was warmer out, so I could truly get myself into the vibe. But We Know the Devil, it was good. Next up is a game that essentially captivated me at first sight. A game that heavily aligns with my tastes, so much so it moved up into the upper echelons as one of my favorite games of all time. And that game is none other than Popful Mail. Specifically the Sega CD version, currently the only version that is available in English. As of the making of this video, of course. And also technically the first Sega CD game that I have beaten, admittedly. Popful Mail is a platformer RPG by Nihon Falcom during their early run in the 90s. I've considered myself a fan of Falcom titles for quite a while, mainly their franchise juggernauts that still exist to this day, the Legend of Heroes and the E-Series. But admittedly, I never really quite expanded my palette towards their older individual titles in history. I played a little bit of the older East titles, but other than that, not really much. But yeah, Popful Mail was on my radar for quite a while, but especially when I first found out about the game, when I first found out it existed. I love elves, and I love elf girls. And recent memory has been very faithful to elf girl fans after all, but yeah, when I found out this game existed, I had to play it. I had to play Popful Mail because I love elves. But yeah, Popful Mail, it's about an elf called Popful Mail who's a bounty hunter in her pursuit to hunt down the bounty for the notorious Muttonhead for a hefty sum of 2 million gold. And in her journey is later accompanied by a mage named Tat and a weird creature thing called Ga, who you can also both play as. But yeah, despite this being one of my favorites, I'm not really sure what to say about it. This is a really good game. I mentioned that despite this being one of my favorite games, I don't really know what much to say about it. I don't know what to say about it makes it good. The game controls nice. It has some really good anime-like cutscenes. This is a Sega CD game, so it has a lot of CD quality voice acting. I played most of the game as Popful Mail, despite the fact that you can play as both Ga and Tat. And while they are pretty useful for bosses, and they're pretty useful for a couple sections, I ended up playing Popful Mail, and they all the characters have individually voiced dialogue based on what they are doing in the story, but I mostly only wanted to watch the scenes with Popful Mail, because why would you play anybody else? I'm sorry, why would you play anybody else? I don't see why you would want to watch the other dialogue other than Popful Mail, because Popful Mail is fucking awesome. But I didn't mention this before, it took me a while, but this game is the English localization of this game is sorta infamous for being localized by none other than Working Designs, which this isn't the last Working Designs game to be on this list, by the way. And a lot of people dislike Working Designs for the localizers of this game for very apparent reasons. Mainly because they ended up changing a lot of the game and ended up making it a little more harder than it should be. But despite this, despite the hate that Working Designs, I, unfortunately, actually found the English localization of Popful Mail strangely charming. Of course, I admittedly played a hack that reverts the changes made in this localization when gameplay-wise, but the voice acting is very fun in a way. I forgot to mention that Working Designs is known for having a lot of not only questionable gameplay, but script changes as well. And infamously, there is a scene where Popful Mail says the R slur, and she drops the R slur, and I was in a call when I got to that section of the game, and the moment I saw Popful Mail say the R slur, I screamed out, "Holy shit, Popful Mail just said the R word!" I could not believe it. I knew it was coming. It was kind of a working designs thing. I also remember it's like there's a whole subset of characters that do like a shitty Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. I could have sworn there was a working designs translation, not this one, that mentions Otis Redding. But I really like the voice acting in Popful Mail. And it's very unique. I love the voices and I especially love the voice for Popful Mail. She has like a big like, I'm gonna fucking rip your balls off or something. Very funny. The voice acting is very funny, and it's very unique, and at best it kind of just shows how far localizations have come, for better or for worse. But yeah, Popful Mail. For a moment, I was somewhat completely hyperfixated on Popful Mail. I can tell you all about Popful Mail. Did you know that every version of Popful Mail is very different in some way? Did you know that Megumi Hayashibara, the Go 90s voice actress, voices Popful Mail in the Sega CD version? Did you know that there was a failed plot for a Popful Mail anime adaptation that only exists as a 5-minute OVA short? Did you know that Popful Mail has multiple drama CDs with its own original plot and characters? Did you know that this game was almost localized as a Sonic game? That's the big one right there. That's actually what most people know Popful Mail for. Well, at least there's like a whole subset of like Sonic fans that only really engaged with Popful Mail with that single fact about it almost being a Sonic game, which I think is kind of funny. But yeah, Popful Mail, it's my favorite male-brained game, as in M-A-I-L. I would say if you are a fan of 90s anime, especially 90s fantasy anime such as Slayers, then I would highly recommend this game. I'll try to play the other versions of the game eventually. I think the fact that they are very different, and in fact a lot of Falcom titles that came around this time are very interesting. But yeah, Popful Mail. It's malefic. Malefic. From one Sega CD game to another, we move on to Sonic CD. Sonic CD was a game that I heard about heavily as being very divisive, which I had no opinion about, which I had really no opinion about because I didn't play it. But I personally had no opinion because I was never really particularly bothered to play it or like dying to play it until earlier in January last year. Until January 2025 when I finally did it. I ended up playing the PC version of the original PC game that is essentially just abandonware. I usually would have played on like a CRT TV, but I wanted to stream it to friends on Discord, and I just looked it up on the Internet Archive. But if you don't know the history of Sonic the Hedgehog, if you don't know the history of Sonic the Hedgehog's development, basically, I believe after Sonic the Hedgehog 1 was developed, the team that developed Sonic 1 in Japan basically split into two. I believe one team stayed in Japan and the other moved to Los Angeles to develop Sonic 2. And the team that stayed in Japan ended up developing this game, Sonic CD. I think Sonic 2 was Yuji Naka and Sonic CD was Naoto Oshima. But yeah, basically, they both split into the two, and they were both basically assigned to make a sequel to Sonic the Hedgehog. And considering this fact, I actually really liked how different it was from Sonic 2, which I have played before. But one of the reasons I actually didn't want to play this game, or actually never really bothered to play this game, was because it wasn't on the Sonic Classic Collection on the DS, which I had as a kid. Which makes sense. I don't even know if it could like run it. Fucking CD quality audio is too much. But I just really like seeing how the different teams at work interpreted what to do with Sonic the Hedgehog, what they sort of prioritized and what they sort of envisioned with the future. And it's really just interesting to see play both of them and compare and contrast to each other. But yeah, I actually really like Sonic CD. I was actually surprised how easy it was, because like I said, I streamed it on Discord. I mean, I'm not the best video gamer in the world, and I struggle sometimes beating a lot of games, especially the classic ones, which I've seen a lot of people swear are somewhat easy, and I kind of struggle with that. But I actually managed to get through this one pretty easy, which is great. I don't think I would have been able to handle the humiliation of game overing in a Sonic game live on Discord. I would have fucking like killed myself or something. I don't know. But I actually really like Sonic CD. It is a very beautiful and pretty game. This is probably one of the prettiest games I played, and one of the, just in general, one of the prettiest games of the 90s. I really, it just kind of encapsulates a lot about what I like about the era that this game came out. I love the music, I love the graphics, I love the style, I especially love the animated cutscenes, but who doesn't love the anime cutscenes? I think this is probably one of the best soundtracks I've heard in a game. I don't know how to describe why it's so good. The soundtrack is just, it's absolutely fucking insane, and I'm not even joking. I genuinely think it's like one of the best like video game soundtracks over. I really don't have any preference over the regional differences. Obviously, a big emphasis was put on this game because it is a CD-ROM, and it has CD quality audio, and it really shows. I think the coolest part about Sonic CD is the fact that the past stage music is made with a lot of PCM samples from the Sega Genesis, and it's meant to emulate the sound of the synthesized, a lot of the synthesized Genesis music to symbolize the past and the limitations of the past before, you know, it's basically celebrating the fact that it's basically free from the chains of the limitations of the CD, and it really shows in the music. That the music is just great. I'm sorry, this is all I'm gonna say. And as a kid, I always ended up preferring You Can Do Anything, and I think, but sorry, my thoughts are very all over the place with Sonic CD, because this is just a game that is really out there. And I think it's a very beautiful game, and I really like just the graphics. I like the futurism, especially in I believe the final zone, or one of the final zones, the Metalopolis, where it is this like beautiful, pristine, like utopia where both nature and like technology coexist, because it's all about that game. It's all about you know, technology versus nature. That's pretty much just what the whole classic Sonic is about, and at the end of the day, at the end of Sonic CD, it's kind of really powerful. It's really beautiful, and the music shows, and I'm sorry, it's just a beautiful game. I know I talk about how beautiful this game is, but it's true. As for the gameplay, to be honest, I kind of might prefer Sonic 2 more. I mean, but while I can't say it is my favorite out of the Sonic games I've played, I feel like just what I have seen, just everything about this game that I like, it kind of outweighs it. And so, which leads me to the end. Originally I was going to both sides Sonic CD and Sonic 2 in the development. Originally I was just planning to be like, oh, I think Sonic 2 and Sonic CD are good. But then I realized, you know what? Sonic CD I might actually like Sonic CD more than Sonic 2. For all the reasons I have said about how I was pretty much just running around in circles in my argument. But yeah, I truly do think that Sonic CD is better than Sonic 2. And it also has Tiny Sonic. Sonic 2 does not have Tiny Sonic, so Sonic CD 1, Sonic 2, 0. Anyways, Sonic CD. I liked it. Now moving on, unfortunately, from the Sega CD is a Japan-only game for the Nintendo Famicom Disk System. None other than the mysterious Murasame Castle. So, for the longest time, I was a big Takamaru fan. I liked Takamaru. I thought Takamaru was really hot. And I wanted Takamaru to be playable in the next Smash Bros. Game. And I really wanted a reboot of the mysterious Murasame Castle, despite not actually playing it, only because I thought Takamaru was hot. And he was also voiced by Tomokazu Sugita in Super Smash Bros., who is my favorite seiyuu. That is, voice actor in Japanese, if you don't know. And I mean, Nintendo kinda really liked to mythologize this game a lot by referencing it a lot in this game. But yeah, I do remember actually trying to play it. I remember trying to emulate this game on the Wii homebrew, but I was kinda too stupid to figure out how to emulate Famicom Disk System ROMs on the Wii. It's actually really easy. You just need like a BIOS file or whatever. But then I ended up buying this game on a 3DS Virtual Console as well, which I ended up getting sort of filtered by it. And well, after many years, the mysterious Murasame Castle fan has finally finished the mysterious Murasame Castle for the first time. And I liked it. I thought it was pretty fun and solid. Now, the thing about the mysterious Murasame Castle that many a Nintendo YouTuber would lecture you about is that many of them would consider the mysterious Murasame Castle to be a sort of sister series to the original Legend of Zelda. They kind of play the same, they're both top-down, they look similar, but unlike Zelda, which is a bit of an open-ended game with dungeons and open-ended game with a overworld with dungeons interspersed in between, this is pretty much just a bullet hell action game, whereas Takamaru, you must traverse through the levels, avoiding getting hit by the enemies, constantly spawning left and right everywhere. So much so that the game will frequently slow down due to how much is going on at the screen at any given time. And I've seen a lot of people deride this game, and I guess many other older NES titles and other similar games for having slowdown. Having much egregious slowdown. But I really like slowdown in a lot of games, and one detail I really like about NES titles and their limitations is the fact that it only has 5 sound channels. It can only really hold so much sound at once that sometimes when you are playing a game, the sound effects will override one of the sound channels and usually remove a layer and strip a layer from a track from a song, and it kind of like isolates the vocals, like strips down the stem a little. I don't know what I'm saying, I'm kind of just saying stuff. And you know, slowdown, everybody knows that Space Invaders, the original Space Invaders, was a game that was defined by slowdown. It getting faster is a product, it's an unintentional result of slowdown. It's free bullet time. It's free fucking bullet time. Slow down, nah son, free bullet time. But yeah, I don't really know what to say about Murasame Castle. It's a pretty simple game. It's short, it's fun. I like the combat. I like deflecting everything with the sword. It's really good. It's a really basic action game, and you can kinda just tell. I think this is one of the most, like, a very defining action game in a lot of ways. It's somewhat important, and you can see the legacy and how much Nintendo likes to suck this game's cock. I like the game. I like the power-ups. I like going through all the levels, even if it is somewhat difficult in a lot of ways. And I can imagine it would be worth playing. I believe this game is on the Nintendo Switch. I don't see why it wouldn't be on the Nintendo Switch Online service. Even if you have to like localize it, it's very easy to download. But yeah, back to the aforementioned fan demand of Murasame Castle. This is a game that sorta has high demand for a reboot, a lot of, I guess, IP begging. And as much as I would like to call such talk foolish, I personally wouldn't mind such a project coming to fruition. I still want to see Takamaru yaoi, or maybe Takamaru in the reboot could by chance be a girl with relationships with various shrine maidens you can find throughout the game. And yes, even the demons. Overall, Murasame Castle, I liked it. It's not my favorite game on the Famicom, but I think it's pretty good, and I think it's worth checking out. Next up is the latest game and first fully original project from none other than Atlus's Studio Zero. Metaphor ReFantazio. So sit down, because this is going to be a long one. I have written so much about this fucking game, and it's probably going to take up most of the video, and I feel bad about it. And if you don't want to hear me talk about Metaphor, or if you get sick of me talking about Metaphor, skip to this timestamp, and then it'll all be over. So let's begin. And I may not even go over everything about this game in that time, just because I've written so much. So let's begin. That's right, everyone. Atlus has done it again. After 8 long years of waiting, Project ReFantazio has finally come to fruition under the title Metaphor ReFantazio. To critical acclaim, and we sure as hell have come a long way since then. Project ReFantazio was a project that has existed in the public consciousness for almost a decade, since the announcement of Studio Zero in 2016. Pretty much almost as long as Persona 5 has been out. The initial concept and teasers showed something so interesting that, honestly, you couldn't help but wonder what it actually was. I mean, they even did a homage to Andy Warhol in one of them, which is fucking crazy. I used to picture Project ReFantazio looking more like SMT5 is than what we actually got. I used to think Project ReFantazio would have been Beta Hulkenberg reverse isekai running around Tokyo with her dog recruiting monsters. However, pretty much after a bit of waiting, I feel like the hype of Project ReFantazio sort of died down, and I feel like a lot of people got impatient, gave up waiting, and just forgot about it. It didn't help that all we got for so many years was just Ashino informing in interviews, haha, yes, Project ReFantazio is nearing completion almost every day. If I had to guess, or my cope about this game accounting for the modern AAA dev cycle, I can only assume the first couple of years of Project ReFantazio's development was dedicated to pre-production, attaining funding, and working on the Catherine re-release before entering development around 2019 when Catherine Full Body and its DLC wrapped up. So, how does Metaphor ReFantazio compete against the bold new visions Project ReFantazio once promised many years ago? Good question. Yes and no. Metaphor ReFantazio ends up reusing a lot of mechanics from previous Atlus titles, for better and for worse. Press turn, calendar systems, S-links, the idea of personas, the main concept of personas, the skill names, etc. While I do not believe the game is actually Persona 6 or the fantasy Persona people smugly proclaim it is, a lot of the best and worst aspects of these games come into effect here, but more on that later. I hear a train going off. In the distance, we live right next to a train. And I actually don't think reusing concepts from previous games you have worked on, or at least are fond of, is a bad thing inherently. Of course, that is pretty much literally everything. Every single piece of art, literally everything human thought has come, is probably borrowed after thought processes of previous human beings, so like whatever. And a creative director and a team, a creative mind is very clearly going to touch on subjects and pick up things that interest them throughout their lives. And in recent years, the idea of a game director leaving a company to form a new game studio to end up making a similar game to what they were in is a pretty common trend nowadays in the gaming industry. And hell, I even think Atlus had a FromSoft game idea in their mind where every single one of FromSoft games is technically all Souls, or at least it's a deviation of their game. Whatever. And I almost feel so badly comparing it so harshly to previous Atlus titles and not really letting it be its own thing, but they kind of wrote it upon themselves. I'm sorry. And if anything, I think you can tell from interviews about Persona 5's early stages that, of course, a lot of the ideas from the stage seem to have been integrated here. Everybody knows that Persona 5 was originally a backpacking adventure that was reworked into something a little more local. Everybody knows that. But in the lead up to its launch, I was pretty excited for Metaphor ReFantazio. It felt like one of the most ambitious RPGs we've had in a long time. I was a big believer in the hashtag Metaphor Riz Party. You know, Persona 5 has the Persona 5 orgy. Metaphor fans have the Riz Party. The first time I saw Gallica, I thought she looked like Ice Spice. I thought that she is going to be seen from a distance most of the time, as she is with you most of the time, and she is very small, and I thought she's just going to look like Ice Spice. And during my playthrough, I ended up naming my main character Aken, which was Hieronymus Bosch's alleged last name. Hieronymus von Aken. Hieronymus Bosch's art is very heavily inspired in this game with the human enemies. Mainly because I was initially against the idea that the protagonist's name was Will, but due to plot spoiler reasons, I warmed up to it and I realized it's actually Gas. As previously stated, because of the heavy reuse, I will probably be comparing it to a lot of past other Atlus titles, specifically Persona 5. I mean, that was Hashino's last RPG that he worked on, and I speak on behalf of myself when I say that I think Persona 5 might be my favorite game, but I don't really know. I might have to play it again. And I think it is fair, considering this game takes a lot of shit for that anyways. And because of the calendar system, the game seems to follow a actual similar formula to that of the Persona series, and more specifically Persona 5. There's a lot of major dungeons that follow the similar formula to the dungeons in Persona 5. The dungeons in Persona 5 are more linear and scenario driven, with a deadline compared to the previous dungeon crawler Persona games. But I would say, unlike the former game, the areas in the game are noticeably more open, and I would say there's a bigger emphasis on overworld combat. The previous Persona games' dungeons are pretty much defined by hallways, or at least very big rooms. And for Era of ReFantazio, pretty much anything goes. The dungeons in this game are really big compared to those games. But I feel like a significant chunk of the game, for me at least, and if you so desire, is spent around the many smaller dungeons around the continent of Uchronia. They're usually underground caverns, catacombs, forests, and towers. No more, no less. I guess this could be the equivalent to Persona 5's Mementos. But I found these dungeon runs taking up more than Mementos could ever dream of having. But despite this game giving you so many choices and options and pretty much enough time to do anything the game asks you to do or you can do in the game, I thought the most interesting pieces of the mini dungeons. During the beginning prologue of the game, you are going through a mine where there is a sleeping dragon, and you are given a choice to fight the dragon, albeit in an admittedly purposefully beatable fight, super boss kind of thing. And then when you beat the dragon, you get a very good weapon. And another one where you get swallowed by a monster and are going through its digestive system, and you are given a time limit to escape the dungeon. And the whole thing is you're supposed to escape while collecting as many goodies inside the beast as you can before you have to leave the dungeon. It's really cool. It's really funny that they did put the time-sensitive dungeon in Metaphor when everybody was complaining about Akumura in Persona 5 Royal for being a time-sensitive dungeon and boss fight in a turn-based RPG. It's cool. But yes, for most of this game runtime, I actually find myself grinding a lot. And I fucking love grinding, don't get me wrong. But the process of grinding in this game, while of course not entirely accounted for, I don't think grinding is accounted for in most RPGs. In the mid-game, around the Port Bridlehaven section, I found myself running around dungeons one-shotting everything with an abacus as merchant for money. And if I wanted Magla or EXP, I would force myself into neutral advantage battles, and usually equipping already maxed archetypes so it overflows into an EXP item. In Persona and SMT, and I guess most RPGs with overworld encounters, getting an advantage in a battle is usually determined by who gets a first dib, who's able to ambush and attack the enemy, all of that. And in Metaphor, most enemy encounters are balanced with the stun mechanic. And when you get the advantage in Metaphor, most of the encounters are actually balanced with the stun mechanic in mind. It gives you enough time to just do whatever, set up some experimental orthodox build, or just give enough raw image to knock out the enemy before they have the chance to move, all of that. But Metaphor, with the whole combat and all of that in Metaphor puts more emphasis on overworld action combat this time around. I would describe it similar to that of the East or the Trail series action post Kuro. In an overworld encounter, you have to hit the enemy at least like 3 times, maybe dodge an attack or stun them for an advantage. The thing I found most damning about it is when you are a higher level than the enemy, you will insta-kill them in one hit, similar to Earthbound, I would say, when you just skip the battle. And I found it kind of annoying, and it just didn't really make the game that fun, because like I said, a lot of enemy encounters in this game are balanced by a stun mechanic, and usually it does not work when you are fighting an enemy normally in a neutral advantage. If this makes sense, that's like 2 turns where you're just able to act normally. And the battles just don't feel the same when you are in a neutral advantage, and if you get ambushed by the enemy, you're just fucked. I played this game on hard mode, by the way. In a way, it's a mechanic that feels like it works under the pretense that the game is assuming that you hate turn-based combat, which of course is a stereotype for a lot of fans of Atlas games, where they say they hate turn-based combat, except for Persona, you know. But it's a really big shame, because Metaphor has a really, really good combat system, and archetypes are a really, really cool job system. It feels rare for really any mainstream turn-based RPG to not only have a job system, but a good job system, and Metaphor, of course, hits the mark this time around. But I found the archetype builds in this game, in general are very demanding in this game, and you are totally not expected to level every archetype in the game for every character. You know, I personally assigned select archetypes for the character. But the end game from Metaphor ends up being insane. It's exactly what happens when you put SMT and Etrian Odyssey endgame unit design in a blender. It's genuinely the most Cocomelon shit I have ever played. For anybody that's looking to play Metaphor in the near future, I would highly recommend investing heavily in the luck stat for the MC. It'll really come in handy with the merchant class, and holy fuck. As for the social sim aspects of this game, I actually think the social aspects of Metaphor, akin to the Persona, I think are less a priority in this game compared to the other games. As previously stated, you can pretty much get everything done in this game and still have enough time to jerk off before the end of the game, which is a bit weird because the interviews made a big deal of not being able to finish every dungeon in one playthrough. Of course, in Persona, obviously, You won't be able to finish every social link. I actually think there's less social links because they don't have to comply with like the fucking tarot card system of the Persona series. But, you know, it's a bit of a quality over quantity thing because there's actually a lot of good social links. More of that later. Now, despite myself being a big fan of contemporary Atlas titles, I often find myself a little cynical of them and discussion around the game. Like I said, P5 might be my favorite game, but I also tend to get very cynical about Atlas titles. And hey, if you had to hear people talk about Persona every year, every day, every year, you'd probably be the same way. And I would assume you probably are. I never really got the Bravo Vince meme as a sort of cynical response. I mean, most people who use that meme are fans of the show, but a lot of the discussion around Atlas and Persona and all of those games, all of the universal praise that Atlas games get, I would imagine how I feel about Atlas games is how I would feel about Vince Gilligan's TV shows if I was not a fan of Vince Gilligan. I don't know what I'm saying actually. You just know that it makes sense in my head, okay? That's all you gotta know. For example, as you know, in the Persona games or the greater SMT series, Atlas games are known for being a very unsubtle in its symbolism, in its art direction, and everything, and all of that. And of course, an Atlas game getting critically acclaimed for its art direction is something that is very surprising. I feel like that's the main thing I find about Metaphor, is that it's very unsurprising that a game like this is getting critically acclaimed. It's an Atlas game. I feel like Atlas is pretty much whipping their staff post P5 to make their art direction good, especially in the menu department. Despite the fact that I think the menu design in P5 might have been a bit clearer, it was a lot more concise and I find it a bit more aesthetically pleasing. But I think what I thought was really cool about Metaphor's art direction is how much it was derived from Renaissance intellectualism, which surprisingly is not a thing that I see in most fantasy media I have seen. A lot of the aesthetic Metaphor is mainly dedicated to Thomas More's Utopia, other Renaissance intellectuals. You know, it has Da Vinci Sketch UI, it has Hieronymus Bosch iconography, and while I know this is not from the Renaissance at all, the Esperanto chanting in the game's battle music is really cool. And I want to bring up Esperanto because my girlfriend's dad is a big Esperanto fan for some reason, and he keeps talking about how good of a language it was, and he's sad it never took off. And in general, the world of Metaphor just really seems to write home that there was a period of its history where a bunch of guys just came up with a bunch of random shit, and I like that. Like I said, that is a very surprisingly somewhat unique for a fantasy setting, at least the ones that I am familiar with. And while I do admittedly love the star-studded rebellion symbolism in Persona 5, I find Metaphor's symbolism a bit more concise compared to Persona 5's, which feels very rampant and inconsistent. It felt like the game just had a general focus of what it wanted to be, I guess mainly because it is a fantasy setting. I mean, fuck, would you consider the Necronomicon to be a rebel? And yes, Metaphor did get me to read Utopia by Thomas More. I'm actually surprised it took me this long to actually read Utopia, because when I was in middle school, I was strangely hyperfixated with the reign of King Henry VIII. And believe it or not, after reading Thomas More's Utopia, I feel like I have a better understanding of Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, more than I do Utopia, admittedly. What I actually wanted to say is that I wanted to say that a lot of the art direction in this game seemed to have been secretly stealing from Yoshiyuki Tomino's Aura Battler Dunbine. You know, they have these weird terrestrial locomotive ships, they have the ferry, but also, the other day, I watched Nausicaa, Valley of the Wind, and it was good. I think it is probably my favorite Miyazaki movie that I have seen. And while I was watching Nausicaa, I realized Every single JRPG is secretly stealing from this movie, metaphor included. In the character design, of course, despite being a medieval fantasy game, you can actually tell a lot of the fashion design is derived from 60s, 70s fashion. And I think it's very flattering to me because I like to dress like that. And I probably dress the most like Loveless or Yuna, personally. And I really like Metaphor's story, actually. Metaphor's story is actually really good. And I think it is able to keep its steam very diligently. Louis Guillaburn is a extremely compelling villain, and he is definitely the star of the show here. Guess who's not beating the Shower-Astable allegations? He's blonde, he serves a morally dubious antagonistic role, he has a red ship called the Charadius, he has a secret identity, and he has a flamboyant purple-haired orbiter dick rider. Oh, and he's also cool. And I think this is really important because I was really expecting the final climax, the final dungeons, the final hours of Metaphor to fall into the same pitfalls that previous Hashino/Persona games sort of do. A lot of those games sort of have a rough time capping out the story in a very interesting way. Personally, something about the final dungeon of Vanilla Persona, something about the final dungeon of Vanilla P5 I really disliked. I think Memento's death with Yaldabaoth is really drawn out and just really uninteresting, really unengaging. And Metaphor's final dungeon in hours is nowhere near as bad as Vanilla P5, but I did find the fact that it was a boss rush against reused versions of every single main human boss enemy kinda grating. But I think I used cheap exploits to kill them quickly, so I can't be too mad. I think that's kind of the point. You're supposed to use cheap exploits to... And I would argue at the end of it, it doesn't really pull off its entire thesis statement in the way it kind of wants it to. It kind of just spits it out very unceremoniously. Or maybe it's because I finished the game at like 5 AM in the morning after like 14 hours. I usually do this at the end of like really long RPGs. It's a very long story, and there's a lot to talk about, but I think the thing I find the strongest about it is kind of its reliance on unity. Obviously, of course, I don't think Metaphor is trying to be this intelligent, theologically complex game. I think the thing that I find the most strongest about Metaphor's narrative is its reliance on unity. It sort of acknowledges that racial hatred, biases, and discrimination divide one another. The game is really just about rallying as many people of many walks of life you can to support your cause against one common opposition. Since it is like a royal race for the throne, a bunch of people are just fighting one another. While I can't say I find all of its statements or find it consistently agreeable with my beliefs or sensible, I just kind of stumbles a little bit, especially in a time like this. But whatever snide remarks or naysay I or you have in response to what this game is saying, I've come to the conclusion. I've come to one thing, and one thing only. The truth is, whatever this game says about race, racial relationships, and other things among society is true. Because if I saw an untransformed Anidia in real life, I would have no choice to punt it like a football. I guess in that regard, social democracy really is a fantasy. In usual, I guess, Atlas fashion, the party cast is solid as always. I believe there is not a single bad character in this game. They're all pretty great. But my heart is truly set on Basilio, because he's fucking Scouse.
Stay insane in a fight? Not bloody likely.
And I think Basilio being Scouse is very important, because I think this is the thing that really makes Metaphor stand out compared to a lot of JRPGs I have played, is that while I don't actually really mind American LA dubs, I actually really like them, even at their hokiest. But Metaphor's English dub made me realize that I think I could see one of the problems about a lot of, I guess, anime dubs. Is it's very samey in its regional dialect. I think Metaphor's English dub is really good because I really like that every character in this game had some unique English or at least European regional accents and dialect. The aforementioned Scouse Catboy, the West County Yuna, the Welsh Yufa, and the French Heisme. Of course, this is technically coming from someone who can't really differentiate between different accents in America, but it's kind of weird to me to think about how much an accent can define how much I like a character, and Metaphor somehow does that. This problem can be remedied if more games out there have a Cajun chef character. I hope Persona 6 also has a Cajun chef characters. And hell, even a lot of the side cast and a lot of the opposing contestants you meet throughout the story I think are really good. Even if the story is obviously not really as dense as some people would be, I would argue it is very shonen-y. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think it's really funny because there's some opposing contestants in this game that I think are really funny. Rudolph comes to mind because he unironically believes in racial segregation and like Rozon/elf supremacy, which, I don't know, elves are pretty cool. And Lena the Yuji feels very weird. She joins the competition only to advertise her workshop, and once she jumps out she doesn't really play a role until the epilogue, and I think that's really weird because she just looks like someone who would be a side character in the game, probably somebody who would be on your ship. And even Glodell, who as much as he is characterized as a quote-unquote narcissistic power-tripping fag, positive, I really like that his dog is surprisingly well cared for. In previously stated Katarina, as much as I like her beliefs and outfit and accents, I don't really like how the story treated her beliefs. But you probably know that already, so I won't pitter-patter. The most damning thing I find about Metaphor is I wish there were more Rozon girls. The only named Rozon girl in this game is Hulkenberg, and I found the distinct lack of elf girls, especially in a time like this, in a time of elf girl prosperity, very, very harrowing. And in general, I just really like the world that the game was trying to present with Uchronia, although I'd argue a lot of the world building present in this game seemed to be a bit too prioritized on the central conflict of the Rite of Succession. I think the coolest vistas in this game are actually these pre-rendered like postcards that you would counter throughout the game. They're really, really cool and beautiful. But if you ask me, my favorite town area in this game is none other. I arrived to Altabrera Heights wearing my I Love Frigid Mountainous City-States dedicated to the teachings of Catholic-coded religion shirts. I think I'll close off the story and narrative of this game, and I think I'll finally speak with a very literal interpretation of the game's themes with fantasy and reality. I admit I've kind of had inklings of a fantasy world for a story in my mind, nothing quite substantial or anything that may not even come into fruition anytime soon. I really like fantasy as a genre and fantasy worlds. I really like just the world and things about it. I like big landscapes and I like big towns and I like everything, and but I also really enjoy history and cultures and geography and the overall world. And I think, to me, because I like both of these things, I think the joys of writing and coming up with their own stories, stuff about the world, is, as somebody who would not consider themselves a good writer at all, I think I love the ability to reflect many different things that you love about the world into text. I like the ability to reflect many different things that you love about the world, having learned about the world, into text, and the ability to write what you want the world to be. Fantasy is as much built on reality as reality is built on fantasy, I guess, or whatever. You write whatever cool fetish and write whatever your political ideology is or whatever. Which brings myself to, I think, the biggest problem I have about this game is that I personally found myself very mixed on the references and reused game mechanics from other Atlas franchises. that I mentioned earlier. The defense I can come up with is, of course, Square Enix sucks themselves all the time and nobody cares, which is true by the way, but I found it very... I actually do really appreciate the context of archetypes in this game and the way they sort of complement the borrowed idea of Persona in a very creative way. The idea of Persona and archetypes are both parts of Jungian psychology, and Personas usually exist as an expression of the user's identity, and it's sort of building on the same idea with archetypes and metaphor, and the way they're kind of built on generic tabletop RPG archetypes like thieves, mages, warriors, as expressions. I think it kind of works well as I guess a homage to RPGs in the way that you might expect as a fantasy RPG from a studio who is not really familiar with traditional fantasy RPGs like Dragon Quest and Wizardry and Ultima and all of that. And also, this is the first JRPG I have played with a historically accurate dragoon. Almost. It has the right idea, at least. Here's the thing. Getting into a bit of spoiler territory here. I'm gonna put a little timestamp when I stop talking about spoilers or whatever, or go into detail about the games. Here's the thing, my biggest problem with the game, and the thing I find most damning about it. Metaphor ReFantazio's Force Arc takes place on a pagan island that is a huge reference to the village in Etrian Odyssey. All the village locales are named after buildings from the original game, and the dungeon is a one-to-one recreation of Etrian Odyssey's Lost Shinjuku. And for the record, to be honest, I genuinely think this is one of the best designed dungeons in Atlas history, even if it is sort of a reference to a previous one. I think it's because I'm a bit of a dungeon crawler Etrian glazer in me, but something about the way the mechanics of Etrian Odyssey and Labyrinth, dungeon crawler Labyrinth, just kind of complements the approach that the dungeons in Metaphor and other similar games take, and they truly thought of really everything about the game. And I really like how the dungeon surprisingly took its time and didn't really care about its length, and its execution is quite phenomenal. But what I actually meant to say is, I find its existence in this game very confusing. The dungeon, in a way, is the game really starting to hammer down its thesis. The entire game's thesis, since the very beginning, appeared to be how fantasy inhabitants would interpret our world as a utopia. Of course, fantasy or medieval era characters ending up to be living alongside post-apocalyptic modern-day Tokyo is an Atlas trope that has been done numerous times in the past, even in the game is referencing. And also, when you finish the dungeon, the chieftain of the village decides to name the village Etria, which is the original place in Etrian is called, and that's why it's called Etrian Odyssey. I find this very questionable. Why would you shoehorn, not even shoehorn, stuff an entire Etrian Odyssey reference into a turning point of the game's narrative like a Thanksgiving turkey? It feels awkward, and it feels like it can't really stand on its own as an individual project, which is why I have been talking about previous Atlas games this entire time, especially when this game was promised as being an almost completely original third pillar of Atlas. I'm just really confused, and it doesn't make sense. But I think I'm also just mad that Atlas hasn't released a new Etrian Odyssey in 7 years. Where the fuck is next stage, Atlas? I feel like there's a lot of games that come out these days that feel like they're trying to have to celebrate some form of brand identity. Astrobot comes to mind, the game of the year of 2024. It doesn't help that another game I actually really enjoyed in these past couple years, Fire Emblem Engage, is trying to balance telling an original story and universe while also honoring the series' past middling results. It makes me feel insane. What's going on? On the topic of that, I'm not really sure if Metaphor truly has the third pillar status potential that Atlas supposedly wants it to be. Well, first off, if Atlas is truly serious about it, then I expect a Muso spin-off, a Metaphor tabletop role-playing game that is D20, cause fuck you, and an enhanced re-release that makes said Metaphor spin-off feel weirdly outdated. But also, if they were to make a Metaphor sequel, I'd be very curious to what would carry over ludologically and narratively. Not only because of the previously mentioned reused game mechanics, and also because I don't really see much coming from Uchronia. Most RPG franchises don't share the same universes anyway. In a sense, Metaphor objectively may not have the lasting power a Persona game would have, but I think I like it for that reason. It doesn't need constant eyes on it. It can just be something that just kinda comes and goes, exists on its own. I find it very funny that despite everything that Metaphor has going for it, the most devout fans for it is Fujo's and Yaoi fans. And that's not even a joke. Metaphor's impact in the year following is carried by like people who draw Louis as that one Lucifer painting. You know the one. Yet again, another reason why it's like a Tomino anime. And also, I'm not fucking playing this game until I know a re-release is happening. Metaphor ReFantazio. I didn't think that Shin Megami Tensei 5 would get a re-release at this point. Anything's possible. But also, on the topic of a potential / inevitable re-release of Metaphor, Sega recently released a statement saying that they believe that definitive editions of Atlus titles hinder sales. And I've also seen a lot of people holding off on playing Metaphor until it gets a re-release. And believe me, while I don't really have much nuance to say while I don't really have anything interesting to say about this, a lot of Atlus re-releases, while their existence as a commercial project is dubious, I find a lot of them very interesting to experience. I find a lot of them very interesting. In the comparison of Persona 5 Royal, having played the original game twice before the re-release of Royal, and in general being involved in the original game's initial cultural zeitgeist when it was new, I felt like really elevated the experience of playing through Persona 5 Royal and its third semester for the first time. The thing about Atlus re-releases is that most of their plot elements they add in the re-releases really have nothing to do with the narrative in the game. They're usually reserved for the very end, and even after. In P5's case, Ketchi's further characterization does not count. It kinda works more in service for the third semester in P5 Royal. It's not like when you're buying an Atlus game, it's not like you're buying something that was purposefully cut from the game or an incomplete narrative. I notice a lot of people say or speculate they will make a Mage Academy dungeon re-release, which a lot of people speculate was a cut dungeon in this game because it is part of the game but you don't experience the game. And I see the warning signs, I really do. Rella really does feel like she would be suspiciously perfect for a coveted extra party slot in everything. I personally don't agree with it, and I'd honestly hope it wouldn't have to do anything with the game's main plot, based off what I think. And another thing that I hope they wouldn't do is I hope they wouldn't do anything to expand against the unnamed governor members. I think if you had to fight them traditionally, I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it if you had to fight them intentionally. The thing about a Metaphor re-release is, I hate to say it, on behalf of everyone watching this video, I hate to say it, but with this game's endgame, I would do anything to kill for an extra in-game month of this game's endgame. For how good this game's endgame was, it felt like there wasn't much to experience with it, and it felt somewhat lacking outside of the Trials of the Dragon, which is actually a really good reference, I won't lie. Is this a defense of Atlus re-releases? No, not really. But I wouldn't be lying if they were a somewhat special way to revisit the game. It's something that I don't think would be captured the same way with DLC, at least DLC made in like less than a year of the game's release. It felt when an Atlus re-release game comes out 3 years later, it's a bit of like a mass re-evaluation of the game, for better or for worse. Although, believe it or not, I prefer a lot of aspects about the original game that a lot of their re-releases change. I'm going to say something that may sound very deranged, and you can hear this, and you can call me crazy, or obnoxious, or self-righteous, or whatever. But, me and my friend Jack, who are really obnoxiously autistic about a lot of things, mostly Japan and Asia, And if anything, it's kind of more of a joke that sort of ended up sounding somewhat cool. But listen to this. There were recent interviews in which the game's director Hashino expressed interest in making a Sengoku RPG. And while this may sound like a pipe dream or wishful thinking, I'm surprised he seems so casual about it. To me, this seems like the best possible course of action for a quote-unquote metaphor. Sengoku, or more broadly, the Age of Samurai, is a bloody period in Japanese history that is often romanticized uncritically, or even worse, used to push nationalistic rhetoric about the glory of Japan. Sengoku is a period all about warring states and its further unification in the Edo period. I can actually see ReFantazio symbolism with Thomas More as a idealistic author translating into fuck it, Yukio Mishima. Atlus has milked Yukio Mishima a lot in the past, and I don't really like the guy either, but please hear me out. Somebody who kind of blindly mythologizes Japanese history and the concept of a honorable samurai, with the world theming around Japanese folklore and the artistry, culminating in a game that criticizes Japanese history while also acknowledging the spirit of the nation. And I know this is a very ambitious idea for a modern AAA Atlus game, like Metaphor, especially when Katarina's social link exists, but even just be a war is bad message here. Please bear with me, that's clearly what Masayoshi Shido is supposed to be. That's pretty much what Masayoshi Shido is supposed to be. I mean, he's very kind of a vague, I imagine a sort of neoliberal critique of the LDP. I mean, I don't really see what else. I know that sounds very deranged and I sound up my ass for sharing this, and I may even feel a little embarrassed to share that idea. It's personally, I think it's more of a game I would make because I think it would be a very great idea, or at least it sounds cool in my head, but the thing about it is I'd have to be Japanese in order to make it, and sadly, I'm not Japanese. So I'm relying on somebody else to make this game for me, preferably somebody of Japanese descent. And it may be a little too ambitious of a project for Atlus. Like I said, it's honestly more of a joke me and my friend made that just sorta ended up sounding really promising in our heads, and I also really want to see how insane the opposing warlords would be, a la Metaphor's opposing candidates, as I think that would be really funny. Alternatively, Metaphor Wusha is next, but I don't think the world is ready for that. I don't think anybody's ready for that. In the end, I helped the traveling boy ascend the throne. I healed the world with the use of the DI spell. I burned my dopamine receptors with the stupidest endgame in JRPG history. Hulkenberg ended up getting hate grind by the final boss 3 times. And in the end, I learned not to think Gallica as her own person, and I no longer think she looks like Ice Spice. Speaking of Gallica, I'll close off being very annoying and self-righteous talking about Metaphor by saying this. I noticed there is a lot of artwork of Gallica from this game having a penis, of varying sizes, and I don't really know why this is the case, but my friend Jack from before seems to believe this is the case because she talks like she has a big penis, and I would have to agree in that regard. But anyways, Metaphor ReFantazio. I rate this game 5 race fakers out of 5. Sorry for blabbering too much about that. Let's move on. Next is none other than Icarus Uprising for the Nintendo 3DS. So, I'll say firsthand that I feel like a lot of my biases about this game come from the fact that I would consider the 3DS to actually be my favorite game system of all time. And I think this game exemplifies a lot of what I like about the 3DS era games. I think the 3DS is great, and I am just as annoying about the 3DS as I guess the average white boy Nintendo YouTuber is about the GameCube. The 3DS is home to some of my favorite games of all time, and I really love the look of 3DS games. I love the fuck-ass shaders and the rim lighting they put on to give them that weird sheen, that weird look and I love the 240p screen. The 240p screen is glorious, it's sexy even, and I think Kid Icarus Uprising is one of the best looking games on the system. More specifically, the thing I find most compelling about Kid Icarus Uprising on the 3DS is I like the sense of scale in the environments that is conveyed in the flight sections. Something about that on a system like the 3DS just sort of makes my brain light up. But Kid Icarus Uprising is a little weird because I remember being there for around Uprising's release, or at least watching a lot of videos on the eShop about Kid Icarus Uprising near its launch, and just being there in general. And I remember it being very interesting to me. It was kinda unlike anything I've ever seen before. I also remember seeing all the Kid Icarus anime OVAs when they came out on the Nintendo Video app service or whatever. I find it interesting that out of all of the shorts there, Palutena's Revolting Dinner is the only one that people talk about nowadays, which I don't blame them. That's the best one. Palutena gets fucking naked in that one. But overall, what I remember the most about Kid Icarus Uprising is pretty much how much of the marketing and overall money spent on this game was dedicated to making this game look like its control scheme wasn't for insane people. I believe the physical editions, or at least the initial ones, included a stand for the 3DS, and I remember they put a lot of emphasis on the Circle Pad Pro, but more on the controls later. But I think the thing that defines Kid Icarus the most, as well as games, is the humor. And Kid Icarus's humor may not be everyone's cup of tea, but to me, this shit is like crack for me. It's all I live for. The other day, I had a very passionate assertion in a Discord server, and I asserted that Kid Icarus Uprising was not in fact Whedon-esque humor like others had claimed in the server. I remonstrated these claims by insisting that Kid Icarus Uprising is actually sheltered anime fan humor. And it was very frustrating a while ago when everyone was beaming the Focus M meme, and they kept getting it all wrong and throwing baseless accusations, just not really getting what's up with it. People were calling Kid Icarus Uprising a Focus M game when it is very clearly Full Metal Alchemist humor. Well, like I said, I can only describe this game and actually many other similar games on the 3DS, like Fire Emblem Awakening, believe it or not. They sort of came hand in hand to me, and they're both for what I can describe as sheltered anime fans, and oh, to be a sheltered anime fan with a 3DS in 2013. Now, onto the gameplay, which, as you may know, is infamously not exactly suited for left-hand players, and to that I say skill issue. I believe that if people in the early 20th century and before knew that this game would come almost a century later, then I believe that every single act of discrimination that left-handed people faced during that time was justified. In fact, I think we should have kept doing it, only for the sheer existence of Kid Icarus Uprising. That was a joke if you couldn't tell. It is a very weird part of the game because that is a very damning part of the game, but I feel like for the type of game that Kid Icarus sort of strived to be, it might have been the only way it could be done. There was really no other way. But the actual problem I have with the gameplay is not actually the controls, but the problem I have with it is that the movement and your control on the ground during the ground phases is just too tied to the circle pad. You use the circle pad to move, but also to dodge, and you've also flicked the stick to run. But sometimes when you are flicking the stick, you will automatically dodge when you want to run. Just a bunch of stuff like that, and it's all tied to an invisible stamina gauge where it's very punishable on very high difficulties. If it runs out on very high difficulties, you're fucking dead. And it's like, what the fuck? Kid Icarus Uprising is a game that I can only really handle one mission at a time. I played the game mostly on 3D, which I mainly play a lot of 3DS games on 3D because I think it makes the games look much nicer. And I think just playing this game for too long might actually be too much for the human to handle. It's too peak, I guess. Kid Icarus Uprising is pretty good. But as previously stated, I am very biased towards the 3DS, and because of that, I'm not really sure how I would feel about a hypothetical re-release of Kid Icarus. I don't really like a lot of remasters, especially Nintendo remasters, and I feel like a lot of this game's identity is tied to it being on the 3DS. But I actually think I'll take partiality towards the left-handed community this time and say I wouldn't mind if it got a re-release with refined controls, and hell, I wouldn't even mind a sequel. But Kid Icarus Uprising, I think Kid Icarus Uprising is probably analogous to the Iraq War. I'm not really sure about how, but just trust me. Don't ask me how Amazon Pandora fits into this either. So yes, thank you Sakurai, the lead developer, the solo developer in this game, for making Space Harrier with Seinfeld playing on the bottom screen. It's a really good game, and I love it a lot. So thank you Sakurai. Next up is a game that is quote-unquote really rad. The Legend of Zelda. Of course, since I have played the mysterious Murasame Castle, of course I have to play the other quote-unquote sister series, The Legend of Zelda. Zelda 1 was a bit weird for me, for a while at least. I had originally believed that the game would be hard to approach due to its cryptic nature. The claims surrounding that the game is quote-unquote unplayable in the 21st century. I personally ended the debate and phenomenon once and for all by using the progress I had made in the Hyrule Warriors Legends for the 3DS Adventure map, which is basically the original map of the original game, to guide my way through the secrets of the land of Hyrule. I don't care if that makes me a fool. I worked hard on that adventure map. It was like being relayed a map. It was like think of it as being relayed a map from a previous hardened adventurer's journey. But also, one of the videos I saw that was affirming that the game was unplayable was also trying to get me to buy a book on Amazon. So who's to say? But honestly, to be honest, in the end, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter at all. It doesn't matter if you find all the secrets. It doesn't really matter if you find every upgrades. Who cares? Who cares if you use a guide? Yes, it might ruin some of the fun for a game to an extent, but I don't know. I feel like it doesn't really matter. Knowing all the secrets and using a guide doesn't magically really make the game easy. It might make it easier, but I personally found it somewhat difficult, both skill-wise and puzzle-wise. The main thing is that the game is not really as cryptic as people say. I think you can get through it pretty fine without most of the upgrades and, thinking it through. I guess if there was one thing to say that I really liked about this game, it would be the sound design. I really like the sound design in this game. I like that every sound effect feels really digitized and very advanced for the NES. I really like the sound of the boomerang. I like the sound of the waves on the ocean shore. And even the sound that Link makes when he gets hit, it's like a oh. Now, initially, when trying to find the words to describe what The Legend of Zelda feels like, I described it as being, I came to the conclusion initially that it was Monty Python and the Holy Grail-esque. Of course, this highly depends on which, I guess, palette you are using on the NES, however you were playing this game, because it really differs between like literally any version of the game that you play. But I feel like the game, at least to me, it has a very washed out, like sepia, hand-drawn feeling to it. Kind of like an oil painting or like an old comic book. Before I eventually realized that this is just what like fantasy was like in the 70s and 80s, and maybe even the 90s. And I really like how the early Legend of Zelda games really lean into that sort of influence and art style, you know, that era of fantasy and kind of just early D&D, if you know what I mean. And it also, the Legend of Zelda also feels very interesting as a game in the Zelda series. This is the first game in the series, of course, obviously. Unlike future entries in the series and any other one afterward, all the future entries, even like the dark apocalyptic games that come after this, they all have a very set world and civilizations in mind. You know, in a lot of Zelda games, you'll visit villages, you'll visit castles, you'll visit towns or whatever, towns with people on it. But in this game, the entire map of Hyrule is this really barren wasteland. And there's literally no civilization, no buildings, or at least it's all caves, it's all rocks, it's all plains, all bushes, and everybody who is a human is somewhere in a cave or a dungeon or underground or like trapped behind a wall or whatever for whatever reason. Maybe they're not even actual people, you know, some sort of creature or spirit or hallucination. Of course, I'm not actually well too versed in Zelda to know the timeline in detail, and I didn't check until later to find out that this one does in fact take place in the quote-unquote fallen hero timeline, in which Link dies during the events of, I believe, Ocarina of Time, and that would check out. This is definitely the most fallen hero of the Zeldas. When you, Link, the hero, are told to restore peace to Hyrule, it almost feels like there's no Hyrule left to save. You know, get Jacob Geller or on the shit or whatever, like the barren wasteland, the quiet sadness of Zelda 1. Also, when I finished this game, I finished it on a bus trip to Tacoma, Washington. I got a sandwich in Portland that had both mustard and honey mustard, and it was really tangy. And that tanginess helped me on my journey to vanquish the evil Ganon and restore peace to Hyrule. But what of Hyrule? So yeah, that kid was right. The Legend of Zelda 1 is really rad. And those creatures from Ganon, they're pretty bad. Next is none other than Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix for the PlayStation 2. Often considered by many to be one of the greatest action games of all time, and I may have to agree on that sentiment. So, my experience with the Kingdom Hearts series is a little complicated. I have considered myself a fan of the series for years. I was first introduced to the series in 2012 when my friend introduced me through the series through the games Recoded and Dream Drop Distance. I also owned and played Chain of Memories on the GBA, the GBA of Chain of Memories, and I've also played Dream Drop Distance in a bit of 358.5 days. And just whatever I could get my hands on. And just as a little side note, around 2015, I wanted to be emo/scene, kind of like an emo kid, and I don't think I would have pulled it off, to be honest, but when I was like 11, one thing that I grasped about emo people, at least back in the day, is that they like Kingdom Hearts, which is true. They do like Kingdom Hearts. So I would do this by bringing my DS Lite to school, and I would play Chain of Memories, before class, I would sit all by myself and I would play Chain of Memories because I wanted to capture the vibe spiritually. That's when I started growing out my hair, and I still have long hair to this day because I'm a tranny. And I would like listen to the Chain of Memories music like during class. Like I would, because I thought it made me emo in like a way. I don't really know why. I sort of want to take credit for being a sort of a proprietor of grasping the nostalgia that people would have for the mid 2000s, being like 11 or 12 and having like that simulacrum, a sense of what that era was like before the contemporary TikTok culture made it popular and hip to do. But I think I sort of know that's not true. Let's just say you should have seen the Super Smash Bros. Brawl video I made with Chicago Is So 2 years ago by Fall Out Boy. I made it when I was like 11 or 12. But regardless, what was this about? Oh yeah, this is about Kingdom Hearts. Of course, over the years, I have engaged with the series in many ways, and I know the ins and outs about it. Of course, I watched the cutscenes, I've read the manga adaptations, and I have a general grasp of the plot and everything. Basically, all of this to say is that while I do like Kingdom Hearts and would consider myself a fan of the series, I admittedly have not really played the series traditionally in the chronological order. In 2021, I finished the original Kingdom Hearts for the first time after owning the HD Remix collection for about 3 years before then, and I discussed it in the Games I Beat 2021 video. Or at least the person before this is what I meant to say. So, admittedly, before this point, I had never beaten Kingdom Hearts 2. This is not to say I haven't played it before. I had the original game physically for a bit, but I ended up selling it. One of the biggest, the weird thing about the PS2 era Square Enix games is that a lot of them have Japanese-only enhanced re-releases that make the original localizations games' existence feel kind of weird. Of course, there's a lot of nuance to a lot of them, so that's who's to say about that. Anyways, I'm going to be honest and say that I grabbed the ISO for the English patch version of the game from CD Romance, and I played it on my PS2. But for some reason, when I played the game, the game had a mandatory widescreen patch, which messed with a lot of the cutscenes in the UI, and it just didn't really look good on my 4x3 CRT. But eventually, I was able to get a normal 4x3 version of the game. I'm not really a big widescreen patch fan, by the way. I don't really like them. Where to even start with Kingdom Hearts 2? I guess I could start by saying that this, along with Chain of Memories, is when Kingdom Hearts truly starts becoming what it is, when it sort of grows up, in a sense. I mentioned that before when I played Kingdom Hearts 1, that Kingdom in the video before, is that Kingdom Hearts is a little more simplistic. It's very humble beginnings. In a way, it feels somewhat lighthearted, and you can tell they're definitely sticking to the initial vision of wanting to make a 3D platformer like Mario 64 with Disney. Which, of course, I think it's what makes the transition period between 1 and 2, and also Chain of Memories, from the final climax to Kingdom Hearts to Chain of Memories to 2 just really cool. In general, it truly blows my mind that Chain of Memories is able to justify both Sora VA's hitting puberty before the game's release by locking him up in a pod beforehand. Now, like Kid Icarus beforehand, I may be a little biased about how iconic this game to me is my mind. I have considered myself a huge enthusiast of old AMVs, which is in line with what I said earlier. So much so that I run, or in past tense ran, a Blue Sky account dedicated to posting AMVs, mostly of Kingdom Hearts and its father series, dedicated to finding and posting old AMVs. And Kingdom Hearts and its father series, Final Fantasy, are kind of champions of this. I just really love looking at old Kingdom Hearts videos on YouTube, old videos from the Kingdom Hearts fanbase around the release of Kingdom Hearts 2's release, and because of that, so many shots of this game's cutscenes are ingrained in my memory. And don't get me started on Hikaru Utada. Holy fuck, Sanctuary is a fucking insane song. They put their non-binary pussy into that song, let me tell you. Sorry, I think what's important here is that I finally got to experience Kingdom Hearts 2 for what it is, to actually play Kingdom Hearts 2. In a way, you could say the Kingdom Hearts 2 fan has finally played Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time. And let me tell you, it was an experience like none other. And I'm kind of surprised it took me this long to actually finish the game. Specifically, there was one particular memory instance I remember having actually played Kingdom Hearts 2, is that I was never told that sometimes when you die in certain situations, Mickeyton the Mouse 13 will come out of nowhere and fight in your stead, and I did not know about this. And I wish I could recreate the feeling of shock when I first played it. I was like, what the fuck? Why am I Mickey now? Holy fuck. You know, that kind of thing. But yes, the combat in Kingdom Hearts 2 is really, really good. Very fast-paced. I really like the customization with the skills and the AP system that Kingdom Hearts 2 adheres to. On paper, at least. More on that later. And I think the game is just shines with the way the game is fully able to embrace its I guess teen spirit in a way, and is just able to come up with so many ideas and scenarios for the fights and the combat and just make it really flow extremely well. Personally, especially with the reaction commands, to people who don't like reaction commands, and I kind of understand why. I mean, you just sort of mash triangle. It's like a quick time event, but there's no like timing to it, which I guess is fair, but a lot of them are cool. I will say that. To people who don't like reaction commands, have you considered a lot of them are cool? The overall approach and style that Kingdom Hearts 2 is going for is more apparent with the fact that they ended up giving Sora so many different drive forms. And while I'm a little mixed on the execution of the drive form system and the leveling system with it, I can't deny that they're really cool. My favorite form is probably the anti-form. It's so cool that I can't even be mad when it triggers. However, if you were to ask a fan of Kingdom Hearts, what makes Kingdom Hearts so special to them, besides everything that I already mentioned before, they would probably say it knows how to convey specific feelings and emotions very well. Feelings about the loss of childhood innocence and growing up. Most notably in this game with the opening sequence Twilight Town, starring Roxas, captures the scorching malaise of the final days of summer vacation. The fun's over, you have nothing left to do but to wait ahead and start getting busy. The town's eternally dusk, hence the name. Lazy Afternoons is playing in the background, its melody is carried by a very solemnly nostalgic oboe. Oboe? I think it's oboe. And I just love how the gameplay is integrated in the story. A story of teenage angst and isolation told in a very chunibyo, melodramatic way that only Kingdom Hearts can only really capture. Which Roxas's already vague understanding of existence is practically ripped away from him very suddenly when he finds out his entire life is a lie. He's not meant to exist. And his solemn goodbye from the life he thought he knew and what he realizes he has to do. And it's all told through a very slow-paced beginning to a highly beloved fast-paced action game. I think Twilight Town is probably one of the most compelling opening sequences of all time. I never truly think about openings in video games as much as I do endings in video games, but if I had to pick one, it is this one, for sure. However, admittedly, a lot of these moments in Kingdom Hearts 2, and maybe just the entire series, are very few and far between. It's kinda just Nomura's MO, as like whatever work he is attached to. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows what makes up the bulk of any Kingdom Hearts game will be the Disney worlds, which I can't personally say is the reason I love Kingdom Hearts as a series, and honestly, I appreciate them for what they are. I don't think Kingdom Hearts would really be the same or as special without them, surprisingly, and just really how far they are willing to go with the concept. Behind every whatever world that is essentially just a retelling of a Disney movie story can be some of the most intuitive and fluid combat and some of the coolest set pieces I've ever seen in a game, and it feels almost surreal in a way. The most striking thing about Kingdom Hearts throughout its entire runtime is just really how straight it plays it. When you're diving through the worlds of Kingdom Hearts, when you are fighting Pete in the Steamboat Willie world in Kingdom Hearts, and Yoko Shimomura is blasting in the background, you're landing combos on him. When the genie from Aladdin is a summon in this game, and he ends up copying Sora's drive forms, when I do a crazy special move team up with one of the many Disney party members in the world, when Auron from Final Fantasy X is being controlled by Hades, voiced by James Woods, who is pretty much blacklisted from the industry in Hollywood except for whenever he wants to voice Disney Hades for some reason. I don't really get it. When Auron is being controlled by Hades via wooden doll, Auron breaks free and starts talking shit to Hades, I can't help but think, yep, this is Kingdom Hearts. I wouldn't have it any other way. If anything, I think nothing truly describes the discrepancy that Kingdom Hearts presents itself with more than I feel like the game is simultaneously some of the most expressive animations on the PS2 that I know of, other than Silent Hill of course, but also not. While this is usually because there are varying degrees of cutscenes and the amount of time and effort that's devoted to cutscenes, pre-rendered, the cool animated detail cutscenes, voice stationary cutscenes, and the text cutscenes, for every detailed expressive facial animation captured on one of the many original characters, like when Sora and Roxas are saying goodbye to Twilight Town, there are demonic skinwalkers, vague facsimiles of a Disney character. Some might say that the original Disney characters are demonic skinwalkers, but that's besides the point. I am not usually a fan of how Kingdom Hearts translates a lot of the traditional 2D designs of all the characters in 3D. Like the genie scenes in the game. They try to capture the original source material and how expressive the genie is because he's like Robin Williams or whatever. But I think he just looks really scary and really awkward in this game, and I don't really like him. But I do like that he's voiced by Homer Simpson, and especially Flounder. Well, I fucking hate Flounder in general. He's a stupid chud, and I hate him. I've hated him for years, and I hate how stupid he looks in this game. I can't hate Sebastian, though. He's really cool. Admittedly, while I do think a lot of the movies are cool, I guess, I often find myself quite cynical of Disney movies and Disney enjoyers. But unfortunately, as much as I like them, sometimes they can actually be kinda sauced. And I feel like that's sort of the thing. I often find myself eternally debating about Disney movies as products of people versus products of Disney. And I generally just feel very cynical about the prospect of Disney adult, and how can I not be? Come on. Perhaps in that way, my heart has truly been corrupted by darkness, and I am a heartless. And that's sort of the thing. The thing that I want to do the most is I really want to dive into the mind, or the heart, of a stereotypical Disney adult, the one that you can think of in your mind. What kind of things would this straw man of a quote-unquote Disney adult value in something like Kingdom Hearts? A lot of my enjoyments about Kingdom Hearts come from a lot of things I've come to love about video games, and especially Square video games for... I can't really see or imagine what a hypothetical Disney adult would value in Kingdom Hearts. I will say, I really like Pluto in this game, and I think I actually prefer the Kingdom Hearts Pluto than any other version of Disney Pluto I have seen. I love the fact that Pluto in Kingdom Hearts' entire purpose is to be a messenger for the Disney Kingdom. And when he's not doing that, he just stands there and acts like a dog. Like, he is with Kairi for the entire time in Kingdom Hearts 2, and all he does is just stand there. Like, Axel doesn't give a fuck about him. It's awesome. And since I don't really know where to put this, For as much as Final Fantasy fans have dismissed and criticized the incarnations of the Final Fantasy characters in this game for being mischaracterizations or different, I actually kind of like the approach the series, or at least the first game, more solemnly followed, as being different interpretations of the characters and just. But at least in Kingdom Hearts 2, it kind of tries to balance between the two, you know, with the Advent Children characters. But I do understand that it sort of ruins a lot of people's perceptions about the characters, and it leads to a lot of mischaracterization, at least on the fanbase's part. One thing is true for certain: when it's time for Kingdom Hearts to hit, it sure as hell knows how to hit a home run. Kingdom Hearts has captured the hearts of many people worldwide for so many reasons. People like Kingdom Hearts because of the cinematics, the story, the emotion, the combat, the characters, including mine. And all of this for a Disney game. The melodrama, the edgy archetypal characters in the Organization 13, everything. Yeah, I mean this when I say it. I mean this when I say this. I did really cry at the ending of this game. It truly is a perfect ending, and it's just completely serene after such an insane finale with The World That Never Was. The World That Never Was is one of my favorite final hours in any video game. It's just so motherfucking swagged out. For lack of a better term, it's peak. It just kind of stimulates my brain in so many different ways. And as much unanimous praise the final boss and its laser dome gets, I think it really just overshadows how amazing these final hours is, especially with the fucking dragon fight and the Sora and Riku team up in general. And what the fuck do you know about the secret ending? Overall, I enjoyed the time I had with Kingdom Hearts most of the time. I personally found it a little annoying when you have to second visit every town near the end of the game, especially after the Battle of the 1000 Heartless. But when people say that Kingdom Hearts is a game with a great beginning and ending, I go, I don't know, I'm an RPG fan. This is just kinda how I view a lot of my favorite works out there, really of any medium. The ending or the climax is just the reason why I think it's so great and why I think a lot of things are so great. And the hours I have spent dealing with Disney Pete's bullshit was worth it in the end. Kingdom Hearts Pete is like the fucking biggest goon out there. He's a fucking goon. He's the fucking goon of all time. But at the end of the day, Kingdom Hearts doesn't really care what you think. It doesn't care if you think Twilight Town is too long. It doesn't care if you think it's lame and gay. It doesn't care if you think it's boring. It is Kingdom Hearts. And I think at the end of the day, did I say that again? I don't really know. In the end, Kingdom Hearts will forever truly be something special. Nothing really quite like it, even in its mother series of Final Fantasy. And Kingdom Hearts 2 is just most evident in that fact. And this is one of the best games of all time. I truly believe that, despite everything. And I believe it. Glorious Scarf Hero Level 1 Critical Road Randomized Run in the future? Probably not. I find it quite crazy that Kingdom Hearts is a thing that exists metaphysically on this plane of existence. This postmodern capitalist society or whatever. I will say that Kingdom Hearts 2, as much as I do think it is deserving of all of its praise, it might be praised a little too much compared to the rest of the series, at least. As hard as it is to believe, Kingdom Hearts does not do everything right. I think the skill learning and the leveling of the forms is just not a very good system. I think it's kind of annoying. And I found myself liking the overall level design of Kingdom Hearts 1 way better. It's way better just ludologically. Like, what the fuck happened? The level design in Kingdom Hearts 2 is kind of bad, or lack thereof. Actually, as somebody whose first experience with Kingdom Hearts was String Drop Distance and even Chain of Memories, I never actually felt truly adjusted to the world design and the length of the levels in these games. Also, since I don't know where to put this, I'll say this at the very end. And also, since I don't know where to put this, I think the HD remix ports, not only do they kind of make the game a little icky, I mean, it's just an upscale of a PS3, PS2 port, and it makes it look all like plastically and fake, but the music in the original game is just way better. The original synthesized score, yes, even the rendition of the Pirates of the Caribbean theme. But the most damning thing about Kingdom Hearts 2 is, with how much Square Enix has been pursuing action games for the past decade, with 16, the remake project, and even Stranger of Paradise, it's a bit of a shame that team that worked on Kingdom Hearts 2, the Kingdom Hearts 2 was probably the only game they made before being split up all over the place, and they've never really quite materialized after that. Of course, the team was going to make Final Fantasy Versus 13, which is another can of worms, but in actuality, I think if you want to play Kingdom Hearts for combat, I think you have to play the Mickey Mouse game for Kingdom Hearts combat. It keeps you humble. Regardless of everything, despite all the problems I have with Kingdom Hearts 2, and the game may not be perfect, but I also think the game is perfect and worthy as one of the best action games of all time. All of these games' flaws mean nothing to me except for one major flaw, and what really bogs it down for me. I just wish that Orson Welles was able to live long enough to voice a Keyblade Master in this game. He was dead 20 years before this game came out, but I really wish he would have stuck around to be able to voice it. I think he would have killed it. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I left this next entry empty on my, I guess, script, not to ruin the immersion of this video, but I do have a script. I left this next entry on my script empty for many months because I initially didn't know what to say. A game that you could say has left me speechless this entire time, and this game was none other than Wario Land Shake It for the Nintendo Wii. So, this is the third Wario platformer game I have played behind Wario Land 4 and Wario World. And after my third rodeo with him, I'm starting to believe that Wario games might be one of the most legit Mario adjacent platformers. I feel like Wario just kinda has a sort of juice to him that I don't think Mario or Yoshi, maybe Donkey Kong, but Wario just sorta has a juice that I don't think Mario, Yoshi, or maybe Donkey Kong, but I'd have to play more Donkey Kong, have ever really achieved. And Wario Land Shake It is no exception to this. I'll also say that I think the idea for this game's art direction, which comprises of animation work done by a major anime studio like Production IG, weirdly ambitious for a Wario game, a fucking Wario game. But Wario Land Shake It is actually pretty solid. The actual, I like the platforming. The controls are pretty responsive, and it's pretty clean. It's pretty clean, but noticeably a lot slower than Land 4 or even World. And I personally don't mind a lot of the motion control gimmicks in Wii games, and I think they can actually be really cool for the most part. But this one might have been kind of rough at times. Like, the game is pretty responsive, the platforming and everything, but the actual motion controls, I thought something about them felt a bit weird. And it kind of bogs it down for a lot of people, including myself. And I really like the bosses in this game, weirdly enough, and I think it's one of the reasons why I like Wario platformers out of all the other Mario adjacent games, is just how solid the boss fights can be. And I don't really know. I don't really have much to say, but I think this is a weirdly underrated Nintendo platformer, and I'd expect it to have more fans at least, even for like a Wario platformer. and I kind of wish it was a little more popular. Unfortunately, as much as I like the animation and the platforming and most stuff about this game, I find the other two Wario games I have played, Land 4 and World, to be a little more appealing to me. Mainly due to just how surreal they are, to experience. It doesn't mean it's bad, I just didn't feel the same confoundery that playing Wario Land and 4 left me in. Like when I played Wario Land and 4 and Wario World, sorry, I'm fucking up. I was like, it's a game that is so weird and surreal that it makes me go, where are these games among my life? And even among the developer of this game, Goodfeel, Kirby's Epic Yarn is way better. Kirby's Epic Yarn clears this game by a long shot. I'm sorry. And I've yet to play their later games after the Wii era, but I kind of want to check them out, and I especially want to check out Bakuru. Holy fuck, that game looks sick. But Wario Land Shake It. I think it deserves my love, even if I don't really think it is the best I have played. And also, I didn't mean to accidentally have the top review on Backlogged for this game by saying Wario Land Jerk Your Own Cock Game. I didn't even come up with that joke, I stole it from somebody else. I apologize profusely. 3 years ago, in my scrapped script in my 2022 games, I wrote that after playing that year's Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes, that I saw no reason to revisit the original Fire Emblem Warriors, because I thought it sucked. Turns out I was wrong in revisiting Fire Emblem Warriors, not the fact that I thought it sucked. Of course, next is Fire Emblem Warriors, and honestly, what hasn't been said about Fire Emblem Warriors that hasn't been said before? It's almost a thing of the past. A glint in the now 100 million system selling history in the Nintendo Switch's hegemony. Its flaws are very apparent and very palatable. Froster's biased, there's too many clones, the story's lackluster, you name it. It's been said a million times before. But to me, I think I can only really describe Fire Emblem Warriors that exist in my mind in Beach Boys terms. Fire Emblem Warriors is a best of Beach Boys album with only Surfin' USA and Pet Sounds. Now Pet Sounds is a masterpiece, it really is. That and Surfin' USA, which as a kid I used to think was the first song ever created in America, might be the type of sound people think when they think of the Beach Boys. With this, it ends up missing a lot of classics, or at least my personal favorites throughout the years, the Smile Session era, the entirety of Beach Boys Love You, etc. But in the end, well, I can't really say no to Pet Sounds, can I? Now, if you heard those words and you said, Gloria, are you seriously comparing the cast of Awakening and Fates to that of the 1966 Beach Boys masterpiece Pet Sounds? And to answer your question, yes. Yes, I did. That's just how we do it around here. Don't ask. I actually own both the new 3DS version and the Switch version. I bought the new 3DS version first, and then I ended up buying the Switch version later, and I also started playing this game on the new 3DS before eventually transitioning over to the Switch version. I'm not really sure why, but I did get some dead pixels on my 3DS earlier that year, and that's probably why, maybe, I don't really know. I'm actually a huge fan of the 3DS version of Hyrule Warriors, so it's not like I'm fundamentally opposed to playing Muzos on a handheld title like the 3DS. Anyways, when I ended up making the switch to the Switch, I was pretty far on the 3DS version, around chapter 15, and so I ended up rushing the entire game's campaign in a couple hours on the Switch, using Chrom and his special extra powerful amiibo weapon you get by scanning his amiibo. Now sit down, I'm gonna tell you about something. If you pay attention to the Fire Emblem spin-offs, you will notice a very interesting phenomenon when it comes to the Fire Emblem spin-offs and how they represent the different entries, or at least the runs around the time. You will notice that most of the decisions of the rosters are based entirely off Japanese popularity polls from when the original game came out. For instance, Owain was the second most popular male pick in the initial Awakening popularity poll in Japan. Same with Tharja, at number 3 female. at the number 3 females, along with Cordelia at number 4 and Olivia at number 8. For the Fire Emblem Fates poll in Japan, Jacob is one of the most popular male non-noble units. He did not make an appearance in this game, which I can only assume is because they did not want to add his knife weapon or the butler class, but I did notice that in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Jacob has a spirit, but not his counterpart Felicia. Oboro is the third and most popular non-noble unit in this game, and I find it very weird because I feel like that is very much a recency bias, which is very interesting because I feel like Oboro's popularity and cultural impact does not really reflect this, at least as much cultural impact a Fire Emblem Fates side character can have. The top 7 most popular characters from Fire Emblem Awakening were added to Smash as either playable characters, in the case with Robin and Lucina, or even Chrom, or trophies in Smash 3DS, including the infamously cut Tharja trophy. Want me to go any further? The spirits included in the DLC for Byleth and Smash Ultimate are simultaneously popular and not. In the Garrick Mock stage in Smash Ultimate, outside of the main lords, Dimitri, Dedue, and Ingrid appear in the Blue Lions. Edelgard, Petra, and Dorothea appear in the Black Eagles, and Claude, Hilbert, and Lorenz appear as the Golden Ear, along with Rhea, Sedith, and Flane as the Church of Saros units. Now, Dimitri, Edelgard, and Claude are the lords of their games, the main characters, and thus easily the most popular. Dedue is included in this. He's the mandatory, he's the second in charge in the Blue Lions. Basically, he's like the second in command for the Blue Lions for Dimitri, even though there are more Blue Lions that are unfortunately more popular picks, like Sylvain. But interestingly, Hubert, despite also being the second in command for Hubert also being the second in command for Edelgard is not part of the Black Eagles. Hubert is cast aside over Petra and Dorothea, which is unfortunate because Hubert is also a woman. So I don't see why she wouldn't be excluded from this. And I don't ever think a popularity poll was ever held for Fire Emblem 1 or Shadow Dragon. I think they just went off vibes, but I don't deny the fact that these were probably the most characters in Shadow Dragon. They're very cool. I mention all of this because Intelligent Systems knows who's popular, or at least knows what's popular, and adheres to these picks very adhesively. And Fire Emblem Warriors comes off as a very interesting roster, heavily biased towards these picks because of this, but in a very awkward sense. And Fire Emblem Warriors is obviously very clearly recency bias, and it's just advertising what is new. Obviously, this game does not have really any character. This game barely has any characters that were made before, like, 2008 is when the Shadow Dragon remake came out. In this case, the Shadow Dragon, it does count as its own entry, its own original universe because of the redesigns, but you know what I mean. No Ike, no Sigurd, no Roy. We do have Lyn and Celica though, but those don't really count. They're post-game units, they're side units, they're characters that are not important to the overall story, and you unlock them in the side mode. But in the original roster, Frederick is such a weird pick. Like Dedue, he is really only there because he's part of the main trio along with Chrom and Lissa. But I'm glad him and Lissa are in there because, well, I fucking love that Frederick's moveset consists of him sliding and drifting a horse around. It's really funny. And Lissa is really fun too, and I think her moveset just really sells the idea of her character just being a small girl with a comically big axe, which is a really good trope if you ask me. Now, notice that I refer to both of those characters as unique entities in their movesets and just the way they go. But along with those arguably important characters in the narrative, Robin, Lucina, Lissa, Frederick, etc., there comes Cordelia, who just feels there. She doesn't really serve any purpose in the narrative, at least not that I can recall, and her presence feels weirdly forgotten about after a while. Hey, even more than Kellum, am I right? For the Fates roster, in the base game we mostly have the royal units. No Azura, fair, but I think I would argue that she is arguably one of the most important characters in the game. But I guess when you have to include the Fates roster, you have to include like all 6 of them anyways, 6, 7. Personally, the modern cast was never really my favorite, but I do think they were really cool. I always found the side cast of Fates more interesting. And I regret to inform you, character Corrin is probably the worst character in this game, probably one of the worst characters in any Muso game I have played. Oh, and don't get me started on the DLC. For the most part, the DLC is in line with what the popularity polls, and I'm glad these characters are in the game either way. But a lot of the characters are NPCs in the story that were later sold as DLC, like Owain, Niles, and Oboro, and most of them are clones, except for Lind, Azura, Oboro, and Olivia. And that's the thing about Fire Emblem Warriors, this game just has a lot of clones. At least every other moveset in the base has at least one clone or another, whether it be in the base game, and it's just a big problem with it. But none of this really matters in the long run, because you know what? The game is fun, god damn it. This is probably one of the most fun Muso games out there. Especially with my personal favorite moveset in this game. Notice that I am calling them movesets rather than characters. My favorite one is to play is the Myrmidon class, assigned to both Lyn and Navarre. If this game was just a Lyn, I'd probably think it was one of the best games ever. But as a Muso game, in general, I find it very interesting about its approach to the enemy soldiers in this game. They're pretty much there to just get mowed, and in most Muso games, the enemies will usually have a health bar. Even in Dynasty Warriors 3, they can wreck your shit. But in Fire Emblem Warriors, I'm not even sure if they can attack you. They're just there, and you get like 2,000 kills a match or whatever. In general, I think the worst part about Fire Emblem Warriors is the ways that it tries to be a Fire Emblem game. The game tries to incorporate Fire Emblem into what is basically Dynasty Warriors 8. Every single Muso spin-off is basically Dynasty Warriors 8. When you play Dynasty Warriors 8, you'll notice that this is where every single game got it from. Fire Emblem Warriors includes heavy emphasis on the weapon triangle of the Fire Emblem series. Spread throughout the game's roster are 13 sword users, 5 lance users, and the only grounded one is DLC, 5 mages, 4 axe users, only one of them is grounded too, 4 archers that all play the same, and 1 Manakete. Characters like Chrom and Lucida who can use lances when they promote in their original games, even characters like Frederick and Leo who pull out different weapons in their specials can't use them in battle. Now, the unevenness of the weapon triangle isn't much of an issue in the story mode, at least in the normal, since it's really just not that difficult and just sort of designed around it. But in history mode, which is basically this game's version of the side modes in any Warriors game, more likely in this case homaging Hyrule Warriors adventure mode. I imagine this game was built off the success of Hyrule Warriors, so I'm basically judging that in its regard. But in the adventure mode, the weapon triangle can be ride and die for a lot of situations. Sometimes, you can only bring 1 or 2 characters in an arena and you have to deal with fighting an enemy on a type of disadvantage, and sometimes the enemy will just completely shut you down, forcing you to use a specific singular unit. Sometimes you're just Tiki or Corrin, and every single lord will most likely have an anti-dragon weapon on them, because that's what Fire Emblem wards do. They kill dragons, and you can't do anything. You'll get fucked. And if I recall, there's not even a lot of master skills for every character in this game, which admittedly might be kind of awesome, but a lot of the character combos are just locked behind promoting, and I really but I really enjoyed the supports of this game, seeing how the characters spread throughout the games represented in this would interact, and that's kind of where I had most of the fun, is using all of the characters and grinding the supports. That's kind of my enjoyment with a lot of Fire Emblem games, at least games like Awakening and Fates. Is I am a support grinder and reader, and I like to read supports. But overall, in hindsight, I don't really blame the direction that Fire Emblem Warriors ended up. I assume, like I said before, I assume this game is following up Hyrule Warriors. I mean, this game is following up Hyrule Warriors. They made it because they made Hyrule Warriors, but imagine having to make a roster that accounts for all 14 Fire Emblem games at the time of the release, making a diverse roster and fighter styles, making sure fans of each entry get a fair share, and making your picks popular and beloved. All within the usual 30-ish characters that Muso spin-offs usually supply and get. And in general, I think they were held back by adhering to their sense of what the Fire Emblem franchise was. They couldn't really go all in and make something like a ballistician, whatever you pronounce, class or merchant class for Anna. The thing about this is just that I really like the 3DS era of Fire Emblem. I have a big soft spot for it. It's probably one of my favorite, and I just really like how this game sort of represents all of that. I mean, this game did come out of the tail end of the 3DS. It's a Switch game that came out in 2017. It's basically a send-off. Compared to Hyrule Warriors, everyone loves Skull Kid and Majora's Mask, but in Fire Emblem, there's over 40 to 70 characters for a game, and every single one is someone's favorite, and you have to deal with that fact. But its successor, Fire Emblem Three Hopes, actually manages to fix, or at least find a compromise to every single issue Fire Emblem Warriors has, and I truly think the combat in this game is truly amazing, and that game is actually really good. I will discuss it further in a later date, but hopefully I will discuss it in a later date, maybe in the next year's video, but holy fuck, that game. Next, it's a game I decided to play for its 10-year anniversary. A game that came out 10 years ago, and it shows. None other than Life is Strange. So believe it or not, the way that I am familiar the most with Life is Strange is, believe it or not, a Jacksepticeye playthrough of this game I watched nearly 10 years ago. And I don't even think the game was finished yet, and it was episodic. But I never finished it. I never finished that playthrough, and that was how I was familiar with Life is Strange, and that was how I experienced Life is Strange. But like I said, never finished it. Another reason that I wanted to play Life is Strange was that it takes place in Oregon, the place where I lived, kinda, a place I am very familiar with. And let's just say, and I will say, I speak from experience here, as somebody who's from Oregon and has been to the Oregon coast many times for life. I usually go there almost like every year, in fact. I would say that this is in fact very accurate. This is a very accurate portrayal of the PNW. But while I don't think I have been to the specific places people believe they got the image references from, because this is a French studio, this is from a studio that does not even live on the same continent as Oregon, and even though I don't think it's confirmed, I would not be surprised if Florence in Oregon, the town of Florence, was modeled after this game. This really looks like it, and I am quite familiar with the town of Florence. The Frenchmen at Don't Nod did a really good job replicating the feel of being a PNW dyke, and I commend them for that. Even though that the high school in this game is like basically a campus because it's developed by a French studio. But most importantly, with this fact, considering that Life is Strange is developed by a French studio, I can't help but notice that Life is Strange has very similar material conditions to that of Tom Green's Freddy Got Fingered, a French-adjacent country romanticizing the state of Oregon. But I like Life is Strange because I am very familiar with a lot of things about Life is Strange, and I think I can relate to it. I liked it when this game referenced a thing I liked or was familiar with. Okay, I clapped when I walked into the bathroom of the diner and the words "Fire Walk With Me" was engraved on the bathroom mirror. I clapped when Chloe's license plate was Twin Peaks, and I clapped when that happened. There's a girl that could be seen wearing a yellow and green Oregon sweatshirt in the beginning, and I sway face because those are like the Oregon duck colors. Hashtag Go Ducks. And I sway face so hard when they reference Ken Kesey, and it's an author I'm a really big fan of. He's like a cameo. John Lennon, he said, "Life is what happens when you're busy making plans." I liked it when Max and Chloe, they watched a Blade Runner together, and Chloe said, "I wanted bangs like Chris." And yeah, and maybe the fact that it feels so close to what I consider home is why I like it so much. But of course, the fact that Life is Strange references a lot of things is not the only reason I like Life is Strange. Life is Strange came out at a very interesting time. It's clearly riding off the coattails of narrative games like Telltale and other similar games in that matter. It feels like a lot of games that came out around this time or before its release that are basically clamoring and saying, "No, I promise, the choices actually matter this time." Like the previously mentioned Telltale, Mass Effect, Fable, all of that. Forgive me for saying this, but there is a joke in Rick and Morty. Please don't click off the video, I promise this is important. Where Morty is like, "I wish I could have a remote that lets me save and reload like a video game." And there's a really long elaborate bit about like Morty having a remote that lets him save and reload like a video game. And I remember when I watched that episode, it bugged me. Because I know whoever wrote that episode was specifically talking about a game like a CRPG like Fallout or the Elder Scrolls. And this is important because this is exactly the type of game that Life is Strange I feel like is subverting. But it's personally something I never truly valued in a game, and I personally don't really see the eternal pursuit to have a game where choices truly matter. And on top of that, I think Life is Strange is just a very compelling story through and through. It is definitely a game defined by a lot of moments and key sequences in the story. You can tell that a big emphasis was really put on making a lot of those moments just really hit, and it's moments that really stand out, almost like snapshots in a collage, like the wall of pictures on Max's wall. It's just the assorted shenanigans that Max and Chloe get into, and the way they slowly reconnect and bond over the course of the story. And while I can't say I like every moment, I think the story goes in some ways that I'm a little indifferent on. There's some parts that I don't necessarily think contribute to the story in the long run. Some of them are admittedly a little enjoyable and some of them are not. But in a lot of ways, I'm okay with that. I genuinely do like to see the shit that Max and Chloe get into. I'm like, it's a very endearing game because of that. It's a very endearing game for just how minute the type of shit that Max and Chloe get into, at least in the perspective of video games. When I was younger, despite enjoying what I seen, I remember claiming to end up not really like this game in retrospect during my teenage years because I thought it was cringe. You know, everybody is cringe in this game, but now I can tell you wholeheartedly that I love this game and its stupid fucking dialogue. I think the main difference here is that I have warmed up to the word hella in the coming years since then. I used to hate the word hella. Now, I don't really care for it. I have friends who say hella a lot. And in general, just the direction the writing went with the slang choices in this game is absolutely genius. It really does just add to the story wholeheartedly. No other way of putting it. Go fuck yourself is genius. Like, holy shit. I like to believe that I have a very high cringe tolerance. I actually really do. I like to think that's probably one of the biggest boons of my character, and it kind of defines me in a lot of ways. So this doesn't even really faze me in any way. And even if it did, well, women are allowed to be cringe. Let's just say, at least for a lot of people my age, a lot of women, this game is like weirdly egg core. And when I say egg core, I mean egg as in closet trans woman. And to be honest, I'm a bit hesitant to give it such a label, but I honestly think it's just kind of cis woman core, if that makes sense. I mean, maybe even just like faggot core or whatever. I don't know. I don't apply labels to demographics. That's how they get you. But I guess I can kind of see it because I do I do remember when I originally played that game, I remember being very jealous of Max. And not just because she had cool time powers, but I think I remember wanting to be her and Chloe. And now I kinda am. Now, personally, I would like to consider myself like Max. I like taking pictures. When I go out and do fun stuff, I usually end up bringing not only my circa 2013 camera with me, but also my DSi camera. I can never miss a photo op, and I guess I'm a bit of a goody two-shoes, at least compared to my girlfriend, and I think I ended up living a bit of a sheltered life like her. But as much as I like to say I'm Max, I have to acknowledge something that I think it is really, really funny how much of a sort of not great person Max is, but in like a really funny way. I think it's really funny how she purposely snoops into other people's business and uses it against other people. Like, when you're helping Kate in that one scene, you know the one, and you talk about it with her. When you're helping Kate in that one scene, and you talk about it with her, and then Kate is like, "You went into my fucking dorm?" And just the way she abuses her time powers to win arguments and just be a little petty bitch, and the way she uses that elaborate scheme to fuck with Rachel that one time, it's really funny. It's actually really funny. At least Chloe has very good reasons to act the way she does. Max doesn't really have anything. It's something you don't really think about much when you are playing the game. It's sort of diegetic in that regard, but it's actually really funny. But I believe, whether intentional or not, it's sort of this game's strongest virtue. I think the women cast, they're very strongly written and very compelling, mostly because they are very flawed and very shitty in very, very inconsequential ways, which of course is because they're all teenagers. Of course they're all going to be very shitty and very funny, inconsequential ways. This game just sort of does something to me. I find myself falling for the spell it casts upon you, and I end up playing its game. It appeals to me a lot. I have a huge soft spot and fondness for the ways this game just sort of embodies that early to mid 2010s indie Tumblr girl, white girl sheen. The sheen it so proudly radiates and wears on its back. I just really love that kind of a thing. And while I was not familiar with most of the artists featured in the soundtrack, sans Alt J and Bright Eyes, I really like Bright Eyes, by the way. I did find myself listening to the licensed music a couple times. This game has a really good licensed soundtrack, probably admittedly one of my favorites. As previously stated, I do go up to the Oregon coast every year, and I remember walking along the shoreline listening to the music that was featured in the game during the sunset, and it was great. It was just like Life is Strange. And I was even in situations in real life when I went, oh, I wish I had Max's time powers so I can undo my mistake. I might have even had like a Life is Strange-esque dreams where I ended up having them. It's fucking scary. And as somebody who was looking to move up to the SeaTac region from Oregon, I feel like the final choice really hit me in that regard. And in a lot of ways in my life, I feel like I do kind of wrestle between all of the people and leaving my town and everyone I knew in it for a beautiful lesbian relationship, just like Max did in the ending of Life is Strange, and I feel like I can't really have one without the other. And speaking of beautiful lesbian relationships, people are so mean to Warren. It makes me sad it is true that I would never ever in my entire life pick him over a beautiful lesbian relationship with Chloe. I would never turn down a chance to see the original Planet of the Apes movies in theaters either. Hashtag go ape. In general, I feel like I'm very glad to have barely interacted with any and all discussion of this game, so I feel like it makes me think very highly of it being untainted by such corruption and all that. But most importantly, when people talk about games, maybe even just like media in general, works of art, like Life is Strange, I feel like there's this weird sense of entitlement when people talk about this game, where it's like, this video's aesthetics are very time sensitive and do not line up, therefore it aged badly. In fact, honestly, it's kind of the worst thing. It kind of pisses me off when it comes to media criticism. Nothing actually pisses me off more than that, personally. I don't know, maybe they're all right. Maybe they should make a remake of this game that aligns more with the current day, where they all speak very misappropriated African-American vernacular. I think I feel very similar to this game in a lot of ways as I am to Persona 5. I mean, they both kind of exist in the same sort of mind space in my mind, and I promise it is more than that. They're both set in high school. They both came out around the similar time, as I previously stated. Life is Strange shows its age in a lot of places, and I feel like that's something that is very underappreciated about Persona 5. Maybe in that way it's kind of timeless, but I always wonder that people act like Persona 5 is way older than people act like it is. And both games have a great character that says the word kek. That's all you have to know. That's the link that ties them all together. Does this make sense? I hope it does. So, after playing Life is Strange, I now understand that save states are the devil and I should never use them. Except I do anyway. I like this game a lot, and I think it may be up there in one of my favorite games ever. It reminds me a lot of my youth. And one final quick anecdote about Life is Strange. This may be a game that I feel bad for kind of talking about myself a lot when I talk about this game in a lot of ways, but I guess it is a game that makes one think heavily of the self in a way. Now, I, as an individual, have been prone to epileptic episodes and photosensitivity in my life. I infamously had an incident where I had an epileptic episode watching Star Trek Into Darkness, and it is something that affects a lot of my life, surprisingly. And admittedly, a lot of the time I do not do the greatest job to regulate my exposure to such things. I mean, realistically, I don't really see myself going to like a rave or a club, and I don't think I'll ever do psychedelics because of this. But when I watch an anime that has an abundance on strobing, I try to watch in a brightly lit area, and I usually just close my eyes during these moments. And so, every time you boot up Life is Strange, they have a photosensitivity warning, and to be fair, it flashes very quick. You wouldn't be able to read it entirely. They're in a lot of games. This is not the only game to have a photosensitivity warning on it, but usually in a lot of these games, I don't really pay attention to it. To me, I see it and I go, yeah, right, probably some pussy shit, I can handle it. It's like the California cancer FDA warning they put on everything. It eventually becomes sort of nothing after a while. When I played Life is Strange during the school party section in the pool, there was a lot of strobing in it because it is a party. It is a school party, and I was playing in 5 in the morning, and it was still dark out, and it was in a dark room, and admittedly, I did have a bit of an episode when I saw it. Nothing too bad, and I think I just ended up shaking it off after a while. But that was, it's been a while since something like that actually happened to me. But to me, that actually speaks a lot to the quality of a work. It can be quite dangerous for me to watch it, and I end up still thinking it's pretty good. Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me, which I mentioned before, and this is referenced in like Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me. Fire Walk With Me is one of my favorite movies of all time, and the flashing the movie gets really crazy. My ass would not survive the Red Room. The Star Trek reboots do not get away with this. Those movies are bad, but the actors in it are really good though. Despite really liking this game, I don't really have interest in playing the other games in the Life is Strange series. For the most part, they're not really made by the same people, and I don't really think they'll be able to capture the same magic that this game has going for it, and I'm very hesitant to check them out. Life is Strange is just a very weird game to get franchised in the way that it is. It doesn't really feel natural at all. For example, as much as I am interested in checking out Before the Storm, the prequel to this game, I like to think that this game actually works better with Rachel Amber not really being an established character and just sort of a mysterious figure. What I do actually hope to eventually getting around is that I would imagine is very similar to this game is Gone Home. I need that former half of the 2010s hipster Kino in my system. I wanted to play it last year, but I never got around to it. As well as Don't Nod's previous game, Remember Me. Life is Strange, as of the making of this video, is by far my favorite PNW Dyke Slop game, and I don't know if that can be beaten in my eyes. Oh, and Max Caulfield is absolutely right about Spirits Within. That movie kicks ass. Alright, enough of that gay shit. Next is a badass, motherfucking, cool as shit game for the Nintendo 64, Sin and Punishment, an on-rail shooter by none other than Treasure, set in the desolate year of 2007. They were a little off in that regard. The economy didn't even crash yet, but regardless, I did not know a game could even be this cool on the N64. I know I'm saying this as some sort of hyperbolic glazing, you know, because it looks cool, but really, this is a game that ends up pulling off a lot of stuff that I never really thought would be possible on the Nintendo 64, and a lot of stuff that can only really be done on the Nintendo 64. This is another game that I wanted to play for a while, but I felt very insistent on feeling like I had to play it on, which this game is essentially designed around, and I was waiting for the opportunity to come around to play this game on an N64. It was possible. It just didn't really sort out in the way that I thought it would. But I ended up playing this game regardless, emulated on the Wii, not on the Virtual Console. I played this game with the Wii homebrew using a GameCube controller. And believe it or not, it's not actually that bad of a way to play it. I got by it pretty fairly there. The game's called Sin and Punishment. That's kind of all you gotta know there, and knowing that the game is, it might be pretty cool. And when you play this game, the aesthetically, you can tell the game is it is riffing off Japanese pop culture that was, I guess, popular alongside the turn of the millennium, most notably Evangelion and Mamoru Oshii. I don't really know how to describe it, but seeing this sort of futuristic, I guess grungy, maybe cyberpunk, it's not really cyberpunk, but it kind of is, a late 90s like industrial aesthetic in a game like this, from the era when it ranged and was popular, aside from the works that, of course, stuff like Evangelion and Mamoru Oshii, as previously stated, it always feels weird to see games like this from the era, from the recent memory, when it emerged and popular, because these days it always feels sort of pastiched. That kind of style is usually always pastiched, and in a way it is a game that is sort of welcoming the advent of the new millennium. This did come out in the year of 2000, and it sort of insists that the present needs to die for a new future and the creation of a new world. But the story in this game is funny, because when you play the game, it is very confusing and hard to follow, at least initially, unless you end up reading information about the story in the manual. It's something that most people obviously will not do nowadays, and that's very sad. And also just playing the game again, it'll sort of just make a bunch of sense. And I feel like that's sort of the thing again about this game that I think is important. I'm a bit of a hypocrite, because I did play this game emulated on a Wii homebrew, like I said before. Obviously not an authentic Nintendo 64, but I like to be a big snob about playing games as close to the original release as possible, and I think this is a game that simply has to be appreciated as close to the original vision as possible, as close to the N64 as possible. Like I said before, most people nowadays may end up playing this game on the virtual console on the Switch, because that is probably the most modern way to play this game, at least with modern technology. And in general, I hate that a lot of companies, when they release emulated versions of their games, they are usually upscaled in one way or another. And on the N64, at least the Switch emulator that Nintendo does for the NSO, it's probably the worst example of it in contemporary memory. And I just hate the way they upscaled games in that one. Look, I have a CRT, and I played this game on a CRT. Of course I'm gonna be a big resolution snob, and I understand that not everybody wants to buy an N64, because I don't blame you. But unfortunately, a lot of the magic about this game is felt in the experience of the N64. I mean, this game was made with the N64 controller more than literally other game, and was made for the N64. You know what I mean. And the cutscenes, the cutscenes are very cinematic. The soundtrack is insane, and the presentations of the levels are very top notch. This is a game that I feel like blends story and gameplay very well. The story is very much entwined with the gameplay. My favorite level in this game is the one where you were fighting the fucking Navy and you were just blasting ships and jets to left or right. It's honestly really a marvel. It's just a marvel to see. There's really nothing that compares to it on the N64 library, and it wears its team spirit on its sleeve, and it knows what's fucking cool, and it does it with style. But the game is very short. It's arcade length. This is very clearly an arcade game because it is a treasure game. It is very replayable, and I think it might be a perfect candidate for a potential 1cc maybe? I don't know. There's not much I can say other than the fact that it is really cool, and I really want to play the sequel Star Successor maybe next year. Next is a very popular and iconic fan game from the ages of Newgrounds past, based off a very popular video game IP. And that game is none other than Super Mario 63. So I ended up playing Super Mario 63 in that specific time of human history because I specifically forced somebody in a Discord server I'm in to watch me play this game, and I think we had a fun time. At least I hope we did. The reason I mainly ended up playing this game was because I kept on insisting to this person that there was an NPC Toad that jokes about Final Fantasy, and I wanted to show it to her, and then I ended up playing the entire game. It was a joke about how, like, Final Fantasy, there's too many Final Fantasies, and he's like, why aren't they making the Final Fantasy? Regardless, Super Mario 63 and I go way back. I remember playing this game when I was younger, really young, on the Newgrounds site, but obviously I could never finish it. I wasn't a kid, and of course I was not beating Mario 63. Then I actually wanted to play the game around 2020. I wanted to actually beat the game in 2020 when Flash was shutting down. But the game was too buggy for me to finish at that time, and I just sort of gave up and forgot about it. And then I ended up playing this game on Flashpoint, which I am sure you are familiar with. But I find fan games like Super Mario 63 to be very interesting. I haven't actually played that many fan game works, even of games with really strong, fan followings, fan ROM hack followings like Fire Emblem or Pokemon. It's something that I feel like is kind of a blind spot. I have to confess, the reason why I haven't actually played that many Fire Emblem fan games, despite being a big fan of them, is I felt like I have not played enough of the GBA games, and I feel like I should beat those first before I get into any. But regardless, I think fan games are very interesting. Most of the point is a lot of fan games are defined by what the fans interpret about the work that it is adapting, even if the actual work does not reflect that perception. Like the Pokemon Radical Red, the ROM hack, it seems to add in a lot of features that cater to a lot of hardcore fans, people who have played the games millions and millions of times and think they're too easy. It has a randomizer, it has all this kind of stuff. It's a really difficult ROM hack. And of course, this being a 2009 Newgrounds Mario game, it's a little hardcore, more in the vein of like a Sonic fan game or even Super Mario Bros. Zoo. And it's very evident in the final Bowser fight in this game. It's actually really badass because Mario is grabbing Bowser and throwing him into spikes, but instead of grabbing his tail, he is throwing him up in the air into the spikes, and it's actually like kind of sick. And I really like the remix that plays in the Bowser levels. It's like this 2009 remix of Bowser's Road. I have a very soft spot for old electronic video game remixes. And it has a lot of its charm, I guess, in how, in a good way, amateurish. I don't know. Not to assume enough about the creator, because I actually don't know much about the creator. But I think fan games for a lot of things are just they're passion projects made by very young people, and I believe that Super Mario 63 is one of them. I really like how this game is just a weird mishmash of Mario sprites. I really like how this game is a weird mishmash of Mario sprites, even external sprites. I believe the external sprites are from a DBZ game or so whatever. Regardless. But I always felt like a fan game like this sort of ontologically died. Well, not only did Flash die, but also the fact that Nintendo has sort of been infamously known to take down fan games. But I sort of think under a confirmation bias, so I end up getting pretty shocked when I see an actual Nintendo fan game out in the wild. And to an extent, it kinda might be a good thing. Not really. Doesn't it sound more fun to make your own creation and to have creative ownership over it, over thinking something based off an existing IP, somebody else's idea? Of course, as previously stated, I don't really discredit the idea of a fan game. As I previously said, I guess in the case of Super Mario 63, this game, I believe, might have been made by somebody really young. Like I said, I can't really get a good can't really get a good observation of their character. But a lot of these games are made by, I guess, aspiring or beginner developers, maybe in their teens, and I would imagine that this is one of them. I think the charm of this game, I think, is when making a fan game, you can definitely see a creator forge their own identity in their work, even if it is based off a existing IP and the public perception or fan base work of the work. And if you like Super Mario 63, I would recommend checking the character Rinyao's other Flash game, GT in the Evil Factory. I ended up playing this game shortly after, but I didn't finish it, and it's a really good game. And you can definitely feel the game's DNA imprinted in a more original video game. But I mean, in the end, it's 2026. You can pretty much make a game you grew up playing again. You can wear its inspirations on your sleeve and get critically acclaimed. But also think about me at age 12, where I went on Game Jolt and I looked up Mario and Sonic and loaded up a flash drive with all the games I liked on it. Overall, I had a really good time with Super Mario 63. This is a really good translation of this type of game. I don't think I have ever seen this type of game being done before in 2D, official or by somebody in an indie game. However, I just wish there was a sequel to this game. You know, this game is so good and innovative that they never made another one. If only there was a Super Mario 64, and unfortunately, that might be a pipe dream. From one Flash game to another, I would actually like to talk about two Flash games that I believe are of note. My Chemical Romance's Helena and Sweet Revenge. Two Flash games created to promote the release of MCR's 2004 album, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, and for the music video Helena, which came out shortly after. So, I'm a huge My Chemical Romance fan. And I would say they are probably my favorite band of all time. And, well, let's just say you can look at some previous videos from this channel and you will see my devotion, at least once upon a time. But that's neither here nor there. And this won't be the last time that My Chemical Romance will be mentioned in this video, so be prepared for that. Unfortunately, the Flash game Sweet Revenge was a little too difficult for me to finish, and I ended up looking up a playthrough on YouTube. But I was able to finish the Helena one just fine. But the thing about these MCR games is they are very quick. They are very quick. They were like less than 10 minutes long, and there's just a lot that happens in between those 10 minutes. And it's just a lot of sequences, very clearly trying to invoke like a Atari game, an 80s Atari game. And one thing I think is very funny about the Helena game, which I personally prefer more than Sweet Revenge if I were to rank both of them, is that there is a section of the game that heavily references the arcade game Spy Hunter. And the thing about Spy Hunter is it's such a cliche of retro 80s nostalgia, which the game is clearly invoking, like I said, but I don't think I hear much about Spy Hunter outside of that. And also, I can't tell if they made the sprite of what I can only assume is the dead woman from the Helena music video, who is fucking hot, by the way, stacked or not. I genuinely can't tell. Like, she's not that stacked in the music video, but it really looks like she has huge boobs, which I do not think they were as big in the music video, but that's besides the point. But I feel like there's a lot of potential here for a fully fledged My Chemical Romance game. Think of it as their version of Yellow Submarine. In fact, I think the Void Stranger developers, or Zero Ranger and Void Stranger developers, would make a good MCR game. It would be phenomenal. And I think the final boss sequence should be against a physical manifestation of Gerard Way's gender dysphoria. Yeah. But I guess if you are a fan of My Chemical Romance and somehow have not played this game, you should play it. It's really short and it will probably be worth your time. Hey, speaking of Yellow Submarine and games based off musical acts, I regret to inform you that I happened to play a ROM hack based off the Beatles, more specifically the 1969 movie Yellow Submarine, a ROM hack of Super Mario Bros. 2, the US one to be exact, the Beatles, Adventures in Pepperland. That's right, your favorites are all here. John, Ringo, Paul, and George, facing off against the dastardly blue meanies who dare disturb the peace of the Pepperland, with enough fun to go around to make you feel like you have a hole in your pocket. Unfortunately, since Ringo is the stand-in for Toad in this ROM hack, he's default the worst one. There's not much I can say about this actually, I just didn't, I guess I kind of wanted to bring it up. I liked how at the end of the ROM hack they replaced the sprites with the thing they do with the credits where they flash close-up sprites of the Beatles. That's the most unsettling part of the movie actually. It's actually kind of scary. And it's also very scary in this game too. But I think it's very notable. This ROM hack is very notable for me. That's because I'm not actually too familiar with Mario 2 ROM hacks. I'm not really sure how advanced they are, how advanced how much the people know about Mario Brothers 2, at least compared to like World or 64 in terms of the ROM hacking scene and what the people know what they can do with the game. So I was actually very impressed what was able to be done, which I can only assume would be weird limitations that this game has, but the already existing aesthetic of Mario Brothers 2 actually fits in very well with the psychedelica of the original movie. And I guess if they made a weird Yellow Submarine tie-in platformer for the NES, this is probably what it would be like. In fact, Nintendo should have just made Doki Doki Panic a Yellow Submarine game instead. I think it would have been way better. I guess if you like Super Mario Bros. 2 enough and don't like the Beatles, or vice versa, I think this is definitely worth checking out. Oh, and also the arrangements of the Beatles songs, mostly music that was featured in the movie, is pretty good. Unfortunately, if you ask me, I think Super Obla D, Obla Da, and Obla D, Obla Da 64 are the better licensed Beatles games. Those are way better. Next is a quick adult visual novel. I don't actually have much to say about this one, but it is a adult visual novel by somebody who I would consider to be the LeBron James of itch.io Yuri games, Nadia Nova with Malcatras Maiden, and wow, just wow. I don't really have much to say about the actual story. I don't have much to say about the actual visual novel. I'll have you know that when I decide to play games like Malcatras Maiden, I do not go into these games. I do not seek pleasure. I do not seek sexual gratification. I just don't get the idea of going into games like this. I go in here for the nuance, and I think Malcatras Maiden is pretty good. It's very inventive, and I just really like the whole battle shonen-y aspect to it. It's probably more Hunter x Hunter than it is like sex, and I found it very endearing in that regard. It's a very heavy visual novel, I will say that. There's not really much I can say about Malcatras Maiden. I'm sorry, but the soundtrack is surprisingly really good. I'll admit when I play visual novels like this, I don't really pay attention to the music because I find it sort of distracting. It's more of a reading habit with me, but I ended up listening to the soundtrack in the game later, and I thought it was really good. And I had to do some digging, aka go through Nadia Nova's itch.io and website to find the soundtrack on Bandcamp, and it's by Dog Puke. Give it a listen if you must, and I guess support them. Malcatras Maiden. I'm pretty sure this is a game that got like shadow banned or removed off itch.io during the whole adult content, but it is on Steam, so you should check it out if this seems up your alley. It says it's for like fucked up girl things or whatever, that kind of thing, so give it a try if you're like a fucked up girl thing or something, whatever. Coming up next is my favorite game I played this year. The game with the most graphics, the best gameplay, and the best music. And that game is none other than My Chemical Romance at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington on July 11, 2025. I saw it with my friend Risk, my contemporary, Arc Agent Everlasting on YouTube. That's right, we're not done talking about My Chemical Romance here. I want to talk about it here because I thought it was cool. This was the first show for their latest tour, Long Live the Black Parade. A sort of a 20-year anniversary for tour for the album The Black Parade, arguably probably their most popular and most beloved album. And while it is not my favorite MCR album out of the four, I do think it is a very consistently good album that I find myself listening to a lot. I don't really believe in the idea of a bad MCR album, even in their back catalog. But this time around, it was a stadium tour. And I kind of wish I went to the last tour, which was roughly 4 years ago, and I guarantee the tickets were not that expensive as they are here. Their last show actually had a show in the Tacoma Dome, aka the probable death place of Garmazabi. But, as previously stated, Seattle was the first show of the tour, and it was very excited to be the first-hand witnesses to whatever the fuck this tour had in store. Let me tell you, despite My Chemical Romance being my favorite band, I do not traditionally dress like somebody who would probably consider it them. I don't really think I will look good in street goth fashion, and I really just ended up wearing like a t-shirt that I got at like Hot Topic or some shit, whatever. But in terms of the actual show, I would describe it as a very idealized version of what they wanted to do roughly 20 years ago when the Black Parade first came out, when it was during the cultural zeitgeist of it, I guess. You could tell it was very much inspired by the type of show that Pink Floyd would have done for their album The Wall. It was about an Eastern European authoritarian dictatorship called Drog, whatever. And Gerard Way speaks on a podium. They do mock elections where they execute people by the firing squad. And then Gerard Way gets murdered by a clown near the end. And I was quite impressed by it. I have not really been to many big concerts in my life, or in general. And in a lot of ways, it sort of changed a lot of how I view the Black Parade. I was personally never a big fan of the hidden track Blood, but I thought what they ended up doing with the song in this concert was actually really fucking crazy. But I think what was actually really funny about it was the person I saw it with. I saw it with, like I said, I saw it with my friend Vriss, who, despite considering herself to be a fan of the music, she didn't actually like Gerard Wade's whole band kid personality thing. And no offense to her, if she is watching this video, I love you, but I feel like you should have figured it out by then. And then we watched Final Fantasy Advent Children later at her house, and she said Kadaj in that movie acted like Gerard Way, and I thought it was really funny. Coincidentally, Gerard Way is also featured on the Advent for the Advent Children Complete. Coincidentally, Gerard Way is featured on the soundtrack for the ending for Advent Children Complete. Let's just say, Vriss thought Bubsy 3D was better than My Chemical Romance in Seattle, which I don't blame her. Bubsy 3D is fucking awesome. But the thing about My Chemical Romance is that My Chemical Romance has a very Deltarune-esque fan base. Everybody has this crazy theory about the lore implications of the music and the iconography, and when it doesn't go very way, they get very upset. And during the lead up to the opening show, there was a lot of speculation over the implications of the lore, and people thought there was going to be a new album. And while there was technically new music with the stuff like the dagger interlude into the song Mama, maybe even the cello solo before the B act, no new album. Oh, and also Violent Femmes opened, but the only songs I know them for were American Music, which I caught on the radio once, and the song they did for like SpongeBob or whatever. But I actually found myself enjoying the B act more. I guess it was more grounded in a way. I mean, obviously they weren't in character for whatever the stadium tour was, where they just ended up playing their discography, all their hits and all this stuff. They played Lady of Sorrows, The Vampires Will Never Hurt You, the Black Parade B-sides, and Give 'Em Hell Kid, as long as a lot of their other hits. But in terms of the, I do think the vocals and the performance left a lot to be desired. I believe it was just because it was the first entry or the first show of the tour, and I think the later tours are more, the performance is more great. As I previously said, a big MCR fan. And once again, mentioning again, as somebody with a history of epileptic episodes, the strobing during the song Sleep was fucking insane. I ended up covering my eyes for most of the song because it just kept on going. It kept on flashing. It kept on flashing red and blue because they were trying to kill me when it kept on flashing when it was the pre-chorus or in the chorus and the bridge, and it might as well just been the whole song. I know that's what you expect out of a stadium concert when you go to one, but it was kind of fucking ridiculous. Oh, and the sunset that day was beautiful. I believe it started setting a gorgeous pinkish color. GERARD has a song called Pinkish, by the way, during the song Cancer. And I got to see the Seattle skyline, and I got to sing along to Mama, as a tranny, you know the one. And also the words, the famous last words. I'm a big MCR fan, and I have been a big MCR fan for years. Very formative for me, and I can't really, it's very hard to believe that the thing kind of happened, you know. Years of hearing cheesy Tumblr posts from starry-eyed teenagers about a reformed My Chemical Romance performing Welcome to the Black Parade live doesn't actually hit you when you are in the moment, experiencing literally that in the moment. Unfortunately, Dan and Phil did not come out with the gay flag, which was very sad. When MCR was broken up, I never really thought they would get back together, and I was very cynical about people who actually thought they would get back together. But now I'm here, and I never thought that I would see MCR as a woman with a woman. There's a reason why those 4 fucking fags have been my favorite band for so long, and that night really exemplified it all, and it sure as hell was a night to remember. When we went out of the stadium when the show was over, there was a bunch of after-show concession stands, and for some reason they all kept on playing the Ghost of You for some reason. It was almost every single concession stand, and I don't know why. Regardless, My Chemical Romance in Seattle is the game of the year. Really, one of the best games that came out this year. I would like to apologize to everyone watching this video. The My Chemical Romance in Seattle, Washington was not actually a video game. I lied to you all. But you know what is a video game? Rung. My friend QB made this game as an entry for the Toxic Yuri VN Game Jam headed by Nadia Nova. And my friend QB is cool. We watched Son of the Mask together earlier this year, and I think that makes us like bonded for life or something. I don't really know. Rung is a erotic VN about getting it taken advantage by your boss at work. Sexually. And you should check it out because my friend made it. I'm a bit worried, I'm very worried what to actually say about Rung because the eyes of the creator may be watching and listening. One thing that I'll have to say about Rung is that it is actually very unique. It's actually unlike anything I have ever experienced before. Because there's a lot of pieces of work about how working an office job is mundane, it's dehumanizing, it's soul-crushing, it's Marxism 101, theory and alienation and all that. But I never seen anybody fetishize it. I don't have a scholarly degree yet, so I can't relate to this story yet. Maybe in a couple years. I've worked in retail, but I don't think that really counts in this story. But I can't really say much about the story, because that would defeat the purpose and deter potential people interested in what happens next. But this is a really good visual novel. I really like the themes that it touches on, just melees of working, and I would highly recommend checking out Rung. But like said, I know when that Rung, that can only mean one thing. I look forward to more projects from the Rose Garden, and I hope you do too. QB, if you're reading this, or watching this, sorry. QB, if you're watching this, I want the next game to be Mindbreak Erotica about like watching Son of the Mask or Master of Disguise with Dana Carvey, and I think it would be good. And if you saw this, comment or DM me Mario so I know that you watched it. Next is a very short yet very impressionistic platformer that before playing I've heard quite a bit of, but I eventually finally got to playing, and that game is none other than Klonoa, Door to Phantomile, or Phantomile. I think it's Phantomile. I'm just gonna say it's Phantomile. Sorry. I didn't really get a good grasp of the pronunciation and all of that, but so I'm gonna be quite honest. Perhaps it's a bit of a blind spot on my end, but usually when I think of 2D platformers, I usually don't think a lot of them do not really have intrinsic stories. I'm not saying they can't have good stories. I really like Cave Story. The Mega Man games have pretty cool stories. I'm not really a big on Celeste, but I can't say I'm the biggest fan of Celeste, but that's a story. It's mostly the fact that I feel like Nintendo and Mario are usually the de facto image for 2D platformers, which aren't really known for captivating stories. But Klonoa has a really good narrative. Klonoa is a game that took me by surprise because I just did not expect Klonoa to have a really striking narrative and story. While it may be a little simple or simplistic, or the ideas that it is trying to communicate very simplistic, it just really took me by surprise because I just did not really expect Klonoa to be so heartfelt and sometimes just really sad. Like, there's just a lot of scenes in this game that just really made me emotional. The voice acting, which is completely spoken through a made-up language, really sells it. It actually made me cry a little, especially the fucking ending. Like, it really just kind of put me on edge the entire time. There's not really much I can say about this game. It's a very short game, like I said, very impressionistic too, and I just really enjoyed how this game ended up interpreting dreams and dream worlds, and the game just looks really good. I played this game on the PlayStation 1, I played the original game, and I really do think this is like one of the best looking games on the PS1, and probably one of the best like 2.5D games. It's really good, and also the music is really good, especially in the later levels, in the dream worlds. And there was a song that had an Amen Break sample in it. It was a boss theme, and I found it scary. And Untamed Heart is like one of the best songs in the game too. Like I said, there's not really much I can say about this game, which is a bit of a shame because this is probably one of the best platformers I have played, and you should probably check it out if you haven't. This is good. This game's good. Unfortunately, I have heard from external sources that the other Klonoa games may fail to carry over a lot of the magic that makes this one so special, but I don't really know. When I get to playing the other Klonoa games, I'll let you know. But Klonoa, I give this game a big wahoo. I love Klonoa. He is my chud son, parentheses, positive, or whatever. Next up is a game that I am now proud to call my favorite in its series, and is now also one of my favorite games of all time, and that game is none other than Final Fantasy VIII. This is a game that I actually wish I had gotten around to playing sooner, because I actually bought this game at a thrift store roughly 6 years ago when I was still in high school, and one of my greatest thrift finds thus far, where I managed to get Crash Bandicoot 3, Rayman 2, Devil May Cry 1, and Final Fantasy 7 and 8 for about $25. And then they closed the store, the thrift store, where I was able to get such deals shortly after that, and I'm still pissed about it. Regardless, I mentioned I had wished to play it sooner because, well, Final Fantasy VIII is a game that is intrinsically tied to adolescence in a very special way, which, of course, is not really far from this game's course as an influence of Japanese media, of course. In Final Fantasy VIII, all of the party members are in their teens, much to my dismay with Quistis, and it's a game that is like Kingdom Hearts and Sin and Punishment before. It's showing its teen spirit in a very special way, so as Team Spinach. Over the years, mainly in my adolescence, while I did enjoy what I experienced in doing so, I had tried and failed many times to play Final Fantasy VIII. Unfortunately, I was very intimidated by the junction systems. Did you know that I once used the track Breezy as background music for a school project in high school? Yeah, I was that person. Eventually, I learned to shut the fuck up, equip my guardian forces, and play the goddamn motherfucking game. And better late than never, because at this point, I don't really care. Final Fantasy VIII took me roughly a year of on and off play through August 2024 through August 2025 to finish. And let me tell you, I ran into a couple obstacles that halted my playthrough. Well, I regret to inform you that I once again technically lied to or misled you. And when I bought Final Fantasy VII and VIII at the thrift store on that fateful day in 2019, I had every PS1 disc for those games, except for disc 3 for both. See, to me, in Final Fantasy VII, it's not really a big deal to me objectively. It's the final boss and ending. It's the final dungeon, boss, and ending, which are important to the story, but there are methods to circumvent that. But Final Fantasy VIII had 4 discs, so I had to get the 3rd disc somehow. Which I ended up ordering a replacement disc on eBay, no big deal. But in the middle of disc 2, my copy of disc 2 would not play any of the FMVs for some reason, which means it was specifically stuck on the one where you bring Klonoa out to the Balaam Garden, and she's like, whoa, my copy of Disc 2 would not play any of the game's FMVs for whatever reason, which means I had to pull my hair out trying to extract my PS1 save file from the memory card, which is sort of easy in hindsight, and try to emulate the disc using the homebrew application Popstarter, which did not work. So I ended up emulating Disc 2 on the Wii with PS1 emulation, which is quite ironic that a Nintendo console does a better job running homebrewed PS1 games than the PS2, but I digress. But hey, if there's a game I'm willing to go through enough hoops to play, it's Final Fantasy VIII, right? Eventually, my friend Arcagent Everlasting on YouTube, who you should follow, gave me a copy of Final Fantasy VIII to keep with a jewel case. So now I own 2 copies of Final Fantasy VIII, technically. Except for Disc 3, I only own one of those. Regardless, enough anecdotes that you don't give a shit about. Let's actually talk about the game. So, where to even start with Final Fantasy VIII? I'll start by saying that Final Fantasy VIII is the best one. If you are terminally online like me, when it comes to 90s Final Fantasy games, you've probably heard endless praise dedicated to the most acclaimed Final Fantasies 6 or 7. Those are the popular ones, and you've probably heard time and time again why those games are good, and detail the many acclaimed sequences and story beats the games have to offer. And believe me, while I do understand both Final Fantasy 6 and 7's place as some of the greatest RPGs, and I do like them as such, I feel, compared to Final Fantasy VIII, it definitely stood in the shadow of the beloved series. And I'm not just saying this to make me feel different from the rest, and I'm not saying the game is underrated. If we're going by PS1 game sales statistics, Final Fantasy VIII has sold just as much as Final Fantasy VII. It might as well. It's one of the top selling games on the PS1. I'm saying that I feel Final Fantasy VIII had the opportunity to feel more fresh to me in my mind, and I think it was able to surprise me in a lot of ways that Final Fantasy VI and VII would have not. I mean, hell, a lot of people would even say they hate Final Fantasy VIII. And if you said you didn't like Final Fantasy 6 or 7, you'd probably get hung, drawn, and quartered. So, you know, I just had to play Final Fantasy VIII to see what everyone was talking about with this game. But in a lot of ways, Final Fantasy VIII just straight up stylistically blows Final Fantasy VII, a game touted at launch for its groundbreaking visuals, completely out of the water. the overall graphics, the cutscene direction, the overall quality and the presentation astronomically improved as the devs got used to the technology. It almost makes Final Fantasy pale in comparison. And even the original models in this game don't even look bad when you play them on CRT like a true gamer. But I feel like Final Fantasy VIII just seems to encapsulate a lot of what defined the late 90s turn of the millennium. Not just because it's a PS1 game that prioritized early computer animation, but I feel like you can pick up on a lot of the ways the game is responding to the cultural phenomenon of Pokemon and Evangelion, and a lot of Japanese popular culture as well as the advent of the World Wide Web, sort of similar to Sin and Punishment. And I forgot to mention the music when I talked about this. The music in this game it just has a lot of incredible songs. I think Force Your Way and especially Man with the Machine are some of the greatest RPG battle themes of all time. I just love how distinctly prog rock Force Your Way is, and Man with a Machine Gun, don't even get me fucking started. And the insert song, Eyes on Me, is one of my favorite vocal themes probably in a video game. Just the way it is used in this video game is just especially extremely memorable in my eyes, and in general I just think Final Fantasy VIII has a lot of overlooked music in Uematsu's catalog, at least to me. And the FMV cutscenes are just really well directed in general. The opening and ending FMV cutscenes are once again also two of my favorite cutscenes in any video game ever, just like the music. But on to the gameplay. The most controversial part of Final Fantasy VIII is the junction system. And as for the junction system in this game, admittedly, I don't really think the game does a good job explaining what to do to you, at least to me, which is why I was sort of hung up on this game for so long. I do think it is a very good system, conceptually, but I think it is not without its fair share of flaws, or if anything, felt very underutilized in the grand scheme of things. If anything, I think the worst part about it, and I think what really bugs people, is navigating the menus related to the system. I can see it being very confusing for a lot of people, including myself, and I have found myself in many a battle GF-less in a... It is really annoying, because you just can't do anything. It's actually really, I think it's actually really cool that all the enemies scale with you when you level up your characters, and that means there's truly no really way to one-shot everything traditionally. The progression of your characters, it's mainly tied to the Guardian Forces, and as for the Guardian Forces, while I do think it is a cool concept having these creatures basically serve as the equipment of your party, it's actually really cool. I like the idea of finding custom abilities to give to your Guardian Forces throughout the game, and kinda wish there could have been more opportunities for customization. Let's just say, I think the concept would have worked a little better if the Pocket Station was dedicated to the Guardian Forces instead of the Chocobos. In general, the game just really likes to inconvenience you in very, very funny ways, and a lot of unique ways, in fact, that it feels like the world is just not really under your control, that you can't truly rule everything. And I think the most blatant example of this is the world map when you get the Balam ship, I'm gonna call it Balam, because that's what I'm gonna call it. When you get the Balam ship, it is this giant boat, and it's just a giant, like, building that is also a boat for some reason, and in the world map there is a giant bridge that connects the Fisherman's Horizon, and when you mount the Balam ship, you can't get across it normally, so you have to circle around the world map, and I think it actually works. It's really funny. It's just that there's just a giant map that you have to work around, you have to circle around. It's funny. But when people play this game and then they assist that you have to monotonously max draw every single spell in the game, and it makes it boring that way. But To that I say, you can just be like me and say fuck it and just draw when you want to. It's personally more fun that way. I really want an action game with junctions. I insist that an action game with junctions would be very cool. I just really like the idea of purposely keeping a boss alive by dodging all their attacks and farming their schools, preferably not related to Final Fantasy at all. I think it would be cool. I just really like how anachronistic and discordant the overall art direction in this game is, just in so many ways. The game just manages to put so much from the past, present, and the future, and from many different genres of fictions into a blender, and it comes out being like one of the most coolest and most unique worlds in any video game. I just found myself completely wowed at all the places you visit and the enemy designs that are encountered. I fucking love the Moombas, and the character designs and some of the enemy designs are just really beautiful. I think this might be like Nomura's best character designs ever. Now, like Kingdom Hearts 2 and Sin and Punishment, which I have mentioned before when I talk about this list and other games on this list, you may notice that I am very easily won over by the quote-unquote rule of cool or whatever. And that is true. You'll notice that I am talking about so much about this game's aesthetics and its superficial values, but in general, I feel like that Final Fantasy VIII, I don't just like it because of that. If anything, I feel like Final Fantasy VIII is a game that I feel like I can get really pretentious and self-righteous about, which, while it is true that I have been pretentious and self-righteous this entire video, but in this game, it's truer than ever. For example, not only is Squall's Gunblade cool, Gunblade cool, the Gunblade also exists as a response to Cloud's Buster Sword, which I can only imagine by the time of Final Fantasy VIII was already iconic in its own right. I hope it was. Cloud's Buster Sword is a symbol of his will and his false sense of self, and is later lionized in further installments of the Final Fantasy VII franchise. The Gunblade is essentially a commonly used generic mass-produced weapon. It is a weapon that people are trained to use to kill people, and it is also the choice of the weapon for your rival, and I think that's cool. But Squall Leonhardt now exists as one of my favorite game protagonists of all time, rivaled with the Tales of protagonists Yuri Lowell and Velvet Crow. But unlike those characters that I like for having very well established character, for having a very well established personality, I find Squall endearing because they technically exist as a reflection of the player, I guess in a post-modern capitalist society. More specifically, Squall is very apathetic, isolated, and insular. They only really care about their job and they don't rely on others too much, with Squall slowly learning to open themselves up and find something to care for. And I think Squall is endearing because they are you. When I was 16, I used to say I was like Squall a lot, and I'm 22, not even the same gender, and I still feel like Squall, goddammit. By this logic, we can surmise that Squall is actually a trans lesbian. I want to write a fanfic about Squall being a trans woman. Oh, and they're also cool. Did I also mention that the Gunblade is really cool? Because it sure is. Now, the most impressive thing about Final Fantasy VIII is that Final Fantasy VIII might be one of the few games I have played that, and in a very literal sense of the definition, the story of Final Fantasy VIII heavily features time compression as a heavy plot point, which is basically a theory rooted in Marxist thought that at least that I can define loosely. Insists that technological advancements under capitalist society are motivated by the pursuit of capital expansion, mainly during the Industrial Revolution with the advent of the telephone, trains, and other automobiles, and just overall industrialization of society, and finally during the turn of the millennium with the advent of the internet, and how these man-made technologies are physically annihilating natural space-time and its relationship to capitalism. And I find it very impressive. I find it very impressive that a game like this came out at that specific point in human history. 1999, 10 years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, 8 after the official dissolution of the Soviet Union and the advent of the internet, the quote-unquote liberal end of history from a company worth God who knows how much money Square had in like 1999. And the fact that this is probably a very underlooked part of the game, admittedly only in circles that I hang out, admittedly where this observation was made, is fucking crazy. This should be the thing that people talk about Final Fantasy VIII for. And Squall and Renoa probably have the most captivated relationship I have seen in a video game. It's probably the most authentic of love in a way. I just love the many times that Squall and Klonoa are allowed to be vulnerable with each other. Probably one of the most authentic depictions of love I have seen in a game. And I think the coolest part about Final Fantasy VIII is being able to name the characters. In Final Fantasy VIII, outside of the Guardian Forces, you have a very limited array of things you can actually name. Squall, Renoa, the dog Angelo, and a couple other things that are important to the story, and I just really like how deliberately limited the choices are, and I just love how much emphasis it puts on what really matters. And because you can only name Squall, Renoa, and other things, I think it's just a nice game to insert yourself with somebody special into, so much so that I want to force my girlfriend to play this game with us named as Squall or Renoa. Eventually, though I do live in fear that she may not actually like it, but who knows. If you could tell by this video, I want to apologize, because Final Fantasy VIII is a very special game to me, and I feel like I wish I had more concise and even original thoughts, and more thoughtful things to say about this game. When I think about Final Fantasy VIII, a million things just go into my mind, and it's really hard to just say it in a concise manner. Although, I admit one thing about Final Fantasy VIII is I do have to give credit where credit is due. I believe that 6 and 7, Final Fantasy 6 and 7, are far more deserving of the credit as the best Final Fantasy game. For as much as I do like this game, I believe that those Final Fantasies deserve their place as being considered one of the best games of all time. And that's okay, because it means I can feel like a contrarian when I say it's my favorite Final Fantasy. Another thing I want to talk about is, when I talk about some video games like Final Fantasy VIII, I am ignoring a very integral part about Final Fantasy VIII, and is that I try not to strawman arguments or devote enough time of my reviews trying to prove a straw man of detractors wrong, proving the haters wrong, which I know is not exactly true. Objectively, I may spend a bit of time calling other people stupid for not getting a game that I like, at least in some parts of the video. At the very least, when I talked about Kingdom Hearts 2, I tried not to set up a persecution complex when I talked about it. Like I said, trying not to prove haters or detractors wrong. Just working independently of all of that. But when I look at a lot of discussions about Final Fantasy on Reddit, or just online, which is clearly where the most civil of conversation goes to happen, I can't help but think think a lot of discussion I see about Final Fantasy VIII is stuck in rhetoric from forums from like 2 decades ago. Most notably the Spoony reviews. I'd have to watch those in like a so bad it's good way. But I like to make fun of Final Fantasy fans for being like 35 plus. with the discussion about Final Fantasy VIII, there's a lot of things I have seen that people call game ruining. Why is Squall such a pussy? And that kind of thing. And especially one particular plot twist that people are like, this ruined the game for me. And then when I experienced it, I said, it's not that bad at all. Like, it's the most milquetoast thing ever. And after all, like I said, this is the third best-selling game on the PS1. It's not niche or anything. But in the end, the flaws of Final Fantasy VIII don't matter to me in the end, because Final Fantasy VIII is a very special game to me. It's very special. Very, 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 very special. As a whole, it kind of encapsulates a lot of what I value artistically about video games, and just everything about it. Just how completely distorted the art direction and world design is, the execution of the story and the cutscenes, the emotion of all that, and the music, and it is one of my favorite video games of all time, and the best Final Fantasy game. Fuck, did I mention Eyes on Me? Eyes on Me is a really good song. I know I mentioned Eyes on Me, but you just have to know, Eyes on Me. Good song. Next is the last Sega Saturn game ever released in the US. And much like how Popful Mail was technically the first Sega CD game I have beaten, this game is, I believe, the first Sega Saturn game I have technically beaten. And another game localized by none other than Working Designs. Magic Knight Rayearth. So, I am in a server. And this server has a game club. What actually motivated me to play the mysterious Murasame Castle and Sin and Punishment earlier was because of this so-on-so game club. But in this game club, everyone submits an entry to play a game, that fits under a certain criteria. And this was the game I specifically chose. I submitted it shortly, still rearing from the high I got from Popful Mail earlier that year, and Working Designs was still on the mind. And I specifically chose this entry to see the reaction from the wider server to not only Working Design, but a work by Clamp. I am a big fan of the Clamp manga. I love Cardcaptor Sakura, Holic, and the one and only Magic Knight Rayearth. For some reason, I also thought they worked on Revolutionary Princess Utena, but they didn't. I just gaslit myself into thinking Clamp worked on Utena for like years. But regardless, Magic Knight Rayearth is a game for the Sega Saturn based on the anime. An anime and manga. An anime I would consider a favorite of mine from the 90s. However, it's been actually a while since I last watched it, so my memory is a bit hazy. Rayearth is a manga about 3 grade schoolers getting transported into a fantasy world, a isekai, if you will, called Sephiroth, where they must awaken 3 gods and destroy the evil Zagato. At least in the first season, which this game is clearly adapting. But Magic Knight Rayearth is the game of all time. It really is. Magic Knight Rayearth for the Sega Saturn feels like a first RPG Maker project. It has RPG Maker project written all over it, and I mean that in the best way possible. Every single environment in this game feels like it's an RPG Maker game. Every single town, every single locale, it feels like the default RPG Maker tile set. I had assumed that this game would have been turn-based, but in actuality, it turns out that Magic Knight Rayearth is actually a action RPG, and a very rough one at that, admittedly. But in the game, it's sort of like, I guess, comparable to that of Zelda. In the game, you control Hikaru, Umi, and Fu. Hikaru uses a regular sword, Umi uses a rapier, and Fu uses a bow. But the thing with Fu is that Fu's bow is a little overpowered, because when you charge it up, it hones in on the nearest enemy. It hones up on the nearest enemy, meaning it can trivialize a lot of things in the game. And also, Umi can heal using your MP, which comes in handy a lot. It is certainly not the best action RPG I have played. It's a bit of rough in a lot of ways, or at least I found it very rough. But there is a reason why I was able to stay so invested in the game for so very long, and that is that this is a very, very cute and charming game. The art style that you expect to be out of a 90s Clamp project, and like I said, it's a very charming game. The working design isms previously seen in Popful Mail are still here. Believe it or not, Hikaru actually has the same voice actress in this game as Popful Mail in Popful Mail. And I really like the voice acting in these games. My favorite part about this game is I really love the journal entries, even if they get ridiculously redundant since there is pretty much one for each of the 3 girls for every story beat in the game, and I mean literally every story beat. And there's a lot of dialogue for all 3 girls when they talk about certain objects in an area, in towns and buildings and houses, and that's why one of the reasons why it feels so much like an RPG Maker game. It's really funny. I just liked going all around the town, spending like minutes. I spent a lot of time in this game going around the towns, just clicking on random things on what the girls will say to see if they would find something funny. There is a bit in this game that is actually the hardest I've ever laughed in a video game out loud, and it's a really stupid joke. It's a joke when Umi is screaming and crying in a hotel because there is a bug in their room, and it points to an arrow that has the word bug in all caps to show how small it is. It's a really stupid joke, and that's why I love it so much. And I really love the soundtrack too. This is probably a really good game soundtrack for a licensed anime game. A track like Polizo has a very atmospheric, esoteric, atmospheric fantasy sound to it. It's honestly nothing like I've ever heard before, and it just makes me feel a certain way. The Trap of Labyrinth of the Skies is like this synth-both crazy song. There's a track called Cave of Temptation that has Japanese screaming, and in the English translation, the working design translation, it is replaced by a man saying "let's go," and it ruins the entire song. I can't tell if the music in this game is synthesized or streamed from a CD, but god damn does it sound good. But overall, Magic Knight Rayearth, I'm not sure if I would consider playing this game over watching the show or reading the manga, but Magic Knight Rayearth, it's a very unique and sort of special licensed anime game. I find it very interesting that this game sort of exists among Sega Saturn fans outside of being a licensed anime game. They kind of treat it as its own thing, and I feels like most people don't even acknowledge that it is based off a anime. But overall, I don't really care. As Sega Saturn has a lot of games that are must-plays, and it probably has the most consistent library ever. So yeah, you should play Magic Knight Rayearth. It's really good. Sega Saturn probably has one of the most consistently good libraries ever, and this is one of them, despite my hang-ups with the game. I believe that this is a very cute, fun game, and I liked it. Before I go any further, I would like to humbly apologize for remarks made about the Final Fantasy beat-em up, Final Fantasy 15 beat-em up, A King's Tale, roughly 4 years ago in the games I beat in 2021. The previous owner basically said that it was better than most beat-em ups out there, and despite not playing that many beat-em ups, that is not true, like at all. And I'm glad they were murdered for saying such idiotic rhetoric so they don't have to say that shit ever again. Anyways, I mention all of this because the next game I played was none other than Streets of Rage 2. And to be honest, I actually don't know what to say. I don't know what else there is to say about Streets of Rage that hasn't really been said before. I went through this game with Blaze, because of course I did, and I think Streets of Rage is a very fun game. Streets of Rage is very much deserving of all of the praise that it gets as one of the beat 'em up of all time. Streets of Rage 2 is very good, and I definitely think it deserves the praise that it gets as the best beat 'em up of all time. And it's very fun. Of course, you can't really talk about Streets of Rage without talking about the soundtrack, which I think is the best part about this game. Yuzo Koshiro is one of my favorite composers, and the soundtrack is also very deserving of the praise and legacy that it gets. And I think that every single track is able to capture the groovy nature of walking down the street in a vaguely Eastern American city. I mean, the first level in the game is called Go Straight. They call that shit a Walkman for a reason, you know? I get that the Sega Genesis very clearly has a SM synth sound chip in it, but it's still insane how they were able to make such an amazing soundtrack on the fucking Sega Genesis. I fucking love the FM synth, and so does Yuzo Koshiro. And that's what I really like about Yuzo Koshiro as a composer, is that you can tell he doesn't really care about a lot of the music that he makes for games, except when he is given the opportunity to pull out a FM synth. Yuzo Koshiro made a remix for Xenoblade 2 and Smash, of a remix of a retro 8-bit inspired NES game. Yuzo Koshiro made a song for the Pyra and Mythra Smash that is a remix of a retro 8-bit NES inspired video game from Tiger from Xenoblade 2. From a Nintendo published game and Nintendo's own game to jerk off the FM synth. The only thing that I really have to say about Streets of Rage 2 is that I think if there was a game I would find myself 1cc, which as I mentioned before, I did not actually know that the term 1cc was a thing until this year, it would probably be this one, even if it means playing the game on easy. But it seems doable enough for a fraud epic gamer like me. But I just really like that Streets of Rage is just, it's a very 90s game, and it's very invocative of that kind of New York culture of the early 90s, and I think that's really cool. I have a disclaimer for everyone watching this video. This next game may not be for the faint of heart. Under the presence of this game, yea, woe and behold. Children, yea, scurry and scatter. Women flee and clamor for the ghastly, otherworldly presence of Devil May Cry 2 is in our midst. In case you didn't know, it was Devil May Cry 2. Devil May Cry 2 is scary. But Devil May Cry 2 seems to carry a certain weight around it. Devil May Cry 2 is bad. It's the boring one. It's the one you should probably skip and play Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne instead. Now, I myself happened to get caught up in the rhetoric of skipping Devil May Cry 2 when I first played the series via the HD collection on the PS4 many years ago. But to contrast the stigma of Devil May Cry 2 even then, there seemed to be another point, Devil May Cry, that seemed to make it a bigger deal than what it actually was. What comes to mind is the Vinny Vinesauce beam, "Booty, please play Devil May Cry 2. And those who are terminally online enough may even remember a Twitter account from late 2019 titled DMC2GOAT. An account that went around declaring that Devil May Cry 2 was unequivocally the best game in the series, maybe even the best game of all time. Of course, we can assume that this account was most likely satire, but I did legitimately think that the account was really funny. Especially the fact that they didn't even get mad when people said they did not like DMC2, they just politely respected their opinion. Despite the fact that I have found the 2 bits very funny even today, to me the discussions around Devil May Cry 2, the funny bits, have made it seem like it's more than what it actually is. that it's secretly this so bad it's good, rare Kusoge gem. And yes, Arius' delivery is kind of funny, but Dante has a couple funny hype moments and aura moments, but other than that, there's not really much to latch onto. Of course, not in the way I find something like the compilation of Final Fantasy VII titles funny. Trying to paint Devil May Cry 2 as a jester seems like a rather pathetic attempt to grasp at straws. But, as previously stated, I myself happened to get caught up in the rhetoric by skipping Devil May Cry 2. And then, on one fateful day in 2022, I bought Devil May Cry 2 on PS2. Physical, with plans to sell it shortly after finishing. But I never did, and I ended up holding on to it for a long time. Then, I ended up picking it back up from around Mission 4 to 5 of Dante one night this October, and I ended up finishing Dante's side that night. And it was actually pretty cool. Devil May Cry 2 is very interesting. When you play Devil May Cry 2, you feel this hollow feeling of deadness in the air. The levels have Dante walking around huge barren villages and cities. The enemies are essentially completely uninterested in attacking you. Dante just doesn't have the energy that he's known for in literally any other entry in the series. He just sort of unenthusiastically dredges his way through most of the game's levels. There's not really any point to doing anything in the game. You can pretty much not do anything the game wants you to do, and there's really no point in running up walls other than to look cool. And I like it for that. I like the sheer apathetic malaise this game manages to convey. Whether intentional or not, I think it makes it truly unique. It almost feels like a parody of itself. I don't really consider this game to be as much of a gun game as people say it is. With the way the guns are very overpowered. I actually found it way more fun and way more interesting if you just play it straight. The thing about Devil May Cry 2 is that, in all honesty, it is nowhere near deserving the amount of hate that it gets. In essence, it is average at the very worst. Games like Devil May Cry 2 are more a majority more often than they are a minority. The PlayStation 2 era, for how often, is rightfully defined by a lot of groundbreaking Capcom action titles. You know, your Resident Evil 4s, Devil May Cry 1 and 3, God Hand. For as much as there are those games, there are many games on the PS2 that played like Devil May Cry 2. And thus, I played it as such. For as much as the game is lampooned for being a quote-unquote gun spam game, I found it way more fun to actually play the game like it was intended to. And even if you would consider this a game where you just shoot at the enemy, I actually kinda liked the gunplay. I really liked fighting the final boss and just constantly shooting away at the final boss, spamming the shoot button while dodging his attacks. And then you get enough DT meter to melt his health bar for a bit. I believe this is what MMO players would call a burst phase. And I think there is actually there's an untapped market for DMC2 likes. DMC character action games where you just lock onto an enemy and shoot. Not to be confused with a third-person shooter, but more like a shoot 'em up where you're more focused on dodging the enemy's attacks. Closest thing I could think of that like that is maybe Black Rock Shooter on the PSP, which is a game that I really like. Also, the running up on walls in this game is just pure aura farming. Getting knocked back by an enemy and then running up a wall, that's just aura recovery. Oh, and Lucia's pretty cool. Her disc is actually a really underappreciated part of the game. There's a lot of levels, and I feel like it is very much overshadowed by Dante's, and I feel like Lucia's disc is just as important as Dante's campaign, that second disc that Devil May Cry 2 does have. But yeah, DMC2. Not every action game needs to be Devil May Cry. Not even Devil May Cry itself. Moving on from DMC2 is another PS2 game, Okage Shadow King, a game from the early PS2 era. So early, in fact, that it was actually on a blue CD disc. So this game, Okage Shadow King, was a game that was been on my sights for quite a while. And I didn't really know much about it going into it, and I did not know the game was actually a roughly 30-hour turn-based dungeon crawler. But I think the most standout part of Okage is that it has a very cute, stylized art style. Many would compare it to that of Tim Burton in The Nightmare Before Christmas, or just like early 2000s in general, which was definitely an influence on the game's art style. You can definitely tell, and I recall even seeing like the swirly cliffs somewhere. But I'd argue some characters end up fitting the mold of the quote-unquote NBC style more than others. It's actually a really cool art style, and I love it a lot. As previously stated, Okage is a PS2 game about a boy who willingly makes a deal with the self-proclaimed evil Shadow King Stan in order to save his sick sister. And Stan forces the boy, who's named Ari, but I named him Amori. The boy's name is Ari, but in this playthrough I named him Amori. This is very important. He forces Amori to help him defeat every single fake evil king who is using his powers to try to rule the world. It's practically a game where you play as the bad guy, but a very comically pathetic bad guy. But if I wasn't already surprised that it was a turn-based RPG, I was also very surprised that the combat is technically ATV, but very loosely. It's like ATB, you have to wait for your meter to fill before you can do it, but the game actually stops when you do something, and then they end up doing it. Unfortunately, I found the combat sort of... there's a really big problem with the combat, and it's that the main character, the kid, Ari, that I ended up naming Amori. It's a shitty inside joke I have in a server, but his name's Ari. But he's just called Amori in my mind. Amori is just a little too overtuned, and I think the game's combat is just too reliant on his abilities. So I found myself using the same tactic in battle. I attack with a charged up Amori. Sometimes I lower the enemy's defense and I deal a ton of damage. It was all reliable, and I feel like the game doesn't really do anything to deviate. It doesn't really do anything to keep itself interesting throughout its runtime. And the other characters in the game that are really cool don't quite reach the damage output and liability, despite having somewhat very interesting kits. Despite its kinda lackluster combat and, lack of really anything interesting, I will say that the game is actually very funny, it's very witty, and it kept me going throughout the about like 25 hours I spent playing this game. And I just really love seeing what would happen next in the plot. I love all the characters. It's a very unique RPG, and despite a lot of quirky RPGs out there, there's really nothing I really played that is quite like Okage. All the girl party members are really good, all the just really good designs here all out. And I think in general, my big problem with the game is that I felt like the third act in general in Okage just felt a bit rushed. My favorite male party member, Epros, they're very butch, and I think it's awesome. Epros joins really late, and after he joins, the game is pretty much done. There's one final town and one final dungeon, and that's it. But the thing I found about the third act is that the main conflict and the main antagonist's motivations, they end up revealing very interesting implications, really cool implications about the world and the characters that I find very compelling, and I feel like they are not truly touched upon. I feel like it just not really reached its full potential in what I think it could have been. But I think at that point might have just asking the game to be something that it isn't. And Okage is just a really fun A really charming game, and while I can't say that Okage necessarily blew me away, I think it has its problems. The game has a post-credit scene that teases a sequel, but it didn't really interest me enough to be like clamoring for a sequel, especially when this game is like, what, 25 years old at this point. Regardless of all of this, while I can't say that it necessarily blew me away, I think Okage Shadow King is worth playing if you would consider yourself a fan of quote-unquote quirky RPGs. And I would especially recommend Okage Shadow King if you are a mentally ill tranny like me. That's complimentary, of course. It's an honorary form of honor here. Next up is a game that I admit I did not technically beat by the traditional stretch of the imagination. A game that I think may end up taking me years to fully complete. But despite this fact, I think I am confident is actually the best release that I have played this year. Not that there admittedly was much competition, as I didn't really finish that many new games that came out this year. And that game is a little game you may have heard of, called the 100-Line Last Defense Academy. The newest game held by Zero Escape creator Kotaro Uchikoshi and Danganronpa creator Kazuma Kodaka. So, when this game was first announced back in 2024, the 2024 Nintendo E3 Direct, I actually remember when this game, when they first announced the Tokyo games and they showed off all the concept art. Remember that? But regardless, when this game was first announced in 2024, I had my concerns, or at least was very skeptical. Now, I couldn't tell you what those concerns were, but they were there. As a big fan of the PS Vita library, the concept of a Danganronpa tactics RPG sounded like a match made in heaven, but I just couldn't believe it. I did not believe that it would be truly live up to that combo. I think it was too good to be true. I mean, Raincode Tokyo's previous project didn't exactly wow me and many others. But time passed, and after some thorough thinking, and of course under the assumption that it was in fact going to be Danganronpa Tactics, I started to think about it some more, and I think I started to truly trust the process, as they say. In Danganronpa, every single main character is usually the best at something in their designated field. And the thing about Danganronpa is that a lot of the characters' talents are, in essence, usually just gimmicks for their character, and their prowess is usually rarely tested outside of a couple key moments. Basically whenever it becomes convenient in investigation. In a hypothetical Danganronpa Tactics, the characters could work together with somewhat very hyper-specific hits and movesets, based off their retrospective quirks and their talents and their fields, and to me, it seemed genius. Admittedly, I was kind of sort of reeling in from the triangle strategy unit design, how it has a lot of characters made for hyper-specific situations and all of that. And also, in the long run, 100-Line having the premise of it being a truly maximalist visual novel with 100 different endings just did not seem promising. It was once again too good to be true. And then the game came out, and I saw the hype. I saw the funny screenshots of some of the dialogue, and I fell for it. I bought the game on Switch. It's actually the first Switch game I bought in like 2 years. The last Switch game I bought before that was actually Fire Emblem Engage. And by the way, as much as I do like playing this game on a portable console like the Switch version is censored, so heed that if you will. It's only 2 CGs in this massive ass game, but those 2 CGs are unforgettable, and it's gonna be a big shame that I am going to have to see them censored. But regardless, it doesn't even have touchscreen support like the PS Vita Danganronpa trilogy anyways, so who gives a shit? And well, despite my doubts, in the end, I think this might go down as one of the greatest visual novels, or, if you want to go there, one of the greatest strategy RPGs of all time, perhaps even overtaking the original Danganronpa as my favorite game directed by Kazuma Kodaka, with music by Masafumi Tagada and character designs by Rui Komatsuzaki. Now 100 Line, at best, can be compared to basically Baldur's Gate for 3 weebs. Of course, I'm saying this running the assumption having not really played Baldur's Gate myself, and just assuming what it's like. And in fact, calling that might be insulting to some of my close acquaintances, or, you know what, it's Homestuck. Even more Homestuck compared to what Danganronpa and maybe Zero Escape already are. It's like Homestuck, but after a certain point, the narrative diverges and all the fans split into wherever the story takes them. For what the game is, 100 Line is a very simple premise. 100 Line is a visual novel / strategy RPG about a special defense team consisting of 15 high school students tasked with protecting a school known as the Last Defense Academy for a total of 100 total days. A lot of the game follows a periodic calendar system following the span of the 100 days, where countless battles and just other related hijinks will occur. It is a game where pretty much anything happens. In usual Kodaka fashion, I believe that there is not a single bad character in this game. Every character in this game is great, and it's probably one of the strongest main casts in a game I've seen. If you don't believe me, then let me introduce you to some of the cast members. This is Kyoshika Magadori. She was raised secluded on the woods on Shonen Jump. Shonen Jump is her only form of contact with the post-world, and she wields the Holy Jumanji sword, and a sword that she may or may not be able to talk to and may or may not have a sexual relationship. Or Shoma Ginazaki, a fucking chud that is riddled with extreme self-deprecation issues and insecurity. And in an interview, Kodaka has stated that most of the jokes he wrote about him are based off insults Hideki Kamiya has told someone on Twitter before he blocked him. And you will notice that this is the case because his dialogue puts a big emphasis on both insects and excrement. Or, if those aren't your cup of tea, here's Kurara Otsuki. She wears a green tomato mask on her head with a sort of jack-o'-lantern on it. She's born to a rich family and she basically thinks she's better than everyone else and she's like a bitch to everyone. But then her mask comes off and she's like, "No, don't look at me, I'm so embarrassed." I like to refer to the game's protagonist, Takumi Samino, as the most Riona bait protagonist I have ever seen in a video game. He looks very abusable. He looks like he was just made to get tortured and dissected and flayed, and I want to turn Takumi into a blob like I have no mouth and I must scream and like torture him endlessly. I want to kick him repeatedly when he's down. I want to buy that Takumi plush and I want to light it on fire. He deserves it. He fucking deserves it. And Darumi Hamamiya, aka literally me, in the flesh. The characters really just kind of cast a spell on you. It really does. The characters were meticulously crafted in Kodaka fashion to give you brain damage, and by the time you finish the first route, something comes over you, and then you can't stop thinking about Eito Aotsuki. But because of this, 100 Line actually ended up inheriting the Mandate of Heaven, the mandate previously held by such works as Fire Emblem Three Houses. Over the year, I had found myself occasionally debating about the concept of fandom as something, as a worthwhile endeavor, if the concept was a net good for society. And honestly, I come to the conclusion that it is a very nuanced concept, and in my pursuit, while I was not convinced that it is a net good for society, it sort of ignited my interest for engaging with it in a certain way. In a certain way, you know, the old-fashioned way. You know something is good when I am seeing Tumblr text posts of the characters of 100 Line implanted on it, and I am reposting them. And yeah, when I said these characters cast a spell on you, I fucking mean it. Look up any character from this game on Tenor, and you will see thousands of the most deranged pieces of internet media ever consumed. I'm actually amassing a folder of every single 100-line image or GIF I find funny or cool in a folder, because one day, I know it will be worth it. Now, admittedly, when it comes to Danganronpa, I'm a bit of an elitist. I believe that the Danganronpa games can and only should be played on a PlayStation Vita or PSP. But the thing about Danganronpa, like Homestuck, is that Danganronpa ended up getting really popular for what it was. And for some reason, Danganronpa seemingly skyrocketed in popularity, even more than it once was, during the COVID pandemic in 2020. And I admit, even I played Danganronpa around this time in the summer of 2021. I thought 100 Line would sort of cave into the demand, and they would make something very inauthentic and sort of cynical. But it turns out that 100 Line actually blew me away. Dare I say, 100 Line was tailor-made for people who actually played Danganronpa on the fucking Vita. As I talk about the 100 Line, you may be wondering, how does this game manage to fit, by their words, 60 novels worth of text into this game with 100 different endings? And that's a good question. You see, in 100 Line, you spend, for me, the way that 100 Line does this is you end up spending the first 30 to 35 hours, for me personally, doing the prologue. And this prologue is pretty satisfactory. If you feel like it was satisfactory enough, you can just choose to end it there and never touch the game again. But after you finish the prologue is when the true magic begins. The 100 Line is now your oyster. You are given one giant Uchikoshi flowchart to experience and go through yourself. Throughout the second run, you will be given various choices throughout it, and whatever choice you make will initiate a route. Now admittedly, I haven't actually played, as much as I am a big fan of Danganronpa, I actually haven't played that much Uchikoshi. I'm surprised I didn't go this far without mentioning it. I've only played a little bit of Zero Escape 999 and the Somnium Files. But I like to pretend I'm actually a big Uchikoshi fan because I think the Zero Time Dilemma names are really funny, and I like to mention them. So I'm a bit of a fraud I'm a bit of an Uchikoshi fraud. But without spoiling too much, or I'll spoil what happened in the personal where I am at in the story. I have not really got much far in the 100 Line 2 route, but the route that I ended up taking was the romance route. And in the romance route, Kyoshika, Kurara, and Tsubasa decide to send their 100 days by setting up a dating game where each of the girls spend 25 days each with Takumi. And when their time is up, Takumi decides if they want to be with them or not. But it's funny, because you are given the choice to either accept their love or not. And if you accept it, the route just ends right there with whoever you want it to be. But if you reject them, the route continues. So I found myself simultaneously, to see what this game is like, just for the completion bonus, I found myself simultaneously having to accept their love to get the ending for completion's sake, and then reject them, and having to deal with the ramifications. And then one thing I also noticed about the romance route is that the game barely gives you any free time during this. And that means I can't upgrade any of my character's abilities or upgrade my social stats, because this game does have a Persona-esque social stats to it. Obviously, it doesn't mean I'm locked out of it and I can technically just quit out and resume it anytime I want, but there's not any fun in that. I wish to ride my 100 Line routes to its inevitable endpoint. That's sort of the fun in it. No matter how much I have heard that the out of the 20 routes in this game, I believe, are kind of objective quality. But yeah, pretty much anything goes in 100 Line. It's an anime fan's biggest wet dream. Why'd I say that? That's fucking stupid, oh my god. I hate myself. Why'd I write that? Sorry. Immersion broken. That shit sucks. I hate it. Now, let's talk about the actual RPG of this part. And the actual strategy RPG part of 100 Line is very interesting. That may be a bit of a non-answer, but it's true. It is very interesting. And I mean that in a mainly positive light. It's fun, and that is a compliment. In 100 Line, you'll mostly be on the same map of the Academy's outdoor gates, protecting the school's core from invaders, the enemies, the bad guys in this game. But in a way, it's basically Megami Tensei, as in a you fuck them or they fuck you. I found myself resetting a lot of times because, you know, they just fucked me too much. There's a lot of small fry enemies that sort of permeate them that are usually a high priority. But if you kill a big enemy, basically something that has more than 1 HP, you get an extra action. Most of the time, but not all of the time, the best course of action is to kill as many big enemies to optimize your action input. But the flow of battle in 100 Line is usually controlled by your voltage gauge. And with your voltage gauge, you can use it to power up, buff your characters, or a special move. And sometimes you may even sacrifice. And the most interesting thing about it is sometimes you may even sacrifice killing low health characters for more voltage. But admittedly, the thing about the strategy RPG of 100 Line is that the gains cast in the battlefield might be a little unbalanced, and some characters may end up taking the helm more than others. Characters like Yugamu, Kyoshika, and Hiroko excel at taking down single targets, and in a game all about killing medium enemies to maximize the amount of actions in a turn, they end up getting more priority over the others. And once you get Takumi's second ability, it's a little overpowered, and I found myself spamming it repeatedly on boxes for maximum damage, which isn't really that fun. For as much fun as I find the strategy RPG stuff, it's actually very hypnotizing, and I find myself in a quote-unquote flow state when playing the 100 Line. It has its fair share of stuff that I just find very questionably designed, and it feels somewhat evident in none other than Shoma Ginazaki's kit. Shoma Ginazaki's kit of provoking and tanking the enemy, it was just not made for this game. He is not very good. He is not a very good, unit. He's a good character. He is just a terrible unit. But I guess he is pretty useful. I don't get it. The thing about the 100 Line that I find very interesting is that Kudaka and Uchikoshi seem to believe that this work might be one of the last large-scale epic works created strictly by human hands without the use of AI. And at the rate the video game industry is going at the moment, it might actually end up true. I also like the idea of comparing itself to works like the Mahabharata and Homer's Iliad. Kodaka believes that 100 Line is the end of history, and he may be right. I'd self-flagellate myself if I managed to pull something off like that too, and who would have thought that Kodaka would end up having the last laugh? But it also makes me wonder what Kodaka or Uchikoshi will do next. I would hope to imagine that other Kodaka and Uchikoshi works would not use AI due to this statement. But I think when I finally get to finishing all of the roots of this game and getting all of the endings, or at least as many as endings as I can, and maybe a couple DLCs might drop. There's actually plans to release DLC for this game. I may end up making a big video for 100 Line. I would have gone way more into detail. I may have spent a lot of time talking in detail, admittedly reading off of a script, but I think that may wait for another time. I'll send it off by once again saying, despite not even being completely finished with it, I think 100 Line might go down as one of the best games this decade. Play 100 Line. I would highly recommend that you play 100 Line. I believe that it is worth it, wholeheartedly. And also, I fucking love Eito Atsuki! Coming up is Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation 2 Code Fairy. I'll just call it Gundam Code Fairy for short, or just Code Fairy. Yeah, that's right, fuckers. Fuck the Federation. Fuck you, Fetties. Fetties, back the fuck off. Because Xeon fucking won. Zaku's are way cooler than any Federation mobile suit anyways. I don't see any lesbian sex cults in the Federation, do I? No, I do not. But I am open to change my mind. Regardless, Gundam Code Fairy is a bit of a weird one. It is a fully fledged single-player game that is based off an engine for the free-to-play console game Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation. I've never played it, and I don't really know if I really want to, but it does look very interesting. But yeah, I remember when this game was first announced. It came out actually shortly after I became Gundam pilled. And I remember when this game was first announced, it didn't really seem to go well with a lot of people who had their eyes on it. This game is moe shit, it's about women. A lot of 35-year-old Gundam fans hate moe shit. Maybe even women too. Of course they're not gonna like this one. Keep in mind, this game came out before Gundam, which caused like a complete cultural renaissance in women. And I think knowing how much money Suletta Mercury and later Machu and G Quux, I can only hope and imagine that Sunrise is going to stick with female protagonists for at least as long as they can. I wonder if they're really going to stop. Because it would be one thing if they only did Suletta Mercury, but then they had to do Machu and G Quux. So who's going to say? Before I played this game was on my radar for a long time. But before I played this game, I sort of just wanted to write this off as Bandai Namco's blatant attempt in cashing in on success of the 2019 Sakura Wars reboot. And you know what? It might actually be. Not that I really think there's anything wrong with it, of course. I just really like picking up and seeing how games kind of pick up after one another. And like I said, in a way, it sort of is. But I think I find the design philosophy of Gundam games very compelling. There's so many Gundam games out there. Most Gundam games, I think, at least the action ones, kind of really put an emphasis on controlling the Gundam and end up assigning somewhat very complex, unconventional controls and movement, and I think they interpret the action of the show, the battles of Gundam, in very interesting ways, especially since like Gundam games have existence ever since like 1983, and there are a shit ton of Gundam games. Of course, it's not really like of course, I don't really think most Gundam games that I have played or are familiar with, it's not like it's Armored Core, even though FromSoft did work on a Gundam Unicorn game apparently. But with Gundam Code Fairy, I was very pleasantly surprised to see in this game that this game actually has a lot of depth to it. It's actually kinda sauced. I think the best way that I can describe the combat in Code Fairy is that despite the game technically being classified as a shooter, I think the game ends up being very melee combat focused, like MMA or Buhurt, or, for lack of a better term, a Souls game. In Code Fairy, for most of the game, when you play as the protagonist Alma, you mostly have a weapon loadout that emphasizes a lot of mid-range, close combat, and I think missing your shot or your strike is pretty much like the verge of life or death in that game. For melee attacks, there's a lot of ending lag, or there's a lot of cooldowns for the weapons, and in return, dodging enemies' attacks allows you to punish them if you are in a light range. It's that kind of thing. And, most importantly, if you play this game on the PS5, it does take control of the DualSense's trigger lock functionality. But the main thing about Gundam Code Fairy is that the learning curve is just learning how to chain with other enemies, and admittedly, training with other members in your game, it does make the game very easy to deal with. And sometimes the enemies will just absolutely fuck you, and you will have to reset, and Overall, the combat just kind of really sells the fact that you were piloting a giant suit of armor. Sometimes the game is more fun, but also very unfair when you are by yourself. Mainly the whole, like I said, the whole thing that lets you deal with enemies as easily as possible is chaining, and so when you don't have your team members on you, it's also very fun, but sometimes it's just very unfair when you are doing like solo battles. It's usually the most fun and the most like unfair it can be. I don't really know how to describe it other than that fact. Code Fairy is a game that takes place during the 1 Year War, which is the time frame and setting of the original show from 1979, and it stars an all-girls Xeon unit called Noisy Fairy, greenlit by none other than Cecilia Zabi. And in the game, you'll mainly play as the protagonist Alma Steiner piloting the mobile suit Titania, not to be confused with another mobile suit in this franchise called Titania that Shiroko uses in like an SD Gundam game or whatever. But there are also some missions where you play as the other squad mates Helena and Mia. And the game is spread out between 3 volumes of 16 episodic parts, plus some bonus episodes. In all of the missions, there are a lot of slice-of-life anime cutscenes surrounding the cast, but that I found quite nice. In general, it kinda is a very episodic Gundam game that I feel like a lot of the newer shows don't really deliver on due to not having many episodes and just having very limited time to work with compared to the other entries in the franchise. But I feel like a lot of works under the UC umbrella of the Gundam franchise enter a sort of spectrum. A UC timeline work is made either to appease fans of Tamino or full-on military otaku. And to be honest, I'm not dissing military otaku either. But this one definitely seems to go over the latter. You'll be shocked to hear what the average old head otaku thinks of Xeon. And I know I sound very cynical talking about this game, but this is a game that I knew was made for a specific demographic. One that I am simultaneously in and also not in. It was a very interesting experience. The one thing that I was very surprised outside of the usual lip service given to the events of Gundam 79. You know, they mentioned Garma, they mentioned Giran, they mentioned Char Aznavour. But they also name-drop characters from one of the UC PS2 games. I forgot which one it was, but I was like, who the fuck is that? But honestly, if you are a fan of Gundam, I think your enjoyment of this game may depend on whether or not you can like Xeon or not. And I haven't really seen any of the Xeon-centric Gundam shows or media, unless you want to count this year's G-Quux, which is another can of worms, and I feel like that is kinda different in a lot of ways. But regardless. But I thought it was really funny because this game does have an event that happens on Christmas, and it's mainly just the girls just enjoying their Christmas. And it's really funny to think that because somewhere else in the universe, Gundam War in the Pocket is happening. You know, the ending for that. And believe me, with this fact, I found it very damning in a lot of moments. One of the final battles in the game is with Alma talking to an opposing Federation soldier. I believe it was actually the quote-unquote Charasable Lilith. And she is like, I've seen what your side does to our prisoners. And to me, it's like, motherfucker, your side is gassing colonies. But in the end, they all get their happy ending. They end up surrendering to the Federation forces. I don't think it's fair to anyone. I think they all should have died horrible deaths, which I may have said that as a sort of mean-spirited kind of male brain joke, but I think it would kind of prefer it. I think it would kind of elevate it. But I also much prefer the ending where Alma and Lilith fuck. That's also cool. But yeah, Gundam Battle Operation, Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operation 2 Code Fairy. It feels weird that this was just a random one-off thing for Gundam Battle Operation, and I kind of wish they made more single-player games like this, because the combat in this game is really good, but I don't want to play Gundam Code Fairy to experience it. Maybe they wanted to make more but never got the chance. I kind of wish they just made like another Federation one, or just something that is not about fucking the Universal Century timeline. But as previously said, I think if you have been kind of disappointed by the Gundam franchise's recent output with G-Quux and G-Witch, I think this may be worth checking out, because this is they did it the old-fashioned way. They made a mecha show, they made a Gundam show the old-fashioned way. And last but not least, the final game on this list. Roughly 5 years ago, on the very first games year in review video, or the previous owner played the Final Fantasy VII Remake. The previous owner of that channel was in high school in that video, and it shows. And in the video, they basically said they did not like it. Now, believe it or not, some of the opinions here have changed, and have personally warmed up to the ending that was once previously detested and demeaned many years ago. But even with all of that, the sheer fact that we, as a collective people, were strapped on to Mr. Nomura's wild ride was not denied. It was not lost on us. Now here we are, 5 years later, with the second part in the 3-part saga, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. On a completely unrelated segue, I went to see Advent Children's when they were released in theaters in order to promote this game in February 2024 when it was released on a leap day. It was an unforgettable experience I'll never forget. I might have actually been the second youngest person there, behind a little girl dressed as Aerith I remember seeing in the audience. I fucking love Advent Children. It's the best movie ever. It's like Blade Runner if it was actually good. But regardless, whatever I expected to come beyond the skill skies of Midgar in the remake after that cliffhanger ending in the original, I could tell you full-heartedly that I did not expect it would involve filling Chadley's big yellow line. Cloud, I have another mission for you, and I think you're the merc for just the job. Can you please compile enough materials to create a vial of estradiol valeret, 200 milligrams of progesterone, and a bottle of 50 milligrams of bicalutamide pills? It's very vital to my research. Can you please fill my big yellow lead line? What? What do you mean? No, it's not weird. You're the one making it weird. No, Cloud, that's just a coincidence that my AI assistant looks like the female version of me. That's right, the Final Fantasy VII Remake returns with its second entry, a nearly 100-hour maximalist open-world RPG. And I will admit firsthand, before the Final Fantasy VII project was re-revealed in like 2019, my ideal vision of the Final Fantasy Remake project to me was an open world. I imagined it looking very similar to Final Fantasy XV. It would be Cloud and Co. running around in the open fields of the overworld with the main theme playing in the background. The main theme of Final Fantasy is still one of my favorite video game tracks of all time, if not my favorite. And I remember trying to recreate that vision in Final Fantasy XV many times and seeing, oh, it'd be so cool. And my dream that I once had 6-7 years ago has finally come true. But first, everyone who said that this is not what the remake would have been like ages ago can eat it. Of course, this was the logical step for a 3-part Final Fantasy VII remake that seeks to expand upon the game's vision while still staying true to its original. Of course, the second part would cover the rest of Disc 1 and before the beginning of Disc 2. Are you fucking stupid? As previously stated, I'll say I did not go into Rebirth with the bestest of faith. I came in filled with the same animosity I held 5 years ago, and the sense of obligation of the aforementioned Mr. Nomura's wild ride. And the first chapter of the game, opening with the Nibelheim sequence, that ended up consisting of Cloud pushing a giant vacuum around a la something out of The Last of Us, did not set a good impression of what is to come. I just was like, are you fucking kidding me? This is ridiculous. In like a very surreal way that this is what it was like. This was Final Fantasy VII Remake. Did not set a good impression to come. I thought it was ridiculous. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? You see, the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, I love it a lot because I would say it is really funny in very superficial way. And that's why I love it a lot. It's funny when Zack Fair says, "Me, Gungaga." It's funny that Gact is a character, and I can probably recite a couple scenes from Advent Children that I find very quotable by heart. But for the remake, when I was playing Rebirth, I ended up finding humor in its pure existence. Playing the game just felt like a joke in itself. Or at least, when I started playing the game, I thought it was. When in the previous review of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, it could only describe a lot of the problems with the game as quote-unquote AAA bullshit. And as much as that term is somewhat juvenile because that was 5 years ago, and as much as I would find that term very juvenile, like it was 5 years ago, that's honestly the best way I can describe it. When you're exploring the open world of Final Fantasy, the different regions of Final Fantasy Rebirth, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, an owl, aka the fucking bird that I hate, it'll show up and then it'll start circling around you extremely obnoxiously, making stock owl sound effects, and it's pretty much its whole purpose is guiding you, the player, to the nearby spring. And it's another moment that when it first happened, I was like, wow, are you fucking kidding me? I knew that was not going to be the first time I was going to see that fucking owl. And every time it shows up when I'm trying to do something else, I sigh to myself and I follow the owl to the spring. The same with those stupid fucking baby chocobos. I hate those things. I think it's trying to do the Breath of the Wild game design thing. It's distracting you from an objective with another objective, but it's in a very unnatural. And also I hate those stupid fucking Moogle minigames where you have to hoot on Moogles. That's not really quote-unquote AAA bullshit. I just think it's stupid, and I barely... I stopped doing them after a while. I hate the Moogle designs in this game. I've hated them for years. And the game also has Ubisoft Towers as well. But to be honest, when it comes to Ubisoft Towers in a lot of games, I find it obsolete and a moot point, because I think the only people who would have a problem with them are honestly people who play Ubisoft games. Which, to be honest, I have not really played many Ubisoft games. Well, it was like when Breath of the Wild came out, people had come up with these large justifications on why they were actually good. But in reality, most people who play Nintendo games don't play Ubisoft games, so they wouldn't really mind the towers. And one big thing that I really hate about Final Fantasy VII is that I really absolutely hate how this game looks for the most part. I guess the models are pretty good, of course, but I just don't really like how modern games look nowadays. And I know I'm not the first person to say this, but a lot of this game just feels like a sensory overload. Running around towns in this game is a sensory overload. Everyone is chatting left and right. The dialogue overflows one another. Characters like Chadley and Kyrie are blasting their music from their JBL speakers. And when I explore a town in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it just makes me think there was nothing wrong with individually talking to people in an RPG. Or maybe it's just my TV and the stuff I played on. But most of the time, I felt the game was just way too bright. I held this game's brightness setting all the way down, and I still feel like it wasn't enough. A lot of the areas in Final Fantasy VII feel brighter than most Galactic Light and Shadowbringers, where the light is so unbearably bright 24/7 it makes everyone give up on life. They should have added Mario Sunshine sunglasses to this game. A lot of people I talk to who play this game or see this game do not like the English voice acting, including my girlfriend who watched me play the game. but I found it really charming, actually. Now, as previously stated when I reviewed Metaphor, I like hokey anime dubs, and because of that, I find the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth dub strangely charming, especially in this game. I like the dissonance and how the characters talk and act really contract their photorealistic opinions. But as for the gameplay, this game is actually really fun. I really liked the gameplay in this game. When I first played Final Fantasy VII Remake in 2020, I wasn't exactly impressed with the battle system. I just was not really set on how the game used the materia system, nor did I find myself fully engaged with the battle system, or to be honest, I don't think I really allowed myself to engage with it fully. I think I was just mainly salty that it wasn't turn-based. However, in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I ended up really enjoying the combat, and I think the improvements that they did to this game's combat, I think they ended up speeding up the game's combat a lot in regards, and I think a lot of what they did was for the better. There's one thing that triumphs all in this game. I gotta talk about motherfucking Queen's Blood. As much as I hate to say it, I ended up enjoying Queen's Blood more than any internal guard game in Final Fantasy, or just any game in general. Sorry, Triple Triad. All who dared challenge me in Queen's Blood had no choice but to lose against the esteemed card deck. Fuck it, we ball. Filled with an assorted amount of random cards I carefully chose and brought out haphazardly until I won, and it was glorious. I totally owned so many lamers in Queen Blood, and I fucking love Queen's Blood. I really hope they do with more of Queen's Blood in the future. I know that the Final Fantasy VII staff has looked into it some more on what they can do with Queen's Blood, and I know there's a fan-made online game of Queen's Blood out there, but I'm actually scared of playing it because I know I'll end up getting my ass kicked because I bet there's going to be some really good people at Queen. Now, as for the story, but the thing about the Final Fantasy VII is, I will admit, the thing about Final Fantasy is that my memory about the original game is a bit hazy. It's been a while since I last played the game, so it's not really concise in my mind, but in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, there's still a lot of questionable deviations. This is something that was very clearly established in the first game with the ghosts, and with the ghost in the ending of the original Final Fantasy VII Remake, there were a bunch of speculation on what it would do if it was secretly a meta sequel, which in a way it kinda is, and a bunch of people were very speculated on how different things would be. And to be honest, while it did seem a lot of people were kinda expecting more and got their hopes up, I find it very confusing that I kinda wish they adhered to doing more stuff, even if it wasn't really their intention at first. But as I previously stated, there are a lot of there are a lot of questionable deviations, as I previously stated. And of course, I know I'm not the only person to talk about this as well, but I'm gonna do it anyways because that is important. But one of the first things you do in Final Fantasy VII after you lose Calm is the part where you're supposed to capture a chocobo in order to cross the marshes because of a giant serpent. And after you go through the process, after that, you come across a corpse of a serpent impaled and realized that the serpent is actually dead because Sephiroth killed it. And they all go, "Did Sephiroth do this?" It's probably one of the most iconic parts of the game, and you've probably seen it. In the remake, you still have to find a chocobo in order to cross the swamp, but then you end up fighting the serpent in a boss fight. And when you're done, Sephiroth comes out of nowhere and kills the serpent for you. It kind of ruins the point of having to get the chocobo in the first place if you're gonna fight the thing anyway, which is really funny. Sid just randomly shows up out of nowhere. They ended up skipping Rocket Town in this game, which I think they just didn't want to bother develop resources for it, and they're saving it for the next game, but it's still really weird. And I don't really object to stuff like this. on paper. Yeah, of course, like I said, the game is not established itself as a remake, but a secret other things, and most of these changes are somewhat minor, and honestly, in the long run, really aren't that offensive. It's kind of just a video game in the end, but they are very questionable, and it makes me feel like a lot of these changes are very questionable, and sometimes it just almost feels like Square Enix is really underestimating their audience enough to not understand nuance, and it almost feels like it's focus tested. I mean, most games are focus tested, probably even the original Final Fantasy VII remake, but you get the idea. I think the biggest example of this is there is a scene where Barry practically crashes out at the haunted house at the Gold Saucer, and he's like, he says, "This is what the planet's dying for? A tacky amusement park?" And it's like, wow, yeah, couldn't you, like, you know, let the audience come to that conclusion themselves? Not have Barrett just speak it out. I almost feel like the game it's constantly obsessed with its legacy, most notably with the scene at the end of disc 1. It feels like it's always ogling that scene in front of you. I feel like that's a problem with the Final Fantasy franchise in general. Even if Strangers of Paradise is like one of the best games of this decade, it's just something that is like, I don't know how to describe it. It's very frustrating. Those are my chud complaints about the story, at least what I can think of. I do like how insistent the remake is on making Zack the type of guy to say, "Let's blow this popsicle stand," or "How do you like them apples?" Which that has been his characterization since Crisis Core, but this game just really ups the ante in that regard, and I feel like he might have actually set the ladder in the game. He never said anything so painfully white in Crisis Core, I fucking swear. On the topic of upping the ante, I think that is actually this game's biggest flaw. This game's tendency to up the ante is both its biggest strength and its biggest flaw, and it is often more a flaw than a strength. Everything has to be this big event, and it really comes to a detriment of the story, especially in a story like Final Fantasy VII, where it has a lot of quiet moments. When it has a bunch of quiet, very demoralizing moments, it may sound cliche to call something like this a theme park ride, but no. This is really it. This is a theme park ride. This is what Metal Gear Solid fans think the Twin Snakes did to the original. In fact, I think considering the worst cases of it in this game involve the Gold Saucer and Barrett and Dean, I think the Gold Saucer just has an aura emanating from it that turns it into an attraction. And, of course, this game might have went on for a little too long. I ended up finishing this game around the 90-hour mark, and I ended up finishing this game around the 90-hour mark. I would play this game long enough that I would go to bed and Cloud's normal combo would play in my head when I would try to go to sleep. It was abnormal. I actually ended up moving to a new place in Washington in the middle of my playthrough of this game, and I feel like I kind of internalized the act of playing this game as something I did here on a regular basis, that when I finished the game, I actually didn't know what to do. I felt very empty inside after that. Overall, I do not really think the idea of spending 14 years on a trilogy was not the greatest idea, and it seems like Square themselves agree. I don't really know what they're doing with this, or what. I get it. However, despite my problems, if there is one thing that I am glad the Final Fantasy VII Remake project exists for, it is the sheer vindication of Cait Sith. I fucking love Cait Sith. I have loved Cait Sith for years. He was a worthwhile addition to my party. I used him to insta-kill the Emerald Weapon when I first played the game roughly 10 years ago. I have spent years defending him from his detractors and developing a persecution complex about him in the process. And while I was admittedly put off by Cait Sith's canonical Scottish accents in the further media, because I thought it personally conflicted with my view of the character, I ended up growing to love it. And finally, after many years of waiting, Cait Sith is in glorious HD. And he goes like, nyan nyan, and he does little nyan nyan poses, and he has this Scottish accent. Cait Sith ended up becoming my favorite character to play in Rebirth. Once you learn to use him correctly, he is just so much fucking fun to play. And the part where you play as Cait Sith in the dungeon in the Shinra manner, where it turns into like a weird physics puzzle game where you have to throw boxes, is easily the best part of the game. Fuck you. Including the really hard boss in the end. It genuinely felt like the game turned into a PS2 platformer for a second. And then you can roll around as him when you control him, and he makes you want to play the entire game on hard mode just so I can see him play for more of him. I fucking love Cait Sith. Although, I will say, something about Square insisting on the anglicized pronunciation of a character named after a Gaelic folklore creature of all cultures does not sit right with me. Kate Kashi. What I find interesting is that if we assume that the final part will come out in 2028, Donald Trump, current President Donald Trump, will have been a figure in politics about as long as the Final Fantasy VII Remake project has been a thing. Literally on the day apart in June 2015. Who knows where the conclusion, the unknown journey will take me. Basically, I think big things will happen in 2028. I feel it in my soul. But at the end of the day, as much as people don't want to admit it, this is part of the course of Final Fantasy. A maximalist game like this is at its core what Final Fantasy was. Final Fantasy at its prime was the video game that had millions and millions of dollars pumped to it, and this was literally Square Enix's most expensive game ever made. And you know what? If the remake insists on being the maximalist game like its predecessor, I say let it be. And I think that's just the big problem of Final Fantasy VII. This is a maximalist game. It might not be even fair to compare this game to the original. I believe that Square Enix has actually said this was their most expensive game ever developed. I don't know where that is true, but it would make sense. They didn't actually state how much it actually cost. I feel like in that regard, it's a hole they sort of dug themselves. It's an aspect of the industry they sort of helped create. Just investing so much money into a video game. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that according to Moby Games, the most reliable of sites, the original Final Fantasy VII had roughly 452 people work on its production. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth had 3,758, and of course, this is sort of the standard of AAA production nowadays, devoting all resources into one big game, one big sacred idol, which coincidentally is also the current state of the economy. This game that has to sell 100 million copies or else it will be a failure and you have to lay off your entire staff. I know this is very hypocritical of me to say in a fucking large-scale YouTube video like this, however long this video might be, for how much interesting stuff, how much mini games, how cool the music, everything this game was able to stuff in itself to keep itself fresh throughout its roughly 100-hour runtime. I can't help but think it doesn't really allow me to truly appreciate the individual aspects of the game. All the hard work that was put into a video game like this, which is sort of why the review of this game is just all over the place. I feel like this is a very messy review of Final Fantasy Rebirth, and the reason why is just because the game is like that. I forgot to mention this, and I now remember things that I forgot to bring up about this game. Did you know this game managed to put a whole piano and make it playable on a controller? And I just now remembered that the game crashed for me twice during the first Jenova fight, and I had to delete the game off my PS5 and reinstall it again. And I also forgot all the side quests. I forgot to bring up the side quests, which makes up a lot of the game. Which for the most part I think are very decent. They're not very imaginative, it's just go to point A, point B for the most part. I noticed that my favorite side quests in the game actually revolve around Barrett. They mostly end up pulling the dad from Marlene, such as the one where you help a children's book author take pictures for a book she's reading. The Marlene dad thing, that always gets me. I like that. And I feel like the game does not really have an identifiable voice to it for the most part. At least, of course, other than people who ended up working on the original game all those years ago. And I feel like it's really egregious just how much stuff is in this game is in the soundtrack. In Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, there are over 300 songs in this soundtrack, spinning across multiple different genres. And I actually really like the soundtrack in this game and just how actually diverse and interesting the soundtrack is, and just being a game of this caliber. But did you know that out of these 300 songs, one of the tracks that plays during the Desert Box theme, one of the vocalizers for a track in the game is Indigo, a trans woman who created the Big Chungus official main theme, and also contributed vocals to Tekken 7, and in general is a somewhat notable TV personality in Japan. There's some really good songs in this game, too many to count that I can't even really talk about them. There is a Requiem for Crazy Chocobo from Final Fantasy 13 2. I think that's actually what the track is called. I think it's called Crazy Chocobo Requiem. The game even has like these loungy Shibuya Key remixes of Tifa's theme in the soundtrack. It would be what the kids would describe as sounding Frutiger Arrow or out of a Wii game or whatever. If you want to listen to like any other music in this game, good fucking luck, because a majority of the soundtrack has not actually been officially released, but it is on the way. But I wrote this part before they announced the release in the soundtrack, and I just want to complain about it. Because of that, it's actually truly hard to see which composer worked on what game. And this is also a problem I noticed with CBU 3 and Final Fantasy 14. Soken has a whole team of musicians that ends up making music for Final Fantasy 14, but unfortunately, he usually ends up getting all the credit in the end. All the songs for Final Fantasy 14 on streaming services like Spotify are attributed to Masayoshi Soken. It's more like Soken makes a melody, an original song, but then that other people arrange for him. At least in Final Fantasy XIV's case, Takafumi Imamura has gotten recognition for the songs like the tracks in the Eden and Arcadian Raid series. This is foreshadowing for later. There's still a lot of people who think Soken made every single track for Final Fantasy XIV, and that's very unfortunate. And like I said when I talked about Final Fantasy VIII, I like to make fun of Final Fantasy fans for being 35 plus. And it makes sense. Did I mention this in the 8? It makes sense that the average Final Fantasy would in fact be such an age when the series' golden age was nearly 25 years ago, and Final Fantasy is too busy locked in a 7 trilogy remaking a game from like 30 years ago. But whatever, sorry, I'm just talking out my ass, but I think the most important thing about Rebirth is, I think if you have somehow not played a PS5 game, or a game from like the past 6 years, this is the one to play. If you play this game, you will understand everything up with video games these days. Anyways, none of that matters. Anyways, I will gladly take part in Chadley's great cultural leap forward. Glory to the People's Republic of Chadley. I fucking love Chadley. You can talk shit about the remake project all you want, to say whatever you want, but if you talk shit about Chadley, I hate you. I fucking love Chadley so much. I can't describe it to you. I love Chadley. He's awesome. I look forward to having him on the airship that you get in part 3, which is basically confirmed because he says he would like to ride a large airship that Cloud pilots, which could either be a euphemism for something, but I'm taking this as confirmation that Chadley will be on the Highland in Final Fantasy VII Part 3. I think at the end of the road, the final Final Fantasy part will be very interesting to look back on. As previously stated, the Final Fantasy VII Remake, the first part, was a game that was reviewed way back in 2020, and, well, we came a long way since then in a lot of ways. And I'm not even the same gender I was when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake. While I do not think the video that I reviewed Remake was very good, and maybe I'll look back on this video and not think it was very good. When Final Fantasy VII Remake is all over in what I can only assume is 2027, 2028, I look forward to part 3 that will probably be 70% QA'd by AI. And I just look forward to seeing how we, you, me, will grow as people. Till the day that we meet again. Where or when, I wish I could say. After all, no promises await at journey's end. Thank you for putting up with however long this video might have been. Congratulations for making it to the end of the video, or some of you probably skipped ahead. If not, I'm glad you're here regardless. This is the award ceremony that I promised at the beginning of the video. The 2025 Scarf Hero Awards. All of the nominees, of course, they are in here for good reason. They are technically winners, all winners in their own out. But there obviously has to be one outstanding individual. I only had to choose one of the nominees to make the cut, the final cut, and I hope you enjoy the selections. So without further ado, let's begin. Starting with the most Charazable-like. Here we have Lilith from Gundam Code Fairy, Louis Guillaburn from Metaphor ReFantazio, Marluxia from Kingdom Hearts 2, Cypher from Final Fantasy VIII, and Lady Malcatras from Malcatras Maiden. So, Lilith is obviously written to be the Charazable archetype. They are the rival. Here we have Louis Guillaburn. Louis Guillaburn, I stated it before, there's a lot of factors between Louis being a Char. Marluxia, Marluxia has the same Japanese voice actor. I think Cypher would be... is like me if I never transitioned. I view Cypher as that in my mind. And Lady Malcatras, well, just trust me on that one. And the winner goes to Louis Guillaburn. He is clearly the best out of the few, and he really just hits the mark of being a Char. So he's clearly the winner here. Next, wait, oh, here we go. Next is best art direction. Just in general, just a game that I think looks really stylistically impressive. Here we have Final Fantasy VIII, Popful Mail, Sin and Punishment, Metaphor ReFantazio, Okage Shadow King, and We Know the Devil. Do I have to explain? I think the art is really cool. And the best one has to go to Final Fantasy VIII. Like I said before, very anachronistic, just a little bit of everything, and it's a good game. Here we have the best male. I originally wanted to name this column Best Void, but I decided against it because, well, I wasn't really sure, but just know that this is honorarily called Best Void, and I thought it would be funny, but I just decided against it. Here we have Chadley from Final Fantasy VII, Basilio from Metaphor ReFantazio, Takumaru from Murasame Castle and Epros. Now I'm gonna be honest, for a lot of male characters in video games these days, I work under a lot of logic of gender fuckery to say these are secret actually women, mostly in Takumaru and Epros' cases, but just unfortunately, for the sake of the canon, the literature of the work, I'm just gonna say, you know, the authenticity of the work, I'm just gonna assume that, yeah, these are on the male category, but just know that I work under a lot of gender fuckery to prove that these are all women, mostly just Takumaru and Epros and Chadley. And the best one, unfortunately, I think it has to go to Chadley. This fucker has given me this fucker has given me psychic damage every time I see him. He has to win. I'm sorry. Here we have Best Female. Now, like Best Male, I originally wanted to name this Best Void, but I decided against it for the betterment of everyone. And here we have Renoa from Final Fantasy VIII, Darumi from the 100 line, Chloe, Life is Strange, and Popful Mail. And I like them a lot. Just really, really good. Fortunately, for this, I am going to nominate Popful Mail. Popful Mail is the winner, because Popful Mail is fucking awesome. And here we have the best non-binary. And the nominees for the best non-binary are Eito Aotsuki. And the winner for the category of best non-binary is Eito Aotsuki. Here we have the most epileptic moment. Self-explanatory. Here we have Quistis Degenerator from Final Fantasy VIII. That's one of Quistis' special moves as a blue mage. The pool party scene, which I mentioned before, actually did get me. And Sleep from the MCR Seattle show. And the winner for the most epileptic moment is actually not a deep cut. Some may say it's a robbery. It's actually the Quistis Degenerator. You may say, obviously, the previous two, the other two, were debatably more potent, but I believe that Quistis is actually the best because it actually, witnessing the attack, which I don't want to see it, is actually, I feel like, what it would be like to actually get hit with that in real life, and I found it very impressive. It was like actually getting psychic damage by Quistis, so that's why it's the best in my eyes. Here we have the most Omori-esque. Which game is the most like Omori? This one doesn't have nominations, but I'm gonna give it to Okage Shadow King. Now I haven't actually played Omori, so I wouldn't know, but I would imagine this is probably the closest to Omori. I mean, it's a game starring a young boy with a Japanese sounding name that starts with an O, and it takes place in a fantasy world, and how do I put this? It looks like the art style, it looks like it would be favored by a certain type of individual. That's the best way to put it. Moving on, LifeServe. This is just an excuse to talk about the nominees: Roblox Doomspire, the Simpsons Fortnite season, and Final Fantasy XIV. So let's get into this. Starting with Roblox Doomspire. So there was this Roblox meme about a guy named Harry Tinkle 2929. He was known for being really skilled at a Roblox game called Doomspire. I like them. They were funny, and it convinced me for a short while to play this game. And Doomspire is an incredibly I believe it is an incredibly classic Roblox game. I believe it's practically been a thing for as long as Roblox has existed, and it's a game where players must knock down each other's towers, and I mostly had fun with Turbo Doomspire. There's a lot of tech, I guess. There's a bomb you can drop to jump really high. There's a sword you can rapidly click to spam glide, and yeah, you could spawn a bunch of brick walls and crash the game, but Doomspire didn't really keep my attention for too long, but I believe it is a very notable part of this year. I made a Drakengard Harry Tinkle video. And here we have Fortnite. Over the years, I have grown to hate Fortnite as a game. I do not really like what it has done to the industry, and it's kind of pretty much everything I hate about video games nowadays. I would call it consumerist detritus. A giant billboard filled with things to exploit people's love of products and just be an advertising with no artistic integrity. But, for years, I have wanted Homer Simpson in the game, even more than the heavily requested Peter Griffin. I fucking love Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson is the greatest fictional character ever conceived, and that is fact. I wanted Homer Simpson in Fortnite so I could specifically do the die lit emo and recreate the meme. And this November, my dreams finally became a reality with a season dedicated to The Simpsons. A unique Springfield map, a Simpsons battle pass, all my favorite characters: Homer, Marge, Ned, Krusty, Moe, Bart, Lisa. Need I say more? And I really like the island. I really like the Springfield Island and just all the detail that went into it. And I like the Mr. Blasty weapon. I almost didn't get Homer Simpson in Fortnite because I got sick in the middle of it, and I was sick for like 11 days. But I'm really glad that I got Homer. Fortnite released the best licensed Simpsons game in over a decade, and only had it up for 30 days, and then immediately went back to being shit, and probably even worse. I hate Fortnite. but The Simpsons are cool, and I like Homer. Let's end for Final Fantasy XIV. For the round the past, I don't know when, probably like 17 months maybe, month and a half, year and a half, I have sort of broken free from Final Fantasy XIV. I have over 4,000 total cumulative hours in the game, and I'm not really proud of it. Although, admittedly, in some regards, it might be a little inflated, those hours. And I want to break free of it entirely. Unfortunately, recently, I ended up realizing that Final Fantasy XIV is actually really cool, and I just sort of keep coming back. You know that Sonic image where he's like, ignore me all you want, but remember who made you come? That's Final Fantasy XIV, if that makes sense. The thing is, I know I'll be back for whenever 7.5 comes out, because they're gonna rerun Shinryu EX, and I want to play that extreme so bad. The extreme looks cool as fuck and I want to play it. But Final Fantasy has been sorta killing it in the year of 2025, mainly with the Arcadian Raid series, which has been on the mind after the release of 7.4. I haven't actually touched any variant or criterion or the field exploration stuff, just the normal raids in the MSQ, and I will never do anything harder than extremes, so with Final Fantasy XIV, I'm always a little skeptical on calling the new Final Fantasy raids the best, mainly not only due to the fact of recency bias, but also the way that the eye level system works. Fights will usually become faster and easier. Fights usually end up becoming faster and less frictionless as time goes on, but I'm absolutely certain that the Arcadian raids will stay in my head for a long time. To sum it up, the Arcadian raid series is basically about the Warrior of Light enlisting in a heavily publicized professional wrestling tournament where everyone basically gets roided up on Souls of the Dead to get into their big scary wrestling personas. And because of this, every boss in the Arcadian just oozes character and personality, and they all have their own unique music themes. Red Hot and Deep Plume, aka the Extremes or the Blowtop Brothers, are stereotypical California surfer dudes, and their theme is a pop-punk surfer anthem, like something like Sum 41, or like something you would have heard on like Radio Disney back in the day. Back to the drawing board. Sugar Riot's Raid is the closest thing we've gotten to a Jersey club mix in Final Fantasy XIV. It's very clearly a Creepy Nuts inspired song, I would imagine, which is basically whatever that is. And Unleashed, Hanley Moon's theme, sounds like what I can only describe what I thought Stardust Crusaders would be like, having only read the title. My absolute favorite raid in the series that came out this year was MAM7 AAC Cruise Rate M3 against the Brute Abominator. There's like a common sentiment among Final Fantasy XIV players that the third raid ends up being the worst or the most lackluster, but this one just completely shatters the mold. And the raid series ends against a fight with a giant lindworm with a metalcore song written by Rage Against the Machine and Audioslave guitarist Tom Morello, called Everything Burns, and it starts with the lyrics, "Never had a choice, never let the ops win," and it's been in my head ever since then, and it's the best thing that ever came out of Final Fantasy XIV. Although, I will admit, its usage in the context of the fight, it plays a little too jarring, and it doesn't really fit the best. I believe it was most likely due to it being a sudden gift on Square parts. But for the actual MSQ of this patch cycle, I had my gripes. I did not find Calyx to be that interesting as an antagonist compared to the other post-patch asshole villains like Ilberd's role in Heaven's Sword. And my glorious god King Elidibus, I don't like Calyx mostly due to the fact that he's like a pale, malnourished twink. I wish, in the MSQ of the post-patch Dawn Trail, I wish they ended up focusing on the actual Turali parts of Tural more, and it's over-relied too much on reusing previous Final Fantasy iconography. While it is true that nothing in Final Fantasy XIV is original, and I have chastised this game for having nothing be original in the past, I think the game was able to strike a fine balance regardless of this. For example, While many have compared Amarant and the Asians and Shadowbringers to Dreamland and the Asians in Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy I respectively, it's very subtle about it, and they don't really take from the namesake. They were able to stand on their own with unique artistic direction and everything. The recent MSQ ends up taking locales, bosses, and names from previous Final Fantasies with really not much care, and I find it very problematic. Even in the quest design in the MSQ for specifically 7.3, where you are in an office building trying to solve puzzles, was great, because, well, I actually had to do something that required brain power. I loved it, and it showed great promise for what the future had in store for the MSQ, or at least I thought it did. It was like, if 8.0 was like this, I'm in. But unfortunately, it seems the dev team seemed to be pulling back on that philosophy due to slight pushback, which is a common occurrence to CBU 3, unfortunately, but I say never, and I have come to hope for whatever 8.0 has to bear. Oh yeah, and they ended up completely lifting up glamour restrictions too, opening the floodgates and completely changing the true endgame of Dress Up Dolly. I've not really played with that too much, but I ended up making this cool glam for Dragoon, consisting mostly of vending pieces. Like I said before, I'm always hesitant to call new raids in Final Fantasy XIV the best the game has to offer, recency bias, but what Dawn Trail has to offer thus far is definitely way better than Pandemonium and Mists of the Realm. The Final Fantasy XI raid series is automatically better than Mists of the Realm because you actually have to split up sometimes. Anything is better than fucking Mists of the Realm, oh my god. And this expansion's post-patch cycle just exemplified why I love Final Fantasy XIV despite everything. You know, the dev team just throws random stuff on a wall and see what sticks and doing whatever they want, barely putting out stops and just killing it most of the time, but not always. And I look forward to the many more opportunities the devs will have to be able to throw more things at more walls. The next expansion, 8.0, is supposedly going to be a huge overhaul to the game, in hopes to keep the games fresh in the midst of its admittedly dwindling player count. It's more of a fact that not only did they make their end game, but also the fact that the COVID growth period pretty much ended for every company, including Square Enix. It's been long over, and they just have to deal with that. If I had to guess, the next expansion is most likely going to come out next winter, so maybe I'll end up talking about it in next year. Who knows? And the winner for this category, I believe the best one here, was Final Fantasy XIV. A very good year the Final Fantasy has had. I like it. Now here we have should transition, pretty self-explanatory. The nominees are Venus, We Know the Devil, Marluxia from Kingdom Hearts 2, Warren from Life is Strange, Chadley from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Squall Heart from Final Fantasy VIII, and Ima from the 100 line. Now, this might not be a bit weird, because Venus is already technically a trans woman. The whole story of We Know the Devil is about her coming out as a trans woman and becoming one, so it doesn't really count, but you know. Marluxia, well, you know, they're the most tranny coded out of the organization 13. Marluxia, they're very tranny coded, and everyone knows they were originally supposed to be a girl before they became a guy. So I think Marluxia should transition in the next like Kingdom Hearts 4. Warren from Life is Strange. I think if Warren from Life is Strange transitioned, I think all of the hang-ups that people have about Warren would cease to exist genuinely. I think Warren would deserve it. Chadley from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They have an AI assistant that's a female version of them. Hey Cloud, can you get me some estradiol Valorant? It's very vital for my research. Squall Heart, you know. And Ima Tsukumo. The winner for this category is all of them. Most literally me character, self-explanatory. Darumi from the 100 line, Popful Mail from Popful Mail, Squall from Final Fantasy VIII, and Max Caulfield from Life is Strange. And the winner is all of them. And all of them are literally me. And here are my top 10 songs. These aren't fighting for any spot on my list. These are just songs that I don't really count, mainly instrumental songs. It's like when Obama like comes out and you have to be subjected to like his music taste, which here we have The Mirror for Final Fantasy XIV, Ode to Heroes, these are in no particular order by the way, Ode to Heroes from Metaphor ReFantazio, Man with a Machine Gun from Final Fantasy VIII, Untamed Heart from Klonoa, Collision Chaos G, which is Good Future, from Sonic CD, Dreamer from Streets of Rage 2, Labyrinth of the Skies from Magic Knight Rayearth, Elevator Brie PM from Malcatras Maiden, Serie A Supervision from 100 Line, and Lazy Afternoons from Kingdom Hearts 2. With the Serie A Supervision, admittedly, I didn't mention this in the review, but unfortunately 100 Line's soundtrack I found a little weak, at least compared to Danganronpa, which is very clearly what it's supposed to sound like, but Serie A Supervision is actually a really good song. So it's definitely a standout in my eyes. Oh, and as a little bonus, just a thing, another separate category for the top insert songs. Rumble from 100 Line, No Pessimist from Popful Mail, Eyes on Me from Final Fantasy VIII, No Promises to Keep from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Sanctuary from Kingdom Hearts 2. Now, the clear winner here is Sanctuary, obviously. It's always gonna be fucking Sanctuary. But I mainly just put it here because, well, I imagine that these songs, when they play in the game, okay, technically this is cheating, because No Pessimist does not actually play in Popful Mail. It's part of the scrapped OVA. That's what plays in it, but it is a Popful Mail song. I guess these songs have a very big emphasis on when they play in the game, and I feel like it's cheating. I don't want them to overshadow the work, so I just put them here. I put them in their own separate category. Obvious winner is Sanctuary. I guess coolest moments, I didn't know how to really describe it. Coolest set piece is what you would call it in a more technical sense, but just some clear highlights in my mind, and they go Time Compression from Final Fantasy VIII, Xemnas Fight from Kingdom Hearts 2, Cress from Klonoa, and the Opera House from Metaphor. And unfortunately, I know it's cliche to say this, as much as I do like the Time Compression from Final Fantasy VIII, the Time Compression seems really good. Also Crest from Klonoa, just a really good sequence, just a really good final sequence. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put this, it's cliche, but I'm going it to Mansex. Look, it's not just the Xemnas fight, the final Xemnas fight, because the Dragon Xemnas fight is also equally as cool, and it's fucking awesome, and it's cool, and also, why is Sora darker than Xemnas in this fucking picture? Why? Anyways, regardless, the game of the year. The game of the year. What game defined? What game was the best game that I played this year? And here are the nominees: Final Fantasy VIII, Popful Mail, The 100 Line, and Life is Strange. And the winner, the best game of this list, is none other than Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Sorry, that I had to make the joke. It wouldn't be the same without it. It's just a shitty joke. It's actually Final Fantasy VIII. And then finally, in memoriam, Watto. He's technically not dead, but when I found out that he died in like the comic, I was very sad, and it just really fucked up my whole day when I found out that Watto died. He was just a small business owner, and he didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve the fate that he got. Even if he's not technically dead, He didn't deserve the fate. And that was the list. Thank you all for watching.
That's me. Never had any hawk tua, never will.
What? What did you say?
I never had a bad bitch spit on that thing. You know, hawk tua?
I've never had a bad thick bitch spit on my motherfucking 10th tentacle. I never had a thought that was obliged to give me any hawk tua. I never had any hawk tua. I never got any hawk tua. I will never get any.